was going to. Good morning. My name is Kenya McDuffie, at-large council member and chair of the Council's Committee on Business and Economic Development. Today is Wednesday, February 15th, 2023, and we are convening this hearing both virtually via Zoom as well as in person at the council in room 123. The time is 9:47 a.m. and I'm calling to order this hearing. Today marks the committee's second performance oversight hearing, and we're hearing from the following agencies. We're going to begin with the Deputy Mayor for Planning and Economic Development, followed by Events DC, and we're going to end the hearing with Destination DC. If any of my colleagues join in person or virtually, we'll allow for 3-minute opening statements before moving on to the public witness testimony, followed by the government witnesses and questions. As a reminder, all public witnesses will have 3 minutes to provide oral testimony. Witnesses may also provide written testimony to the committee. I'd also like to remind everyone who is participating virtually to please mute their microphones when you are not speaking. The first agency we're going to hear from today is the Office of the Deputy Mayor for Planning and Economic Development. The Deputy Mayor for Planning and Economic Development, otherwise known as DMPED, is charged with developing the district's economic strategy, overseeing several aligned agencies, and managing the city's portfolio of real estate development projects. The Deputy Mayor's Office supports DMPED's mission of executing the district's economic development efforts related to the creation and preservation of affordable housing, creating jobs, and increasing tax revenue. By its own admission, DMPED pursues policies and programs to create strong neighborhoods, expand and diversify the local economy, and provide residents with pathways to the middle class. With that, I'm going to just do a brief check to see if any colleagues have joined. Seeing none, we're going to call our first panel of public witnesses. Jason Gross with DC Scores, Allison Clausen, Alfred Swells, Black Business Task Force, Rebecca Miller, DC Preservation League, Alex Baca with Greater Washington, Gene Stewart with the Sierra Club, Richard Lake, DC Building Industry Association, Roger Marmot with Peace for DC, Margaret Dwyer, Ward 3 Housing Justice, and we're gonna wrap off the first panel with Melody Webb with Mothers Outreach Network. Good morning to all the public witnesses. We really appreciate you taking time to join us this morning. We're going to begin with Jason Gross. You have 3 minutes for your testimony and you can begin.
Hey, thank you, Councilmember McDuffie. It's been a little while since we've seen each other, but I want to thank you again for taking the time out of your schedule to support Sojourner Truth during the award ceremony for their poetry slam. My name is Jason Gross, and I'm the Senior Program Director of Soccer and Operations at DC Scores. DC Scores serves more than 3,000 young people at over 80 sites across Washington, DC through soccer, poetry, and service learning programs. Our after-school programs build teams of poet athletes, young people who are committed to enriching their physical and emotional well-being, serving as leaders in their communities, and speaking up against injustice in their city. We would like to thank our partners at the Office of the Deputy Mayor for Planning and Economic Development for their sustained support in 2022. DC Scores received funding to support programming in schools serving children from Lincoln Heights and the Richardson dwellings. Through this generous grant, DC Scores is able to provide consistent year-long out-of-school time programming to poet athletes at Burville Elementary School, Drew Elementary School, Kip Quest Academy, Whitlock Elementary School, and Kelly Miller Middle School. And these students to date are thriving in our programs. For example, in November, Burville Elementary School beat out competition from more than 20 schools to take first place in our Eastside Poetry Slam for their original performance incorporating music and dance, as well as spoken word. Their poetry explored their friendships, their hopes for their communities, and their dreams for the future. At the same slam, Catrice A., a student at Drew Elementary, took first place in the solo category for a poem celebrating her self-confidence. These are just two small examples of how DMPED funding is supporting young people from Lincoln Heights and Richardson dwellings to express their creativity, enjoy healthy activities with their friends, and share a vision for the neighborhood they live in. Our programs provide safe spaces 5 days a week for students to experience the joys of childhood, sports, the arts, community service, and being a part of a team. So we thank DMPED for helping us serve these students and hope we can continue to rely on its support for many years to come. Perhaps the best way to demonstrate this transformative impact we can have in the lives of these students is by sharing my own story. So I grew up in Northeast Michigan Park at a time when the crack and PCP academic and violent crime was claiming many lives of my peers in the Washington, D.C. area. By the time I was in middle school, I had accumulated quite a few obituaries in a shoebox. But throughout my childhood, I always had one escape, and that escape was soccer. I was fortunate enough to be supported by a group of dedicated local coaches and parents who were committed to my development and success. As a result, I went on to play Division I soccer and captain the men's soccer team at Howard University. And now I'm serving the community that I love and the city that I love through the work of DC Scores, City Sporting Club, and as an assistant coach at Howard University. Being a part of a team and expressing myself through sports changed my life and helped me be a better servant to my community. I hope by continuing to work together, DMPED and DC Scores can continue to provide opportunities that I had to other young Washingtonians and continue to transform lives through the power of soccer and poetry. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. We're going to turn next to Allison Clausen. Thanks for joining us this morning. You can begin your testimony. You have 3 minutes.
Good morning. My name is Allison Clausen. I was born in the district and now live on 20th Street Northeast in Ward 5 with my husband and our 4 children. In addition to being a parent, I'm pursuing a master's in sustainability and I'm a citizen representative on the Mayor's Urban Forestry Advisory Council. Up the street from my house, there is a small forest that sits on DGS land. The property, actually multiple parcels, is under consideration to be raised for a new fire station. My testimony is in opposition of that proposal. To understand the problems with this plan, you need to know the context. The forest patch sits on a hillside running along Queens Chapel from Evart Street Northeast towards Bladensburg. If you've driven that stretch, you know you start at the top of the hill in a residential area with an elementary school and a senior center and a senior residence. You drive down the hill past the forest and you're quickly in an entirely industrial zone with a waste transfer station, the railroad, and various auto mechanic shops. Environmentally, the forest serves as a critical buffer between the 2 zones. It filters out air pollution, absorbs noise, and mitigates the heat island effect caused by the industrial zone's impervious surfaces, making the residential zone cleaner, cooler, and quieter. The forest also absorbs stormwater, thus reducing the flow that reaches the industrial area and the consequent stormwater pollution that enters Hickey Run. Further, this forest is in Ward 5, the ward with the greatest canopy loss and the highest heat island effect of anywhere in the city. It's also just a few blocks from another forested area on city property that was just leveled recently on Montana Avenue. Removing the forest on Queens Chapel would only serve to exacerbate the inequitable environmental burdens already carried by residents of Ward 5. I also oppose this plan as a parent. This month, we had a fatality on 20th Street, the continuation of Queens Chapel beyond Evarts, from excessive speeding. The roadway where the driver died not only crosses 2 intersections serving the elementary school, but also bisects Langdon Park, connecting the playground to the other recreational facilities. The road is steep and fast and has 0 calming measures. If the fire station goes in, that roadway will need to serve emergency vehicles, and the much needed safety of pedestrians, children in particular, will be sacrificed. I understand the need for a fire station, and I'm so grateful for our emergency services, but this is not the right place. I'm confident we can identify a location that improves human health and safety rather than compromising it. I hope the city will see this forest for the resource that it already is, and the community asset it could be with a little care. It should put the land under conservation to prevent the pending fire station and conserve it for the well-being of Ward 5. I'd like to conclude my time by sharing my frustration about the lack of transparency around this project. Residents have not been adequately included. Thank you for your time.
And thank you for your time and your testimony. We appreciate it. We're going to turn next to Alfred Swells with the Black Business Task Force. Good morning to you. It's good to see you. You can begin your testimony.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good
You can begin your testimony. We can hear and see you.
Okay, great. Al Swells, President of the Black Business Task Force. The task force is a combination of Black businesses and organizations. according to the council's website on racial equity, Black population is 45% in this city and whites is 43%. Unemployment for Blacks is 12% and for whites is 2%. That means, given those numbers, that 43,000 Blacks people in this city is not working or not being hired, compared to only 7,000 the whites. Business dollars being spent with businesses in DC to white businesses get about 81% of all the dollars, and Blacks only get 10%. We think that the best way to change these numbers is through Black business. Ron Busby of the U.S. Black Chamber of Commerce said that we should try to look at spending around 4% of the budget to be set aside for Black business. That would mean about $750 million per year. That would be a game changer for Black businesses in this city. How do we get started? It's through an MBE program. The first steps to the MBE was legislative by the Council of the District of Columbia to do a disparity study to show the disparities in just in DC government contracting. We need that study to be released by the administration or tell us why it's not going to be released. The study was done back in August. It's now sometime in almost the middle of February. That study, something should have been said. The public should know. The council should know something about it. So how do we get started? Again, by having an MBE program. We also need to build a cluster of businesses and properties that Black businesses own. That means not just retail businesses, but office buildings and commercial establishments. We need incubators to build capacity. One of the things that we find that we need to do is not only build capacity with new businesses through incubation, but also we need to try to expand the businesses that are already in place so they can hire more people to cut down on that 12% unemployment rate in the district among Blacks. As we clearly see, if the whites are basically in control, they're not hiring our people. Thank you. So let me share any questions I'll be willing to take.
And thank you for your testimony. We're going to turn next to Rebecca Miller with the DC Preservation League. Good morning to you. You can begin your testimony.
Thank you, Councilmember McDuffie. Good morning to you and to other members of the committee if they're watching. My name is Rebecca Miller. I'm the Executive Director of the DC Preservation League. And for over 50 years, DCPL has served as Washington's citywide nonprofit advocate for the preservation and protection and enhancement of our city's historic resources. For years, DCPL has appeared before the council to express its concerns over the deterioration of properties under the responsibility of the Deputy Mayor for Planning and Economic Development. This ongoing failure to maintain properties has now resulted in the catastrophic loss of the last remaining barn in the District of Columbia, which burned down in a fire in early December. While you may think that this was just a barn, it was an instrumental piece to an ensemble of buildings that tell the story of an agricultural history of the District of Columbia, and specifically the St. Elizabeth's campus, a National Historic Landmark. According to the incident report provided by DC Fire and EMS, which I have attached to my testimony, residents of the nearby shelter were known to congregate there. The investigators on the scene agreed that there was an open flame fire inside the barn. However, the reasons for that fire are unknown. As a hangout for transient individuals and based on the inspector's training, knowledge, and experience, they knew that there was a tendency for open fires to occur in vacant properties for a multitude of reasons. So this is from the incident report that I attached to my testimony to highlight that this particular hangout spot that is DMPED's responsibility was left unsecure. While the focus has been on the southern end of the campus at St. Elizabeth's, this unique historic property was left to rot. The 2012 master plan for St. Elizabeth's East Campus called for the retention and reuse of the farm complex, including the 1884 dry barn. And I quote, "Restoration of the farm complex will offer opportunities for physical activity and access to healthy food that enhances the neighborhood's livability. Additional programming on the site could include child, youth, and adult education, workforce training, small business incubation and development, and potential employment opportunities. While future building rehabilitation could provide an additional community resource such as meeting rooms. Consistent with this approved master plan, the barn must now be reconstructed to restore the historic integrity of the farm complex and provide these intended programming opportunities. The next buildings of concern are the historic John Fox Slater and John Mercer Langston schools that were built for African American children. The contract for redevelopment of the site, which dates to the turn of the 20th century, was awarded almost 2 years ago, and according to DMPED's pipeline website, is in negotiation. Yet during this time, DMPED has not taken any steps to secure the school or deter continued deterioration. As you can see from the photographs that I attached to my testimony, the buildings, particularly Slater, are showing visible signs of neglect. DCPL has asked the council for years to intervene. The result of this failure is to take preemptive steps, which will be much more costly redevelopment of the site. An additional example of neglect by the district government is Ann Archbold Hall, located on the Reservation 13 campus. Built in 1931 to 32 as the nurses' residence for the Gallinger Municipal Hospital. This was originally a major teaching
Ms. Miller,
institution for nurses.
your
Yes.
time has expired. I really
Oh.
appreciate your testimony. I'm sure I'll have a follow-up question, if not for you, for the deputy mayor on some of the projects that you mentioned. So thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
We're going to turn next to Alex Baca with Greater Washington. Good morning to you. It's good to see you, and you can begin your testimony. Actually, I think we lost Alex Baca. If she rejoins while we're on public testimony, then we'll hear from Alex Baca. We're going to turn next to Jean Stewart with the Sierra Club.
Good morning, Chairman McDuffie. Thank you for the opportunity to testify at this oversight hearing on the Deputy Mayor for Planning and Economic Development. My name is Jean Stewart, and I am a member of the Sierra Club District of Columbia Chapter's Clean Energy Committee. The Sierra Club is America's largest and most influential grassroots environmental organization with millions of members and supporters. The DC chapter has about 3,000 dues-paying members across all 8 of DC's wards. Increasingly, our organization and members have come to recognize and embrace a mission that goes beyond simply environmental and climate protection to include environmental justice and the well-being of our communities. In DC, we and our partners in the faith and low-income advocacy communities see no daylight between climate protection and clean energy, and the importance of economic development, including affordable housing that is safe and healthy for DC residents. Taking a look at the website for this agency, specifically the About DMPED page, we see laudable goals, including increasing the supply of affordable housing and promoting an equitable economic recovery. But there is no reference whatsoever to sustainability, climate resilience, or alignment with the mayor's own climate plans and commitments, including those within Clean Energy DC, Sustainable DC, and Keep Cool DC. With the enactment of the Inflation Reduction Act, IRA, new federal funds are becoming available for the District of Columbia to jumpstart economic recovery and to implement the mayor's comeback plan for revitalizing our city's core. These monies should be in part directed toward transition planning for new developments and improvements in existing buildings and their surroundings. Specifically, all new buildings going forward should be fully electric, further shrinking DC's carbon footprint, reducing air pollution, and advancing the district toward the mayor's climate and emissions reduction goals. Funding from the IRA and the DC budget should be dedicated to retrofitting existing low and moderate income housing to cover the initial cost of transition from unhealthy and polluting methane gas to energy from renewably sourced electricity. Communities should be designed with complete streets principles to be safe and accessible to all modes of transportation, including walking and biking, public
Stuart,
transit, and shared.
your time has expired. We are going to move to our next witness. If there's something additional you'd like the committee to have, I'm not sure if you've already done it, but we're happy to accept your written testimony as part of our record.
Yes, I have shared my written testimony, which
Perfect.
contains more details.
Perfect, thank you. I do not see Richard Lake on the Zoom, and so we're going to turn next to Roger Marmot with Peace for DC. Good morning, it's good to see you.
Good
Begin your
morning,
testimony.
council member. Nice to see you. I am here today to talk about Peace for DC and the relationship between our mission, which is eliminating gun violence in DC, using data and science and the evidence base of proven intervention practices, to economic development. This conversation around DC's violence crisis is a jobs crisis, an economic crisis, a human crisis. And as we work in partnership with foundations, other nonprofits, business leaders, and the DC government as well, the real estate world and developers worried about the collapse of the rental market and valuations on buildings, and the government worried about the tax base, must link these conversations with our homicide rate and our violence crisis. Our homicide rate is almost 6 times Boston or New York's, and even higher than Chicago. And so there's no greater issue that any of us face. And as the mayor said recently, there's more anxiety now across the city about safety than any time other than the 90s. And I know that fear personally. But let's not focus on fear, but facts. According to research done by Peace for DC, the cost of a homicide in DC is $1.53 million, and an injury shooting $783,000. And beyond this, there are lost property tax values, lost jobs surrounding our crisis. The cost over the last 2 years was $1 billion per year. And so when we look at opportunity zones, economic development, our recommendation is to link those to reducing violence. One good example of our 25 opportunity zones, 6 of those are in census tracts that have homicide rates 5 or more times higher than DC's average. And yet 3 of those are completely uncovered by any street outreach or violence intervention. So we need to take a broader view. We need to invest not just in developing more housing units or retail corridors, but in linking those conversations to what they will do to help reduce violence. You can't just build buildings without investing in the people who are already living in those neighborhoods. You can't transfer jobs from other places to neighborhoods. You need to build jobs in those neighborhoods. I'm just grateful for the opportunity for this committee and for the council to look at reducing violence more holistically and in a broader lens, and appreciate you embracing that view.
And thank you for your testimony this morning, Mr. Marmot. We're gonna go back up to Richard Lake, who I understand is on the Zoom. Good morning to you. You can begin your testimony.
Good morning, Chairman McDuffie, members of the Committee on Business and Economic Development and staff. My name is Richard Lake, and I am the board president of the District of Columbia Building Administration Association, DCBIA. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. DCBIA is the lead organization solely focused on development in the district and all the neighborhoods that make up our great city. And we deal daily with the economic and physical realities of building in this city. We are on the front lines in zoning, density creation, housing, neighborhood amenities, commercial corridors, generational wealth building and jobs, to name just a few of the industries we touch. This is a pivotal moment in DC history. At the annual comprehensive financial report hearing on February 2nd, DC, the implications of the decline in the commercial property taxes because of the decimation of the downtown economic ecosystem became apparent. Store shops are closing, small and large office tenants are not returning to downtown, federal government, our partners in the federal government are not returning. This has resulted in an office vacancy rate not only above 20%, but most likely 30 to 40% of actual real vacancy. To look at and to ensure a comeback of DC, downtown DC, we envision looking at and reimagining DC as a way of creating more housing opportunities and more interactive and mixed developments. I'd like to focus my testimony today on the mayor's bold and equitable comeback plan for the recovery of downtown to benefit the district and its residents. In order to ensure that these goals, which aim to bring 15,000 new residents downtown, add 7 million square feet of residential units, eliminate amenity gap, and produce affordable housing are met, all options should be on the table. However, the development community is experiencing challenging times with downtown at a tipping point. Rising interest rates, decreasing demand, coupled with increasing and unpredictable regulatory changes make it extremely difficult to secure funding from investors. Previous speaker, I completely agree about safety and public safety. Rather than simply maintaining the current status quo, we must today jointly formulate new economic incentives and regulatory modifications to not only cover rising costs, but overcome obstacles in securing investment for the needed neighborhoods and changes that we all seek, such as providing more affordable housing at every level of the income scale and stabilizing the middle class. The report also highlights how we are losing our middle class, which is critically important for us to reverse. We fully support the collective goals of the mayor and DMPED's focus on reimagining the downtown central business district. Different from any other time in DC's history, it must be stated building in downtown poses very particular challenges and working with existing buildings that are designed to be office buildings. Compared to working with empty parcels, the existing inventory of buildings will have to be priced accordingly and require significant rework to accommodate housing.
Mr. Lake, your
Yep.
time has expired. I know you have at least a couple more pages. We have your written testimony already. If you're able to stay put, I have questions for you, probably a couple other witnesses after the panel finishes. We're going to turn next to Margaret Dwyer with Ward 3 Housing Justice. And good morning to you. You can begin your testimony.
Good morning, Chairman. I'm glad to be here. Ward 3 Housing Justice appreciates DMPED's efforts to address the challenges of building affordable housing in expensive areas like Rock Creek West with programs such as HANTA. We're suggesting 3 priorities that could help move this work forward. Right now, we're facing a dizzying pace in Rock Creek West, in which sites are being snapped up for private, often by right development with a pittance of IZ units. This reality demands a shift in posture to proactivity and cross-agency coordination in development. In a nutshell, we're suggesting that it's time for DMPED to leverage the city's power. Right now, for example, the 2 most promising sites for affordable housing in Friendship Heights, the Lord and Taylor site, the current Western Bus Garage, and along with any other site that could be rolled in, such as Home Plate, demand a proactive, coordinated effort led by DMPED and involving DHCD, OPs, the Zoning Commission, nonprofits, advocates, and the community, including the should-be community, folks who have been systematically excluded from the area, to ensure that both sites are beautiful and environmentally respectful, meet the aspirations of the community, address the concerns of neighbors, meet the needs of WMATA, contribute to the mayor's goal for 1,990 units of new affordable housing, and contribute significantly to the life and vibrancy of Friendship Heights. We have learned the hard way in Rock Creek West that this is not going to happen with the current site-by-site piecemeal approach. We are calling for 2 sites, 1 plan, in which the parties commit to link the 2 sites in one broad, detailed plan that would also provide any needed funding to make it happen, and doesn't allow for one site to be approved without the other site being approved. With the will and the plan, leaving nothing to chance, we could have it all. We could end up with a world-class zero-emission bus garage with all electric buses, mixed-use developments that add generous amounts of housing, including affordable and deeply affordable housing, as well as retail and other amenities that contribute to the life of the community. Second, we need increasingly systematic efforts to ensure that Black and Brown-owned businesses are included in the redevelopments along the corridors. In my written testimony, I've detailed one effort that we were recently successful in building language into a PUD renewal application. Everything is in the testimony, with an explicit commitment and support for such businesses in redevelopment. And we believe that it's time for DMPED to set an expectation for OP that this provision will be strengthened and become an expected component of all PUDs going forward, and that OP won't sign on to PUD applications that fail to meet this mark. Finally, we're counting on DMPED to lead the way in adopting government-wide procedures and decisions to put racial equity in the forefront.
Ms. Dwyer,
Yes.
your time has expired. We do have your written testimony, and I think I have a question for you as well once we finish with this
Thank
panel of
you.
witnesses.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we're going to turn to Melody Webb with Mothers Outreach Network. Good morning to you, and it's good to see you getting your testimony.
Good morning, Chairman Duffy and committee members. My name is Melody Webb, Executive Director of Mothers Outreach Network with the DC Guaranteed Income Coalition. I was born in Washington, DC and reside in Ward 6. We use legal, policy, and community engagement programs to fight poverty and racial inequity and to advance family preservation. We will soon launch a privately funded guaranteed income cash pilot for moms involved with the Child and Family Services Agency. We seek a permanent guaranteed income with no strings attached payments to our district neighbors, ensuring everyone lives with dignity above the income floor of the federal poverty line, $13,000 per person or higher. Our care economy focus is on the 15% of the city's population that lives below this income floor. Poverty has consequences, including family destabilization. I testify today regarding the city's recently enacted and expanded cash assistance programs under your purview. One, the historic publicly funded one-time guaranteed income program, Strong Families, Strong Futures. Also, the EITC Amendment Act of 2022 with its laudable expansions to vulnerable groups. And three, your efforts making deep inroads into protecting the existing locally controlled public benefits of DC EITC recipients and cash transfer guaranteed income pilot recipients. The results of Strong Families hold promise. Uplifting 132 of DC's new moms living in poverty was crucial. However, the program was oversubscribed with 1,550 applicants for about 132 spots. We need a renewed and larger program for the city's poorest families. And here's how we recommend you achieve this. The EITC and guaranteed income are not the same, though they have similar goals. We need to either expand an existing program, the EITC, which is for working families, to families with the poorest children to make it a form of guaranteed income without work requirements. In the alternative, we need a local child tax credit modeled on the ARPA 2021 federal program. That is critical to addressing the deep income and wealth gaps in DC. While EITC has expanded, it still omits the poorest children and families. And although it's paid monthly, the local DC EITC is not a guaranteed income for the poorest who lack employment. And that should be clarified. We learned that many families in the Strong Families program opted for lump sum payments and not monthly payments, likely out of fear of benefit losses from increased income through the program, known as the benefits cliff. The Amendment Act of 2022 did not completely cure this problem, like the state of Illinois did in the legislation Public Act 101-0415. The council should commit to seek all necessary federal approvals or waivers to implement benefits protections. We also urge the council members as well as the mayor to join Mayors for a Guaranteed Income to work on this issue nationally. Finally, the city should fund additional guaranteed income programs, but make them cover broader populations of our community, cover more DC residents than 132, and cover more individuals in more communities citywide beyond wards 5, 7, and 8.
Ms. Webb,
Thank you. Thank you.
your time has expired. I'm not sure if we have your written testimony just yet, but we'd love to have your testimony in writing. We're going to turn next to Andrew Huff. Oh, actually, that is the next panel. So no, before we turn to our next panel, I have a couple of questions I'd like to ask of a few of the witnesses on this panel. Starting with Mr. Marmot. You mentioned specifically, I know you and I have had these conversations in the past about the intersection between public safety and economic development, and frankly, how the nexus could potentially thwart our economic growth. We don't want that, obviously. I don't think it's a goal of anybody who cares about the District of Columbia. But I want to hear from you any specific ideas you have about what the city should be doing beyond amplifying the conversation, which I've been doing from my perch as chair of the Committee on Business and Economic Development. If there's some specific things that you and your organization are already doing that could be scaled up, or any specific ideas you have about what the city should be looking to do.
Sure, I'll give you two just quickly. When we look at the opportunity zones or incentives for development, I think it's important to include the conversation around what we're going to do, not just for the physical space, but for the human space and for the trauma that a lot of folks living in those opportunity zones who are not then displaced are facing. Then the second thing is when we look holistically at bringing more people to live in the city and more businesses to be based here, let's ask ourselves why so many of them are going to Arlington County. And I believe safety is key to that. Safety is foundational to advancement on educational outcomes, addressing food deserts, making it safe to walk to a park, and also economic development and the vitality of not just areas that have been disinvested for decades, but also downtown. In Chicago, there was an effort several years ago to bring a Discover Cards call center to the neighborhood Chatham on the south side. Took a lot of work from the council, took a lot of work from the executive, but they built a Discover Cards call center, not bringing people from elsewhere, but training and hiring from the neighborhood. So people now have a 5-minute commute. And so when we look at retail corridors and we see a Capital One cafe, that's great. But how about we figure out how to get a Capital One call center in our neighborhoods with the highest homicide rates and rates of poverty?
No, I appreciate that. That's really helpful, and we will have some questions to the deputy mayor about specific things that they're doing that fall in line with the mayor's economic development strategy. But I want to turn next to Richard Lake. Is he still on? Okay.
Yep.
You said you agreed with Mr. Marmot's, at least an aspect of his testimony around public safety and the intersection between economic development. You too have heard me talk about this. I'm sure we've had that conversation more recently. And so I want to hear your thoughts just briefly about things the city might be able to do to address some of the challenges that we may be seeing with our future economic growth. And if you have any thoughts on the public safety component, but I also want to give you an opportunity to expound on your testimony that you didn't get to. Specifically, you talked about a few ways the city can ensure that capital markets view DC as a positive place to invest to help achieve the city's goals. So if you could, talk a little bit about those two things.
Absolutely. Thank you. So first and foremost, I think one of the challenges that Washington, D.C. has, especially in housing, and I think housing is a critical component to everything we're talking about. Housing provides stability, provides economic activity, and also creates a sense of neighborhood and sense of place and sense of community. And DC's policies conflict with that, in my opinion. It makes it very difficult to build in Washington, D.C. and very expensive to build in Washington, D.C. And also in addition to that, there's a lot of uncertainty once you are able to build or capable of going through the zoning process, which is perilous at best. But once you get through that policy and once you are able to actually get permits and build, then you are saddled with inability to recapture your investment easily. So we have a number of things that are, I believe, that are impeding our ability to attract capital. And most developers in the city, we are working with other investors and trying to attract that capital to the city to do projects like our City Ridge project up in Wisconsin Avenue. It required $715 million of investment. That's not coming from just the local marketplace. So I would suggest that we look at our policies, make sure that we align our goals. Goals are critical. That's one of the things I like about what DMPED and the mayor have done is put goals on the table. So let's rally around these goals and see how we can make sure they happen. So for instance, we want to see downtown redeveloped. We want to see it become more mixed uses. So we want to basically bring the neighborhoods that are already there, DuPont Circle to the south, the West End, the East End, and Foggy Bottom to the north. We want to encroach a little bit on the downtown core and bring 24-hour activity housing. To take those buildings and redevelop them, we need incentives. They're not going to get built by themselves. You've got people who have bases that are far exceed what a building like that can be converted to. So we need to look at how do we attract the capital to go there. And we have some ideas, and some ideas could be expand the HANTA program to downtown. Look at that as a way of building up our middle income. Produce a fair amount of affordable housing, but produce it in the middle of the barbell as opposed to the edges. And I think that
Well, let me stop you for a moment. You might have some folks who are listening who are wondering what you mean when you say produce it in the middle of the barbell as opposed to the edges.
Sure. So we have a lot of policies, federal and local policies that are geared to the deepest affordability. Even IZ is at the 50 and 60% of AMI, area median income. And we have a lot of policies around programs that allow for 30% and lower to be supported and subsidized. Maybe not enough, but we do have those policies. We don't have a lot of tools for the working class, for the middle income. We don't have a lot for young families that are growing into the city that can't afford childcare and housing and stay in DC. So what's happening is we're losing them. So people who have incredible wealth, they have the ability to pay the high-end market rate rents or buy homes. But the people in the middle are not able. They're kind of stuck, and there's no real policy that allows them to support their growth in the city. And as far as I'm concerned, the middle income is critically important to both the lower income and the upper income. Without the middle income, our city stops functioning. And we need to continue to look at our policies and how we help that middle income. So the HANTA, which is—
And I'm gonna ask you just if you could make your last comment brief, because I want to turn to another witness for a question.
So on public safety, I think it was the last one, Councilmember, Chairman.
Yep.
So these all come into intersections of feeling secure in your own community, in your own neighborhood. And without public safety, you can't get businesses to invest. You can't open a grocery store if half your merchandise is going out the door. You can't lease high-end or even middle-income housing if people are worried about being an enterprise. In Shaw, we built significant investment in Shaw, and we struggle with public safety. I don't think public safety is none of these issues, by the way, are one and done policy changes. I really believe that we need to look at that as a multi-prong, and I think we need to look at how we can provide opportunities for our young people to aspire and to grow and to find a path to building wealth for themselves, as opposed to leaving them to their own accord. And so I would be very interested in working with the city in a jobs training program that would allow us to help lift up people from the city and from the streets and giving them real opportunities and showing them a path through mentorship and through job training and through jobs and not really jobs, really careers, and give them a sense that there's a path.
No, I appreciate that, and that is, completely in line with things that we're prioritizing here at the committee in terms of the city's jobs agenda. And and I know some of the other witnesses, perhaps like you, have heard me talk about the silos within which not just the executive, the council as well sometimes operates, where we have committees based on issues like public safety or housing or workforce development and labor, despite the fact that, the issues tend to overlap to a large extent when it comes to our overall economic vitality in the District of Columbia. And so I think it's difficult, or I think it's not wise to talk about economic development without talking about jobs and labor, or talking about public safety, or talking about housing specifically. So I appreciate your and some of the other witnesses' testimony. I'm going to sort of pivot now to Margaret Dwyer, because you offered some really important testimony as well. And you talked specifically about 2 sites, 1 plan. What are those 2 sites that you're referencing? And what's briefly, not to rehash your entire testimony, but what things specifically should this committee be looking to do with respect to engaging DMPED or any other agencies under our purview with respect to gaining more housing in high need areas, as you mentioned, in parts of Ward 3?
Thank you for your question, Mr. Chairman. Basically, we're talking about the 2 sites in Friendship Heights, and it could conceivably be more. The current bus garage, the current Western bus garage, WMATA's property, and the Lord and Taylor property, which is now vacant, which WMATA is attempting to purchase. They're in negotiations to purchase. And their plan is to move the bus garage to the Lord and Taylor property. We're not sure that that's going to happen, but it's likely that those 2 sites are both going to be in play over the next 10 years or so while the bus garage is somehow redeveloped. And there are also other sites very nearby, like Home Plate next to the Mazza Gallery. And there's also some low-level retail, low-height retail right across the street from the current bus garage. And if we weren't siloed, if there were a broad plan and the city leveraged its power in this time of transition, there could be an agreement that nothing was going to be done until everything was planned, that there would be a commitment that WMATA would get the site that it needs for its beautiful world-class new bus garage, and that there would be a commitment to mixed-use development, lots of housing, including lots of affordable housing and deeply affordable housing to meet the mayor's goal, and something that would be lively and add to the life of the neighborhood. If you've been to Friendship Heights lately, you know we're hurting and we need an injection of activity and vibrancy that a well-executed plan like this could make. And DMPED is in a position to do that. They have to just use their power to make that happen. And I think it would make a huge difference.
I appreciate your testimony. And I have been to Friendship Heights, and my role as an at-large council member, I'm spending more time in other parts of the city. I can tell you, I haven't stopped in Friendship Heights, though. It's been a sort of driving up and down Wisconsin Avenue to other destinations, because there's not a lot that's there to get you to stop. And I do appreciate there's still some small shops along Wisconsin Avenue that are still going strong. And obviously a lot of residents around there who would love to see some of the vitality injected back into the retail offerings along the corridor. So I appreciate your testimony, and obviously you've interacted with us here at the committee quite a bit, and we look forward to following up with you on some of what you testified about. But I do want to just, recognize the aspect of your testimony that I think is extraordinarily important. And again, as with some of the other witnesses, aligns with the priorities of the committee, where you talk about needing increasingly systematic efforts to ensure that Black and brown business owners are included in the redevelopments along the corridors. I think that's extraordinarily important. I know that DMPED is doing a number of things to engage minority businesses generally, but Black businesses in particular, And I know people like Al Swells, who testified on this panel as well, appreciates that. You should know, Mr. Swells, that I plan to ask for an update on the disparity study, which is committee funded some years ago. And I anticipate that the deputy mayor has some updates to share that you will appreciate as well. So thank you, Ms. Dwyer, and thank you to all the witnesses who testify on this panel. I really appreciate your testimony. If you have not already provided your testimony in writing, we encourage you to do so via email to the committee. Thank you. Okay, we're going to include Alex Baca in our next panel of witnesses. I know you were here earlier and perhaps had to drop for one of the other hearings that are going on simultaneously at the council today. So Alex Baca, we also have Andrew Huff with the Golden Triangle Bid, Kimberly Bender with DC Brewers Guild, Dolores Bouchon, Renee Bowser with the DC Grassroots Planning Coalition, William Jordan, Veronica Tucker, DC Guaranteed Income Coalition, Ernest Johnson with the Friends of the Frank Reeves Center, Lester Cuffey, Nick Deladon, Michael Hayes, and actually, you know what? We're going to also include Ed Hanlon and Curtis Crawford, since they appear to be testifying with an affiliated organization about the Frank Reeves Center.
I did not hear your question, Mr. Chairman. Good morning.
I didn't ask a question yet. Good morning to you, though. We're going to begin this panel with Alex Baca. Good morning to you. Good to see you. In your testimony, you have 3 minutes.
Good morning. Thank you, council member. I was over at DFHB. You're a former stomping grounds, so thanks for accommodating me. My name is Alex Baca, and I am testifying on behalf of Greater Washington, where I serve as DC Policy Director. I've focused Juju Wash's work for the past several years on how to better use public land in the district. We feel that public ownership of land is fiscally smart. The district owning the land underneath a privately developed, privately owned affordable project funded by HBTF dollars can offset some foreclosure risk and allows the district to incorporate the value of the land into its assets, and is overall critical to making the district's existing affordable housing programs work better. My oversight testimony for the Department of Housing and Community Development's FY23 performance goes into greater detail about land acquisition and how it can support the development of more income restricted subsidized units. That's linked in the testimony that I submitted. For the purposes of today's hearing, I'd like to keep things short. Juju Wash would like the district to acquire land, upzone it, ground lease it, and when the comprehensive plan can be amended or rewritten, upflum it. The district is already doing this. We were fully supportive of a ground lease for the Belmont Crossing project at 4272 7th Street Southeast in October 2022. In October 2021, we organized our supporters to contact the council to urge members to upflum 1617 U Street, the engine nice site, from medium to high density. We are likewise fully supportive of the map amendment filed by Office of Planning to upzone the site from MU4 to MU10, which will enable around 200 housing units that would be impossible to build with that MU4 designation. We would like the district to ground lease 1617U as it has done with Belmont Crossing, and when the comprehensive plan is rewritten in 2025, upflum all its public sites to high density. Following that, OP should file map amendments as it has done with 1617U in advance of any specific development proposal or RFP to ensure that the public's intentions, not a developer's, are leading land use changes. We look forward to working with the committee and with DMPED to maximize the utility and efficiency of district-owned land to develop more housing and more affordable housing, particularly in neighborhoods where nearly nothing, either market rate or subsidized, has been built. Thank you.
And thank you for your testimony. We appreciate it. Thank you for providing your testimony in writing as well. We're going to turn next to Andrew Huff. Good morning to you. You can begin your testimony.
Good morning.
3 minutes.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Chairperson McDuffie.
We can hear you,
members.
but we can't see you.
Oh, interesting. My camera is on, so I'm not sure what's going on there.
Okay. All right,
Can
well,
you
we'll
hear
let
me
you
okay?
proceed.
Okay.
We'll let you proceed. We'll start your clock over too.
Appreciate it. Good morning, Chairperson McDuffie, committee members and staff. My name's Andrew Huff. I am the Associate Director of Member and Government Relations at the Golden Triangle Business Improvement District. I'm testifying this morning on behalf of Leona Agaritis, our Executive Director, who can't be here this morning. The BID has had a long and productive relationship with DMPED, even more so since the beginning of the pandemic. As you know, the Golden Triangle neighborhood continues to struggle under the weight of the pandemic, with an office vacancy rate of over 20% and only an average 45% of daily office workers back in the neighborhood. We are still reeling from the impacts of COVID, with significant challenges ahead. At the same time, the pandemic's created a new sense of urgency and opportunity to reimagine the Central Business District as a 24/7 neighborhood. DMPED has been a steadfast partner in all aspects of the BID's recovery efforts, including building conversions and the Penn West Equity and Innovation District. With the recent announcement of the mayor's 5-year comeback plan, we're also looking forward to collaborating with the downtown DC BID on an action agenda to consider how to fill or change the use of 17 million square feet of vacant office space to create an active and economically vibrant downtown and central business district. This will present additional opportunities for collaboration with DMPED and our other district partners. DMPED's residential conversion program is especially critical to our recovery efforts. While there is no simple solution to the problem of excess vacant office space, we know that a strong and resilient central business district will require an absolute transformation of the built environment, adding residential, cultural, and entertainment uses, as well as retail. Replacing aging vacant offices with housing and other productive uses will bring people back downtown. DMPED has also been a major supporter of the Penn West Equity and Innovation District. In partnership with DMPED and George Washington University, the Equity and Innovation District strives to drive a tech ecosystem in DC. Penn West is continuing to gain momentum as the BID and our partners help transform the district into a global destination for uniting digital technology with public policy, equity, and social impact. Early Penn West successes include our work with Techstars, a global investment business that provides access to capital, mentorship, a worldwide network, and customized programming for early age entrepreneurs. Additionally, our partnership with Build Within provides equity-based workforce development solutions for companies in the greater DC region and supports DC residents and businesses through tech apprenticeship programs. Now is the time to bring all stakeholders, the executive, the DC Council, building owners, and the larger community together to set out a plan to act boldly and comprehensively as we recreate the district's core. We're grateful for our ongoing partnership with DMPED and look forward to continuing our laser-focused efforts on recovery, working closely with Deputy Mayor Falchecchio and his team to get us there. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
And thank you for your testimony. We're going to turn next to Kimberly Bender with DC Brewers Guild.
Thank you, Chairperson McDuffie, for the opportunity to testify. I'm Kim Bender. I'm the Executive Director of the DC Brewers Guild, the Association of DC's breweries. I've worked with the Guild since 2012 when I helped found this organization in the Hyrick House Museum's Historic Conservatory. The Hyrick House is the former home of DC's largest historic brewer, and I'm that organization's CEO as well. The district currently has 18 breweries located across the city in every quadrant, and the DC Brewers Guild represents most of them, including 3 Black-owned contract breweries, whose businesses make DC the city with the highest concentration of Black-owned breweries in the country. We also represent many of DC's distilleries and cideries, and we consider all of these manufacturers to be part of our community with the same concerns and needs. Craft beverage manufacturers are good for our city and are essential to our identity. They serve as third places, neighborhood amenities, and gathering places, each with its own unique individual character that support other types of culture like artists, musicians, museums. And according to the Brewers Association's 2021 Economic Impact Survey, the DC craft breweries contributed $193 million to DC's economy and created over 1,400 jobs. The owners of these businesses are city leaders. They sit on Main Street boards and boards of other local nonprofits. Unfortunately, these manufacturers and the benefits they bring to the district are navigating icy waters in this post-COVID era. As you know, 3 Stars Brewing closed this year. The abrupt demise of one of the first craft breweries in DC is just the tip of an iceberg, and I'm here to send up a warning flare. Even before COVID, the business of craft beverages was difficult in DC. These are low margin businesses, costs are high in the city from rent to regulatory fees and taxes. Craft beverage manufacturers are also severely constrained by outdated regulations and an outdated 3-tier system introduced after Prohibition. COVID and its aftermath have exacerbated these challenges, and the cost of doing business has risen and customer habits have changed. The inflexible regulatory environment has become completely untenable. Where flexibility has been increased, it is not applied to DC-born manufacturers. As such, ABRA has allowed 3 Virginia manufacturing breweries to open in DC in the last year, while DC breweries have not been able to do the same. Of course, we welcome these new businesses into DC. Many of them are actually members of our guild, but this disparity of how the law is being applied highlights the need for informed regulatory reform. We ask if you could please help us by overhauling the regulations stifling this industry, even just by providing temporary relief, and advocating for additional grant aid or tax relief to DC's manufacturers. And I really appreciate the opportunity to testify, and I'm happy to talk more about all of these issues.
And thank you for sharing that testimony. We appreciate it. We're going to turn next to Dolores Bouchon. Good morning to you. You can turn on your video and unmute yourself and begin your testimony. It appears Dolores Bouchon may be experiencing some technical difficulties. So we're going to move on to our next witness. If you resolve those issues, then we're happy to hear from you while we're still taking public witnesses.
Can you hear from me?
Yes, we can hear you now. We can't
Okay,
see you.
let me begin because I'm in Mexico City, and I'm on my cell phone, so I'm having some problems. Okay, good morning. My name is Dolores Bouchon. I have lived in Ward 5 on Hamlin Street Northeast for over 30 years. Let me tell you about this area of Ward 5. This will not be new to Council Chairperson McDuffie, as he was councilperson for Ward 5 for several years. Ward 5 has the most industrial zoned land in the district. My home across from Langdon Park is only several blocks from the industrially zoned area. Ward 5 also has been identified as an area of the city that is considered a heat island zone. According to Casey Trees, Ward 5 also has been the ward that has lost the most tree canopy from the years 2015-2020. Ward 5 has only 29% tree canopy, far less than the 40% Mayor Bowser has set as a goal. My home is directly across the street from Langdon Park, a wonderful park that has numerous recreational amenities as well as a forest patch with a trail. This forest patch is 2.2 acres, and it is the most unique feature, as most DPR parks don't contain intact forest. I have been working as a forest steward in Langdon Park, removing invasive vines to rescue trees. I've learned of the many benefits the forest patch provides to the community. Some of these benefits are mitigating stormwater runoff, lowering the temperature, storing carbon, and providing cleaner air. Langdon Park Forest Patch is not the only forest patch in this community. There are 3 plots bordering 20th Street Northeast and Douglas Street Northeast. These are lots 806, 840, and 822, and they are listed as district owned under the Department of General Services. There's also a paper road, a continuation of an existing section of 20th Street Northeast. All of these areas are currently intact forest. These plots are threatened by development. The Deputy Mayor for Planning and Economic Development is planning to build a new fire station on one of these patches. These 3 plots of intact forest provide significant benefits to this area. Once trees this size are cut down and the soil taken for other uses such as buildings, there's no going back. Trees require soil and time to grow to provide ecosystem benefits. These plots should be shielded from development in perpetuity by placing them in a conservation easement with Casey Trees. The paper street, which is forested, should also be placed in a conservation easement. In that way, the benefits of the forest can continue to be available to all the residents in my community. Certainly, a new fire station is necessary, but consider building it on other district-owned land that is not forested. The Langdon Park area of Ward 5 needs clean air and cooler temperatures. Thank you very much for your time and consideration.
And thank you for taking time out of your day, which sounds great, to testify. And I will note that it ties back into testimony we got earlier from a neighbor, Allison Clausen. So thank you for that, Ms.
Thank
Buchanan. It's
you.
always great to hear from you.
Okay, and I'll be leaving the meeting. Thank you.
Okay. Next, we're going to turn to Renee Bowser. Good morning to you. It's good to, you're with us.
Good morning.
Your testimony.
Good morning, Chairman McDuffie and members and staff of the Committee on Business and Economic Development. My name is Renee Bowser, and I'm a DC Grassroots Planning Coalition Steering Committee member and a longtime member of Empower DC. I testify today to demand that the Office of the Deputy Mayor for Planning and Economic Development create and use a racial equity tool to shape its development decisions and the projects it funds. Further, I demand that DMPED place a moratorium on development projects until it has developed a racial equity tool that will shape its development decisions to redress and reverse the racially inequitable policies and developments it has created and overseen using the district's limited public land and other public subsidies. DMPED, in its own words, says it coordinates and convenes the district's housing agencies and related agencies to ensure continued progress toward the mayor's housing goals. DMPED also administers economic development incentives related to the development and redevelopment of real property. The comp plan requires DMPED to prepare and implement tools for evaluating and implementing the comp plan's policies through an equity, particularly a racial equity lens. This includes tools to use as part of the development review process, preparation of plans, zoning code updates, and the preparation of capital improvement plan that consider how an equity analysis in these processes, including any information needed. To advance racial equity, the implementation element instructs DMPED to prioritize public investment toward housing production and preservation, serving very low income and extremely low income households, who are, by the way, working class households. In short, DMPED is required by law to develop a racial equity tool to determine and shape the programs that the agency will subsidize with public land and public funding. Yet nearly 2 years on, after the passage of the DC Comprehensive Plan, DMPED, there's just little evidence that DMPED uses a racial equity analysis to determine its development decisions as the comp plan requires. Because to do so, it has to identify the facts, the root causes and impacts of the racial and economic marginalization on residents in every area of the city and use that information to approve plans. Bill 24-0466, the St. Elizabeth parcel shows that DMPED either ignores or doesn't understand racial equity, because only 32 of the units, 421 apartment units, were set aside for 30% median family income, and only 90% were set aside for 50% MFI, leaving most of the units as market rate. And therefore, let me skip. I'm almost done.
Just summarize briefly. Thank you.
Well, what I'm trying to say is that given DMPED's actions, the agency has to develop a racial equity plan using disaggregated data so that DMPED can shape housing and development projects based on racial equity analysis in order to achieve racially equitable outcomes. Until that time, DMPED must impose a moratorium, or else it will continue to drive the inequitable development and displacement of Black, Brown, and other marginalized residents.
Thank you for your testimony. And as always, we're happy to accept written testimony via email to the committee.
I've sent it.
Thank you so much. We're going to turn next to William Jordan. And good morning to you. Begin your testimony.
Good morning. My name is William Jordan. I'm a member of the Park Morton Equity Team. We've been involved with the Park Morton New Communities Development. I wanted to first give a personal thank you to Deputy Mayor Ficicchio for his work in helping to resolve some issues around Park Morton that would not have moved forward had he not taken a personal interest. So I want to thank him for that. However, I want to get to the root of the matter. The Park Morton Equity Plan was developed by Ms. High and residents years ago to ensure that Park Morton actually was redeveloped in a way that enhanced the opportunities for residents. And so I'm here today to talk about that plan, but also to talk about what we can do to make it a reality, because it fits into what the city needs to do today. So first I want to go, Park Morton Phase 1 is now on the table. It's a $100 million project. From that $100 million project, Sheila Miller from the Deputy Mayor's office sent us a note some time ago. And in that note, she talked about how the CBE programs and Section 3 programs would be leveraged to ensure resident employment opportunities. Not long ago, I pulled the data from the Housing Finance Agency about the project and found that out of a $100 million project, only one new job would be produced. So how is that even possible? That $100 million spent, most of it subsidized by the city, but only one job created. And then we were told before construction would start, they'd be meeting the residents, at least to ensure we got that one job, and that meeting never happened. The other issue that I think DMPED needs to look at is DMPED is creating projects, 965 Florida, for example, and Spring Flats, where they're creating units that don't pass inspection of the housing choice vouchers. So what's happening, the city is creating projects, giving residents vouchers, they find units but can't pass inspection. So why is the city building units that won't pass inspection? Lastly, is Park Morton Phase 2 is coming up and was promised to be a home ownership phase. But there's no planning in place to ensure that that will happen. Although that would be a perfect opportunity to execute the mayor's Black home ownership program. And then finally, I wanted to point to affordable housing is a 30% tax on the recipients of that program. Income, any new income goes up by 30% because it goes towards housing, which is counterproductive for economic development for these programs. And we need to address this. Otherwise, affordable housing is a hindrance to full equitable development. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony this morning. We're going to turn next to Veronica Tucker.
Good morning, Councilman McDuffie. Thank you for allowing me to come in and testify this morning. I appreciate that. Okay, my name is Veronica Tucker. I'm a native Washingtonian and a lifelong hospitality worker. That's an industry that I'm good at and I enjoy. Currently, most of my coworkers that work alongside of me are struggling. They are, especially since the pandemic, and the fact that we live in a very expensive area causes many of us to have need of assistance to maintain the ability to care for our families and survive. Guaranteed basic income is a way that many of us are doing that. Excuse me, I'm sorry. Assistance to maintain the ability to take care of our families and survive. Guaranteed basic income is the way that many of us are, in fact, doing that. But we're still needing help. And here we are finding that the benefits cliff is an issue that has a lot of people that are in our groups concerned and worried in terms of whether or not they'll lose their assistance with housing. They may lose their food stamps or TANF, SSI. So we are hoping that we can share this information with you this morning and that there's a possibility the council will consider that things need to change. These programs that are assisting us now and have been assisting us over the years are good programs, but they've been in place for a long time. And we're saying that there's some things that need to change about them so that they don't make it necessary, for people to lose those benefits because they're getting assistance elsewhere. We hope that waivers can be in place and that that would help people from, in fact, losing those benefits. Many people are fearful that that won't happen and they will, in fact, lose food stamps or lose their housing vouchers. And so we're hoping that, you all consider all of those things. I work with several organizations in the District of Columbia that are interested in making these programs easier for folks. I work with the DC Guaranteed Income Foundation, Mothers Outreach Network, Rock DC. I work with IF, an organization for radical possibilities. And I'm also working with Let's Go DMV, which is a program that has been developed by me and some of my coworkers in order to provide some assistance for those of us who are in this hospitality industry, which has never come back yet. We pray that it will, but it has not yet returned. And so we suffer. We are people who are not in restaurants. We work largely in other hospitality venues, such as banquet facilities. And people aren't coming to the district for their events the way they did it prior to the pandemic.
Veronica Tucker, your time has expired. I'm not sure if you can see the clock, but your time has expired.
Okay, thank you so much. I appreciate your listening.
Absolutely, and thank you for your testimony. We're going to turn next to Ernest Johnson, Chairman and CEO of the Friends of the Frank Reeves Center.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the Business Economic Development Committee. We've already submitted written testimony to all the committee members, DMPED and the mayor. And we're just here today to listen to the proceedings and to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you for providing your testimony. We're going to turn next. Does that include all the folks who have registered to testify, affiliated with Friends of the Frank Reeves Center, including Lester Cuffey and Nick Deladon and Michael Hayes, Ed Hanlon, Curtis Crawford?
They may have other questions, but that is, our official position today.
Got it. So I'll just make a call for the record. The next person on our witness list is Lester Cuffey. We do not see Lester Cuffey on our Zoom. Nick Deladon, we also do not see. Michael Hayes. Do not see Michael Hayes. Ed Hanlon. Okay, no Ed Hanlon. Deborah Akale. Okay, Curtis Crawford. No Curtis Crawford. Chris Williams. Okay, we're going to move to the next panel. At this point, and that third and final panel, we're going with Chris Williams, DC Grassroots Planning Coalition, Chris Otten, Robin Diner, Laura Venezzi, Deidre Brown, Cheryl Court. Those are all the witnesses who signed up previously to testify before the committee this morning for the Deputy Mayor for Planning and Economic Development. Chris Williams will be first up. Actually, Actually, we're going to begin with Deborah Akell.
Yes.
Good morning to you.
Good
You can begin
morning.
your testimony. We can hear you. I'm not sure if you would like to turn on your video.
Yeah. There we go.
We can now hear and see you. And good morning again. You can begin your testimony. You have 3 minutes.
Great. Okay. I'm here to testify about the lot right beside my building at 17th and U, which currently has the Engine 9 fire station and the 3D MPD police station, as well as a parking deck. We only had one public meeting about this development, which happened in July of last year. And as this hearing is about DMPED, DMPED is the one who hosted the meeting, and they have yet to release a report. According to the Office of Planning, over 70 people submitted comments, and I was at the meeting, and in the room, I know that most of the people were opposed to some element of this project. And I would say that it's probably the height, because they want to go from an MU4 to an MU10, which would double the height of what it is now and allow an 11-story plus building to be built there. So the Office of Planning has submitted a map amendment to a couple of the ANCs. And my issue right now, I have a couple issues with this project, but with DMPED, my issue is that they have, and Office of Planning, they have not provided these ANCs with a readout of that public meeting. And they're asking them to vote. They're supposed to be the voice of the neighborhood. They're asking them to vote on this map amendment without giving them, the readout of that public meeting. I also feel like we deserve an additional public hearing or meeting. And so with DMPED, I just feel that the process is not transparent enough. It doesn't have enough public engagement up to this point. I realize there will be opportunities later on, but right now, I think before a map amendment is considered by the ANCs, they should be provided a report, and we should have more opportunity for public comment. And lastly, and this isn't just DMPED specifically, but I don't think that an 11-story building on that site is either appropriate or needed. I'm 100% in favor of more affordable housing, but I think that we can get to a reasonable height for this area without going to 11 stories. And I thank you for allowing me to testify today.
And thank you for your testimony. We're going to move on next to Chris Williams. Okay. We promoted Chris Williams, dear panelists, and good morning to you.
Good
your testimony.
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to present. As you know, the DC Council and the Mayor approved the comprehensive plan framework. In that framework, it stated the district must commit to operationalizing strategies for advancing racial equity, defined as the moment when race can no longer be used to predict life outcomes and outcomes for all groups are improved. Renee Bowser spoke earlier as a member of the DC Grassroots Planning Coalition. I'm also a member of the DC Grassroots Planning Coalition, but I will use my time today to speak about challenges in Southwest. We have many, and DMPED plays an outsized role in the historic neighborhood change that we are experiencing. It is not, the rate of change here in Southwest is greater than it has been since urban renewal. And yet we are seeing support for the gentrification economy, where our housing is being eroded, particularly affordable housing is being eroded, where low-income populations such as Greenleaf are under threat of serious displacement. And the plans on the table are simply to provide for one-for-one replacement, which is not really expanding affordable housing options. The rapid redevelopment in and around Southwest is also catalyzing redevelopment for other public housing properties. We know that there's talk of redevelopment at Syfax, perhaps even James Creek. And we also know that there is rising costs associated with all of the luxury housing development. So my question for DMPED and for the committee is, when will Southwest begin to see that the district is operationalizing strategies for advancing racial equity? We are getting luxury development after luxury development with minimal affordable housing. We know that they lowered affordable housing at the Wharf. We know that most of the affordable housing at Randall School was well beyond median Black household income. We know that there are several projects in the hopper that are only looking to provide very basic or minimal affordable housing. So where is the racial equity? That's the summary of my testimony.
And thank you for your testimony this morning. We're going to turn next to Chris Otten. You can begin
Good
your testimony.
afternoon, Councilmember McDuffie. My name is Chris Otten. I'm with DC for Reasonable Development. I'm down at McPherson Square. I just wanted to show, as part of my testimony, the direct economic violence against the most vulnerable people that live in our city. They happen to live in tents because they can't afford affordable housing. Under DC's regulations, the bluest city in the nation has defined affordability to be a housing unit for somebody who could make $120,000 a year. That's the definition of affordability under DMPED, who, of course, is the agency by which the mayor propels whomever the mayor's at the time, their thoughts about how the city should evolve. We've evolved to a point where affordable housing, when that word is uttered, it could mean for somebody making $120,000 a year, which is why people have to live in tents. And then when you live in a tent, then you have to be bulldozed when it becomes unsightly because of the foreign investment and large banking investments. Investors don't like how it looks downtown. It's really an outrage. It's criminal. This is economic violence. This is the opposite of racial equity. The mayor's doing right now, and with the help of NPS. I want to turn to the 10801 process. It is completely broken, Mr. McDuffie. We need your help to change this around. We have DMPED going to the community, as Ms. Ackle just pointed out, with a surplus hearing before there's even any discussion about a vision for what our public property could serve and do for the people. It's completely backwards. Surplus hearings are supposed to come at the end after we've all decided how we're going to redevelop our public property. We really need your help to straighten out the 10801 process. It is absolutely perverted and backwards right now. Thank you so much.
And thank you for your testimony this morning. Our next witness is Robin Diner. I don't think we see Robin Diner on the Zoom this morning. Next is Laura Finizzi. We also don't see on our Zoom. How about Deidre Brown? No Deidre Brown either. Cheryl Court, we do see. Good morning to you. You can begin your testimony.
Good morning, Chair
McDuffie. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I'm testifying on behalf of the Coalition for Smarter Growth. We're the leading nonprofit organization in Washington, D.C. region, dedicated to making the case for smart growth. Our mission is to promote walkable, inclusive, and transit-oriented communities and the land use and transportation policies and investments that are needed to make those communities flourish. We want to express our appreciation for the difficulty of DMPED's job that it does for the city. We find that our professional working relationships with DMPED staff are good, but we would love to have them get some additional help, maybe consulting and training and communication and public engagement. It is too easy sometimes to forget that the public at large does not really fully understand the processes that lead to change. And this leads to the fear of unknown. As you've heard other people express a misunderstanding of, say, like the Chevy Chase civic site surplusing action. We thank DMPED for moving forward with implementation of the updated citywide comprehensive plan, housing equity and racial equity goals, and the Chevy Chase small area plan. This brings us to the decision about how to reuse the specific Chevy Chase civic site. ANC 34G, its number one recommendation under its task force for racism asks that dedicated, affordable, and workforce housing be provided above the Chevy Chase community center and library. And we agree with community plans and the ANC that these are the right recommendations, and we urge DMPED to facilitate this process. We have worked with Washington Interfaith Network and Ward 3 Vision to call for the city to not waste this opportunity. And we ask that at least 100 affordable units of mixed income housing between 30 and 80% median family income be provided at the site, with an emphasis on the extremely low income households. And they say, why do we focus on the civic site? Because it's public land at no cost, which then makes it feasible to maximize affordable housing opportunities in Ward 3 in a high opportunity neighborhood without all that land cost. To make the most of this opportunity, it's critical that we have a much better public input into the RFP process. We suggest that DMPED go back to an hour RFP process, like a Saturday workshop, to get community input. What would you like? What kinds of things do you want to be able to do on the civic site? That has been missing and is important in order to create a successful RFP process, so that proposers for the RFP know what the community is expecting to see out of that process. So we think that's essential. And we really encourage DMPED to move forward with that. And of course, we agree with the council's law that requires that permit affordability is a part of any public land disposition. And we recommend that this site be any part that has a private use, like housing, be leased rather than sale. Thank you.
Time has expired. Thank you for your testimony this morning. That's all the public witnesses we have. I do have a couple questions before we transition to the testimony of the deputy mayor. I wanted to pose this to Renee Bowser or Chris Williams. You both referenced racial equity and perhaps that the deputy mayor's office should be using a racial equity tool. I wanted to know if there's a specific racial equity tool that you're referencing, or that the deputy mayor should look to use in some of the work that they're doing.
I would say that the Seattle, Washington, and Boston have created racial equity tools that identify ways to look so that you can find the facts of the disparities, of the root causes of the disparities and the impact, and requires the agencies to use those conditions, shape their projects based on changing, reversing, and redressing those conditions. That's what DMPED doesn't seem to be doing, even in its most recent projects. my testimony, I couldn't get to Bill, the St. Elizabeth East Parcel 13 Surplus Declaration and Disposition Approval Act of 2022. That was just voted by the council, which does not place a priority on housing for very low income and extremely low income households. They're the ones that have been pushed out by this district. So
Can I ask you a question, Ms. Bowser?
Yes.
And we'll note that. And I plan to ask the Deputy Mayor, the REACH Act that I know you and maybe others are familiar with, the Racial Equity Achieved Results Act, which I authored and the council and this committee funded, requires the creation of an Office of Racial Equity, both at the council and within the executive. Both of those offices have been created. And so I plan to ask the Deputy Mayor how his office has interacted with the Mayor's Office of Racial Equity and whether or not there is a specific racial equity tool that is being utilized to measure performance of the agency. But I do want to ask you this because, in light of the disposition around St. Elizabeth's, we've heard from any number of residents in support and opposition of that particular development. Like you, there are concerns raised about what people have characterized as the lack of deeply affordable housing. And you just articulated that as well in your testimony in response to my question. The other side that we've heard with folks who have supported that development, and even beyond that particular development, we've heard from concerns around residents who live in and around that area who would like to see more neighborhood serving amenities. And they'd like to see more diversity in terms of the housing that the city is building. They'd like to see more of the missing middle in terms of housing for, which is also avoidable, but maybe at between 50 and 80% of MFI. And I just want to get your thoughts on that tension that seems to exist sometimes with those types of developments.
Well, I don't think it's a tension because the median income for Black people in this city is under $50,000 a year. So in other words, half of the Black population of this city is between 0 and 50% MFI. And under the comprehensive plan, not only does it call for priorities for extremely low income and very low income household, it also calls for developing communities. It talks about the whole neighborhood approach. For example, in communities like Ivy City, they had no library, no childcare, no recreation for the children for decades, and very little jobs. The jobs in our city depend on working class people, people that make 20, 30, 40, 50,000 a year. So it is no conflict because though working class people in our city and extremely low income people are working class people, they are the foundation. If they're all moved out, where is the city?
Right, and I appreciate that, and also, hear your comments in the context of some of the testimony that we got earlier from Veronica Tucker, with the hospitality community. A lot of these folks are the workers that I think fit into the description you just provided in terms of incomes, and many of them find it challenging to live near where they work in the District of Columbia and have to travel long distances in order to do so. So I appreciate your response. I want to pitch it to, I also wanted to hear from Chris Williams on that. And then I also see that William Jordan and Veronica Tucker have their hands raised. And I see Deborah Akil physically raising her hand. So I would ask you all just if you could keep your responses brief, but I want to hear from each of you. Let's start with Chris Williams.
Yeah, I appreciate it. So in terms of the data, the second iteration of the zoning commission's racial equity tool calls for the disaggregation of data. And that is the direction that DMPED needs to go in. Not only to use in making initial decisions about what to put into a community, what projects to approve, at what level of affordability, but once those plans are made, being responsive to trends. So you talk about sort of the missing middle in Congress Heights. Southwest has a missing middle because what we see is that a lot of moderate Black household income earners have left Southwest. That's reflected in the data, which shows that in the last 8 years, that the Black median household income in the 20024 zip code has lowered by $8,000. Meaning that what we're really talking about are the public housing communities in Southwest. Southwest is becoming unaffordable because we have concentrated too much luxury housing in and around Southwest, and we take project by project instead of looking at aggregate data. And disaggregate data, frankly, we need to be looking at income. We need to be looking at race. We need to be looking at family size to make these vibrant neighborhoods where people want to stay and live and really contribute to their community.
Thank you for that. Next, we're going to turn to William Jordan and then Veronica Tucker, followed by Deborah Kill to wrap it up. Mr. Jordan?
Yeah, so, I think the new communities and Park Morton New Communities programs, had they been done correctly, I think speaks to the whole racial equity issue. For racial equity to occur and for the plans to work, you have to both raise the income of those people in 0-30 through how you make your investments, right? As well as bring in those jobs and opportunities that are necessary. So I think as Ms. Bowser said, there's really no contradiction except the policy is a contradiction. I raised that even if you are in an affordable housing program, any new income, basically 30% goes to your housing costs, right? So how are you supposed to advance if you don't address that? So in new communities, the Housing Authority has a program that addresses that, but it's not applied. So we have the tools to do these things.
What's that program, Mr. Jordan?
It's called a self-sufficiency program. So if you are public housing, and they actually changed it so that it applied to more people, if you basically create a family plan, and then any new income based on your family plan, say you want to go to school, you want to start a business, you want to do these things, new income doesn't go to housing costs, it goes to your bank account, right? And that's why we push so hard for that matching plan to be implemented and coordinated. So I think we have the tools, we don't use them because we tend towards cutting ribbons on shiny buildings, and rather than disaggregating the data, coming up with plans that specifically and collectively and holistically address the issue. So
can I ask you a question, Mr. Jordan?
Mm-hmm.
Based on what you just said, and thank you for your testimony. In terms of the program you just mentioned, and my understanding is if a resident who utilizes a housing choice voucher gets a pay raise, let's just say they have a job and they get a raise, it then they will have the amount of money that they pay towards their rent is increased based on the increase in their salary. Is that your understanding as well?
Correct.
Is that something that is a local housing authority's policy? Is that a federal housing authority?
Well, so it's a federal law that, as well as local law, that you pay 30% of your income. However, the federal has created tools to address that. right? So there are federal tools that say we created a special program when you do redevelopment, or if you have a housing choice voucher, there's a specific program that you can set up for so that it protects that income increase up to a certain amount before it kicks in again. So that's an example of that kind of tool. So that the other aspect that it does, you know, public housing residents get penalized if they save too much money. That program also allows them to save additional dollars. And then the example with the Park Morton phase 2 that I raised, which can be a home ownership or co-ops or portion of those programs, we would be planning now for those residents to enter that program so they can buy for those who want to buy. Those who want to continue to rent, there's already a rental proportion. But you can leverage these programs if we want to, I think my point. And there are tools, both federal and local can create some of these tools. We just haven't done so. But
perhaps we should.
So federal model.
I appreciate that's a great point, and perhaps we should doing it. So we'll ask about that. Let me turn next to Venorka Tucker. Venorka Tucker, I believe you had your hand raised. I don't know if you still have a question or have a comment, I should say.
Sorry, I was on mute. I apologize.
Okay.
I wanted to say if there had been a way to put it in the chat, I would have sent this to you and I wouldn't have bothered you with the out and out question to the group. But as I said, I work with several organizations, and IF is one of the organizations in the District of Columbia that I work with. IF is a foundation for an organization for radical possibilities, which I think is amazing. You know, that's an amazing group. It's amazing things that they're doing.
I'm very familiar with their work. I know one of my former staffers actually works at IF, so I appreciate you giving them a shout out.
But what I wanted to say to you, sir, is that I've tried to make a point of this. The benefits cliff. All these programs that have existed for years, Social Security, TANF, all these programs that have been in existence, and they're great. They're absolutely great. But like everything, over time, things need to change. And so we need to look at these again and see if we can't make some changes to them that will benefit the people that receive these benefits. As Mr. Jordan said, I think I understood him to say this, you can't give someone something and say, because we've given it to you, we're either going to take what you're getting already away from you or take some of it away. What's the point?
So
we want our citizens to improve their lifestyles.
Venorka Tucker, we have, there's only so much the District of Columbia government can do in terms of, I'm assuming, maybe I'm assuming mistakenly, your comments are in reference to, or at least contextualized by programs like, direct cash assistance programs. And I thought, I know that the council legislated, because I authored legislation that would have addressed the benefits cliffs on a local level with individuals who benefit from programs like the one that this committee established a couple of budgets ago, and that DMPED has worked to administer with Martha's Table. Are you familiar with the updates to the law that we
I am familiar with that. I am familiar with that, but I don't think that services other programs that exist within the District of Columbia that have a guaranteed income program.
Yeah, I might direct my staff to look into that, because I thought what we wanted to do was avoid legislating for one specific program when there are a myriad of programs that provide a similar cash benefit that may be impacted when we do things like what we did in the budget, working with some of the witnesses on this panel this morning. So yeah, I appreciate you raising that. I mean, namely Mothers Outreach Network, who was really instrumental in helping the committee conceive of the program that we funded a couple of budget cycles ago. So thank you for your testimony. I'm going to let Deborah Kale wrap up this panel before we move on to our government witness, if you could.
Thank you so much, Councilman.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I wanted to make an additional comment because you raised the racial equity issue, and I didn't speak to that with this new building. I used to live in the West End, and there was a very similar project over there back in 2007. And there was a fire station, a library, and a police station. So similar footprint to what's at 17th and U. What happened was it triggered the sale of my apartment building, which was about, I don't know, 30 affordable units. It was the last affordable housing in that neighborhood. In the Office of Planning's report, where they're asking ANCs to support their map amendment, there's a section called displacement. And it says the proposed amendment would not result in physical displacement of residents because the site does not currently include a residential use. My point is that even if it doesn't include a residential use now, an 11-story building is certainly going to cause collateral damage in the way of displacement. My building right now houses primarily people of color. I think that has to be considered when a project is undertaken like this. It's usually not considered. They just look to see who's living on that land, but they need to consider who's living in the immediate vicinity of that land and whether this project is going to displace them. I would argue that if you go as high as 11 stories at 17th and U, there is going to be displacement, and it's going to be people of color. That's the point that I wanted to make. Any kind of tool that they use to evaluate racial equity in a project, they should consider displacement of people of color, low income, however you want to categorize, not only on the land that they're proposing to redevelop, but in the surrounding area. And in this case, they obviously have not done that. So thank you for allowing me to make that point.
And thank you for making that point. It's something that we have discussed and have legislated around in this committee for some time now. I mentioned the REACH Act earlier. I'm sure you know, and as others who are a part of this panel know, that research suggests thousands, more than 20,000 Black residents have been displaced from the District of Columbia over the last couple of decades. And as you mentioned, everything we do here in the city, particularly as we think about the future of the District of Columbia, should include a component designed to prevent displacement. We have, data, we have evidence, we have things that really, I think, paint a really clear picture of what's happened, what's transpired in terms of the loss of Black people in the District of Columbia over the last several decades. And it has been top of mind and discussion within this committee. And I know of various people within government, but having a specific tool designed to address that on the executive side, where you can measure it against performance of agencies, I think is vitally important. And I think it's also a transparency tool for residents who like to know how we're doing, so that we don't find ourselves 20 years from now looking back saying, oh, we messed up. Oh, we should have put up better guardrails and prevented displacement. So thank you for your testimony. Thank the entire panel for their testimony this morning. We're going to turn next to our government witness, Deputy Mayor John Falchicchio, who has actually joined us in person. And so we're happy that we have our government witnesses joining myself and my team on the committee in person this morning to provide their testimony. And as is the policy of this committee, and frankly of all the committees of the council, now we're going to swear in our government witnesses. So I would ask that all the witnesses who plan to provide testimony raise their right hand. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you're about to provide before the Council of the District of Columbia and the Committee on Business and Economic Development is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. And good morning to you, Deputy Mayor. You can begin your testimony.
Good morning, Chairman McDuffie, members of the committee, staff of the Committee on Business and Economic Development. I'm John Falchicchio. I have the honor of serving as Deputy Mayor for Planning and Economic Development. And I'd like to thank you and the public witnesses who provided testimony today. It's our pleasure to be here before you to talk about our accomplishments in FY 22 and 23 to date. Over the past year, DMPED has worked hard implementing signature programs and advancing transformative projects to support our businesses, increase affordable housing, and invest in our residents and neighborhoods. This year was also a year of looking into the future, using what we've learned from the pandemic to develop DC's comeback plan, released just a few weeks ago. This plan sets bold goals for the district's inclusive economic development for the next 5 years, and in doing so, helps to frame DMPED's work to date and our work ahead. The comeback plan focuses on retaining and growing DC's tax base, supporting business vitality, strengthening neighborhoods, and supporting economic mobility of DC residents. The plan sets ambitious goals for creating new jobs in targeted sectors, increasing the share of minority-owned businesses, adding and retaining district residents, and increasing economic prosperity. As we look ahead to the rest of 2023 and beyond, we have an opportunity to act now with our current suite of programs and new tools to keep making Washington, D.C. the place for residents, families, and businesses to thrive. Strengthening our neighborhoods, families starts with safe and stable, affordable housing. DMPED continues to lead the district's housing agency partners towards achieving Mayor Bowser's bold goal of creating 36,000 new homes by 2025, of which 12,000 will be affordable. As of January 2023, the district has produced 6,990 affordable housing units since 2019, representing 58% of the 12,000 goal. The district has also produced 27,577 units overall, representing 77% of the mayor's 36,000 goal. There are also 3,000 additional affordable units under construction and many more market rate units in the pipeline to deliver by 2025. In June, we launched the Black Homeownership Strike Force, charged with developing recommendations to increase access to homeownership for Black residents and support wealth building through homeownership. In October, the Strike Force published a report listing a host of recommendations and the bold new goal of increasing the number of Black homeowners in the district by 20,000 by 2030. In the past year, DMPED continued to move its real estate development portfolio forward in ways that will strengthen communities in underserved areas. We know that where you matter, we know that where you live matters. It affects our economic outcomes, our health outcomes, and more. In the coming year, DMPED will continue to leverage all of our economic development tools to bring food, community serving retail, housing, jobs, and recreational spaces to all neighborhoods across the district. I'd like to highlight just a few of the major milestones we've reached in the past year. We've continued to advance the strategy of enhancing equity and making DC prosperity more inclusive by successfully issuing RFPs, requests for proposals or RFPs that require teams made up of minority-led firms. Since launching this initiative, we're excited to announce that we've awarded 4 equity RFPs, the Langston Slater School, Malcolm X, Hill East Phase 2, and St. Elizabeth's parcels 7, 8, and 9. We're also thrilled that we made significant progress in recent months on projects in all areas of the district. Last April, we celebrated the opening of 3 communities that make up Spring Flats redevelopment. In total, Spring Flats project is delivering 185 housing units, 149 of which are affordable, including those for our seasoned residents. In July, we broke ground on the interim retail village at parcel 15 on the St. Elizabeth's campus. This space will serve as an incubator for local retail and food concepts that originate in the community and provide job opportunities to residents. Additionally, in September, we closed on much anticipated McMillan campus, and its full-scale construction is underway. This project will feature a full-service grocery store, 146 for-sale townhomes, over 460 rental units, a community center, healthcare facility, restaurant, and retail, and more. We're also proud of significant progress we made on our new communities initiative. In August, with Mayor Bowser, we announced the closing of financing on Barry Farm. A neighborhood rich with history, this redevelopment will create a vibrant mixed income community that will include at least 900 affordable rental units, rental and for sale housing units, of which 380 will be public housing replacement units. Also, this past December, we cut the ribbon on the Rise at Temple Courts, the first phase of Northwest One. This project has been years in the making and represents a significant milestone in bringing residents back to the community. Once complete, this project will deliver 220 residential units, including 65 replacement units and 85 affordable dwelling units. Mayor Bowser and DMPED remain committed to expanding food access east of the river and in neighborhoods lacking access to food amenities. In the past year, we've celebrated significant accomplishments on this front. 2 years ago, Mayor Bowser launched the Food Access Fund to provide grants to qualified food-related businesses seeking to expand their operations through the opening of a new business location in areas designated as having low food access. We're pleased to have issued 3 rounds of Food Access Fund grants to date. In 2021, we also launched the Nourish DC Fund to support a robust ecosystem of locally owned small food businesses in communities of the district, where decades of disinvestment have left communities underserved by grocery and other food amenities. Nourish DC provides emerging and locally owned small food businesses with flexible loans, catalytic grants, and technical assistance to help these businesses thrive. Through this program, we have awarded more than $500,000 in grant funding, $14.9 million in loan financing, and provided technical assistance to more than 200 businesses to date. And I would be remiss if I did not mention the grand opening of DC's first Lidl food market in September, a project that took many years to deliver across several mayoral administrations in order to bring that to reality. Located at the Skyland Town Center in Ward 7, Lidl brings new food options to historically underserved area of the district and is the first new grocery store to open east of the river in more than a decade. Our efforts to bring new grocery options east of the river are yielding results. In 2020, the district launched the Food Access Fund in Nourish DC, when nearly 79,000 east of the river residents lived more than a mile from a grocery store. As of today, the district has delivered or funded enough new grocers and food options that will bring that total down to nearly just 10,000 who will live 1 mile or further from a grocer once all the stores have delivered. And that work will continue in the years to come and further reduce that number. Since the start of the since the start of the COVID-19 pandemic in 2020, DMPED has implemented a number of historic initiatives aimed at addressing the effects of the pandemic, while also addressing underlying inequities that existed before COVID-19 emerged, including uneven access to capital and business opportunities for historically marginalized entrepreneurs. Compared to FY 2020, in which DMPED implemented just 6 grant programs, in FY 2023, we're administering more than 30 programs that will provide support to businesses across sectors. So I'd like to touch on a few of those. Through the popular programs like the Commercial Property Acquisition Fund, we're investing in the longevity of our local businesses by providing down payment assistance for equity impact enterprises. Since launching the program last year, the fund has enabled 12 businesses to purchase commercial property and build personal wealth. This year, DMPED enhanced the program with a prep course to better prepare businesses for commercial property ownership. And we're currently accepting applications for the latest round of funding. In addition, we're working to attract new businesses through programs like the Vitality Fund. The program is designed to support existing companies in target industries that are actively planning to relocate, expand, or retain their presence in the district. Last month, we're excited to announce Virtru Corporation, an innovative cybersecurity company, as the first recipient of the Vitality Fund. Virtru, with more than 30 full-time employees, expects to grow its local workforce exponentially over the next several years. Additional information with all of our business programs or about all of our business programs can be found at obviouslydc.com. So we encourage all businesses to check out that website for further opportunities. I'm proud of all that DMPED has accomplished in the past year and look forward to continued progress in the months to come. I'd like to conclude my testimony by thanking the DMPED team for all of their hard work over the last year. Without the dedication of this team, we would not have seen the results in the program areas as just described. I'd also like to thank the committee for your collaboration, and I look forward to continued partnership in 2023. That concludes my testimony, and my team and I are happy to answer questions that you may have.
And thank you for your testimony this morning, Deputy Mayor. We have a lot to cover. And we're going to start with an area that a number of witnesses touched on in their testimony this morning, and that you also included in your testimony as well. Something that's been a priority for this committee for years, at least every year since I've been chair of the Committee on Business and Economic Development. But specifically for the last couple of years, the committee has asked that you identify and describe some areas, programs, initiatives where you saw the most opportunity for your office to address racial equity. The three areas in particular that DMPED listed have been affordable housing, real estate development in underserved communities, and business development focused on historically marginalized entrepreneurs. Based on your testimony, as well as your pre-hearing responses, I believe these remain DMPED's areas of focus with respect to racial equity. Accordingly, I have some questions about specific projects within each of these three areas. One of the goals that you mentioned in your testimony, and that we've heard you and Mayor Bowser and others in the administration talk about over the years, is a very important goal, has been 36,000 new housing units, with 12,000 of those units being affordable housing units to be developed by 2025. The Deputy Mayor, the department's dashboard shows that 58% completion towards the affordable unit goal, with just under 7,000 units developed since 2019. Your testimony today also indicated that more than 3,000 affordable units are currently under construction for delivery by 2025. By my calculations, and I went to law school to stay away from math, but by my calculation, it still leaves us a couple of thousand units short. And that's if we count the existing units that have new affordability covenants. And you said you believe that we're on track to meet the 12,000 unit goal. I want to get some insights from you this morning about why you believe that to be the case.
So within the comeback plan, we actually listed out, and I wish we could bring this up to you. I know you said you're a lawyer, presented as if it were a piece of evidence to the judge. But we have within that, it's actually for those watching at home on the comeback plan, it's slide 22. And it actually lists out where we are by each planning area. So across the 10 planning areas, we have a goal for each one. We know that there are, let's see, the planning areas where we've reached the goal already include far northeast and southeast, and then far southeast and southwest. We think that we're on track in, let's see, 5 of those planning areas, and then 5 where we have to catch up. So we can show you that slide 22 on the comeback plan. And also in that, we see that we actually believe that with what's under construction and then also in the pipeline. So think about if a project starts tomorrow, it could deliver by 2025, the end of 2025. We think that we'll be at 100%, 110% of that goal. Now, all of this is actually based on, kind of previous funding, what we've had in the budget, particularly in the Housing Production Trust Fund. The mayor is going to present her budget on March 22nd, and it'll take a significant investment to make sure that that pipeline, those projects that are not yet under construction, that they have an opportunity at gaining financing. So we're confident in terms of being able to reach the goal. And as we see it right now, we're on track to actually exceed it by nearly 10%.
So thank you for that response. And I want to note that we have been joined virtually by Ward 5 Council Member Zachary Parker. And so we'll turn to him after I finish this round for a 7-minute round. Along those lines, for the areas where you're currently falling short, where you mentioned that you need to catch up, and I appreciate your efforts to catch up. If you could talk about some specific goals that you have in place or some specific tools that you're utilizing to catch up. And then I want to follow that up with a question related to Southwest and some of the other areas where we heard public witness testimony suggest that what we're seeing in the development in those areas is displacing existing Black residents in favor of new residents. And so I'll follow that up. And I just wanted to throw it out there now so you can give it some thought and your team can give it some thought. But talk specifically about the tools that you all are currently utilizing or plan to utilize to help you catch up in those areas where there's a higher need for more affordable housing.
Thank you, Chairman. So there's a couple of programs that we have that we could utilize to catch up in areas where we need to. And to your point, there's, I said there are 5 that will, some have already met the goal. So there'll be 5 that we know will meet their goal. And then there's 5.
I'm mentioning the 5 because we may count 6. I want to make sure we know which 5 you're referring to.
So the 5 I'm counting are far south. Yeah, these I got it. Yeah. So sorry, the 5 that we've got right now are far southeast and southwest, far northeast and southeast, Anacostia waterfront and southwest. So that's 3. Sorry, there's a couple that have ends. Mid-city and upper northeast. We think we'll achieve those. They're in process to achieve them based on the pipeline that we know is there. And then the ones that fall below that line are Central Washington, Rock Creek East, near Northwest, Capitol Hill, and Rock Creek West. And if you like, actually, I'll see if we could actually get you this like paper copy of something.
Is that the DC comeback?
In the comeback plan.
Oh,
do you have that one?
We're looking at it.
Yeah. Okay, got it. You do have that. Okay.
Yeah.
And it is slide 22 on your copy. Yeah, sorry. I'm sorry. Just for those who might be watching. Oh, the 36K website. Oh, I'm sorry. So what I'm looking at in the comeback plan, so 36k.dc.gov is where we do monthly updates. I don't think we have projections on that website, but in the comeback plan last month, we actually did include projections for where we think we'll land. And that's the first time we actually did that. So within the comeback plan, and that's where I'm pointing at slide 22, that's where we have
that up
where we
now,
have the
so we can-
yeah, that's where we have the projection of where we think we'll land. And so we have basically 5 where we will meet the goal, and then 5 where we won't. But then getting to your question about what tools we have in those areas that we won't, and you will see there's one. Sorry, I don't know if you're trying to lip read almost. There's one where we're kind of just on the cusp of achieving that. We think actually there's going to be some work that we could do to actually advance in that area too. So that's why we say we're probably going to be 5 and 5. So in areas that's yellow on that chart for you, we have a couple of tools. One is HANTA, which is the high opportunity neighborhood tax abatement. And that's a program that we put in place with the council a few years ago. We think that that will create a pipeline that's reserved for 4 of the planning areas. So if you're looking at that chart, the one that's not included would be Central Washington in that program. There's also a new program that we're rolling out with our partners at DHCD, which is the Affordable Rental Covenants. What that allows us to do is actually to use kind of a unit by unit approach instead of a building by building approach. And so to find existing buildings and to go in and put a covenant on an individual unit in order to turn those from a market rate unit to affordable. So that's another program we have. And then we also are working with Enterprise on a faith-based approach. So working with a cohort of faith-based organizations to actually try to advance projects on property that they own.
Okay.
Just a couple examples.
Appreciate those examples. If you could, the other question I asked was based on some of the testimony we got from witnesses deeply concerned about displacement in areas of the city where DMPED developments have produced additional housing, but in their minds, housing that is not nearly deeply affordable enough to retain existing residents or attract to those developments types of residents, in some cases who are employed, but don't make enough to afford housing that might be between 50 to 80% MFI, for example. How do you respond to that criticism?
So one, I mean, we advance projects and we stay within the law, which is 10801, which requires us to deliver units at levels of affordability. We also have these programs that I just mentioned, like HANTA, where you could actually have a building which is even more housing at, restricted income housing. So that goes up to 1/3 of the units. Excuse me, one moment. That reserves up to 1/3 of the units at income restricted levels. And so for us, we think that our projects actually lend themselves to one, producing income restricted affordable housing, but we also are part of our strategy and part of our philosophy on this is that by producing more housing, we're actually meeting the supply demand that we or getting the supply and demand ratio to a better place. We have often mentioned, and before this committee, the Howard University study that was done on behalf of the CFO that said if we don't do this housing production, if we don't meet this goal, that overall housing would be more expensive by 5.5% if we don't continue to produce more housing. So one, producing housing is important. We also produce income restricted housing. And so that's how we achieve what folks are talking about. I'd also mention that part of the DC Comeback Plan is a goal, and our goals within the Comeback Plan are now our administration policy, a goal to not only grow the number of residents in the District of Columbia, but to retain the current residents. So previously there had been a goal to grow the district by 100,000 residents. It was silent on retaining residents. Now it's the policy of this administration to both retain our current residents and to grow our population as well.
I appreciate that. And that definitely is a very important goal within the DC Comeback Plan. I think another goal should also be attracting, diverse residents, but residents of color in particular who currently don't see DC as a city of opportunity. I think making sure that people understand the efforts that the city has gone about over the past several years and plans to engage in are important to people who might be thinking about relocating. We want them to relocate to the District of Columbia. So I'm gonna we had lost temporarily Ward 5 Councilmember Zachary Parker, but he's now back on the Zoom. So thank you for joining us, Councilmember Parker. We're gonna turn to you for a round.
Thank you, Chair McDuffie, and good to see you again, Deputy Mayor.
I want to lift up several things that I heard through today's testimony, but first I would like to delve in on a report that was submitted in December, the report on the use of grant funds for the Strong Family, Strong Futures program pilot, as required by the law. That is the pilot program that supported some 132 mothers in wards 5, 7, and 8 through a basic income. And this is a pilot. And so this was the report back to the government on the progress. And many have noted that out of, what am I looking at, 3 pages, it seemed pretty light on details. And so I wanted to follow up with some specific questions around the progress and the status of the program. But before I ask questions, anything you would generally like to frame about the program and the success we've seen so far?
Yeah, so the report you're referencing from December was actually a preliminary findings. We actually have a broader report that's going to be issued actually soon. We're working with our team to get that ready to make it public, and that will have deeper data in it. So.
Perfect. Yeah, that's what I was gonna get at. I was gonna ask a lot of questions around specifics and data. So that is good to hear. Do you have a tentative timeline when we can expect that report?
Yeah, so I understand that actually our team kind of received a first draft last week. I haven't been briefed on it myself, but we hope to get that out and finalized. What I did hear from the team thus far was that it was encouraging and what people found so far, and it builds on what was reported in December.
Got it. For those that are watching, I'll just lift up some of the stats here. And I'll also note that if I'm not mistaken, I believe it was legislation pushed by Chairman McDuffie that called for this type of basic income pilot, which I think we need more of. And so I preface all of this with that, and which is why I'm focusing and starting here. So out of the 132 mothers, 18% of them live in Ward 5, 27% live in Ward 7, and 55% live in Ward 8. And your preliminary report also suggested that 68% of them noted that they worried about stable housing before this pilot program, 63% worried about food access, 58% worried about money running out, and 47% were unable to access transportation. One of the things I was going to get at, and I would love for you to just speak to as we wait on that longer report, is just in what ways are you all, in addition to the monthly payments, supporting these mothers and families around some of these pain points that they're experiencing living in DC, which connects to a lot of the testimony that we heard today?
Yeah, so this program actually created a cohort that was given guidance and assistance by Martha's Table. So they were our partner in implementing this. And I think what you'll find in the more full report is how people access the services that were provided, and then what outcomes we see from the assistance that was provided as well. So in addition to what you were talking about in the December report, we know that 96% of participants were Black, that 89% of them made less than $32,000 a year, that 77% were between the ages of 20 and 29. And the reason I highlight that as well is because this is a key area for us to focus on when we talk about what we just talked about with the chairman, which is that the policy of the administration is to try to retain residents. And so these are key residents for us to maintain. So in addition to some work that we're going to do this year in 2023 about trying to attract residents who have left to consider to come back, we actually have a marketing effort to reach out to residents. We'll also look to this work to see how we can help make the families who are here even more resilient, and how we can support that.
2 quick follow-ups there. Would you say that the program has been a success to this point?
So I would say that it's a success in that it already has shown us the ways that we can help families. So what they're concerned about, right? I think that actually, sometimes we try to design programs ahead of when we actually get the feedback about what participants want. So I think the power of this pilot is that it actually lets us get a set of data to understand the initial conditions and then the outcomes that we see because of the pilot. So the success in my, sometimes the journey is the reward. And so in this case, I think that is true. But I think with the full report, we'll actually see the impact and that will be important to see as well.
Okay, I will save my other follow-up question, which was going to be, should we do more of this? But I would imagine if it's proven successful, which it sounds like it has, we should be looking to do more of this. I'm running short on time. I'm assuming there may be another round. I'm gonna turn to a question regarding the St. Elizabeth's campus. There was, as I understand it from my team, a $20 million grant, and I'm going to use that term loosely, afforded to the district to build out a microgrid there. There seems to be some ambiguity of where we are with that. My team has talked with DGS. DGS says it's DMPED. I would imagine you may have another explanation. Just where are we with the microgrid effort? And the reason why we're concerned about this is just around broader sustainability goals for the district as a whole.
So that's an interesting response that your team got. Let me do this. Let me actually work to get you a more fulsome update on that, because I think there's a couple of partner agencies involved. So I want to make sure we get you the right update and the latest information.
I would greatly appreciate that. And then Chairman McDuffie, I would yield back my time in hopes that there is another round so I can get the other questions.
There will be another round, Councilman Parker. And I want to note that we've been joined by Ward 6 Councilmember and member of this committee, Charles Allen. I'm going to turn to Councilmember Allen for a round and welcome, Councilmember.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it. And thanks to the Deputy Mayor and our executive witnesses. If I can, Mr. Chairman, I just jumped into the hearing. Are we just with DMPED, or are we looking at Events DC as well, since I'm not in the room?
We are just with DMPED for now. We're on a government witness. Deputy Mayor John Fauchicchio and his team are present in the building in room 123 with the committee. And so we're gonna make sure you get your time back, but we're doing questions rounds for the government witness at this point. We haven't gotten to Events DC or Destination just yet.
Got it. Fantastic. I appreciate it. I guess I could have just walked around the corner. I just joined online. Well, Deputy Mayor Fauchicchio, good to see you. And thank you. So forgive me if this has already been something you've talked about, but I wanted to ask a couple of questions related to how is DMPED looking at our downtown recovery? And what I'm trying to do is ask specifically, as we look at the opportunities that are in front of us with the federal bipartisan infrastructure legislation that's going to bring a lot of resources into the district, with the Inflation Reduction Act that's going to bring a lot of federal resources into the district, specifically looking at energy, environmental, and transportation issues. I know we've talked about this in the context of, how do we help reimagine our downtown? How do we help bring back our core downtown central business district? Could you spend a second talking about how you will proactively be looking at our public space and transportation, proactively our energy and environmental concerns, so that I think one of the concerns is that these things are sometimes thought of as kind of nice to haves that get added on, but instead, in what ways are you thinking about and strategically looking for these to be baked into the fundamentals of the ways in which you're looking at downtown revitalization?
Thanks for the question, Councilmember Allen. So a lot of this is covered in the DC Comeback Plan, but there's also some other work that I wanted to talk about as well that'll happen over the course of 2023. So we'll be working with the Downtown DC and the Golden Triangle bid to create a downtown action plan. And what that will do is actually talk about really kind of hone in on the kind of the programs and the policies that we'll need to put in place to advance the DC Comeback Plan. And so some of the items that you're talking about in terms of infrastructure and sustainability, some of the work that we can do in that sense is something that we want to put on paper through the downtown action plan. So that's something we'll work on again with the Golden Triangle and the downtown DC bid. In addition to that, the Office of Planning is going to embark upon a public realm study. And what this will talk about is how we kind of like change the experience that people have when they come through the downtown. There's a lot of public space. There's district spaces. There's district public space. There's also federal properties. So what we want to do is how do we actually kind of look at it holistically? And so OP will lead that effort, but also take into account a number of partner agencies like DDOT, Department of Energy and the Environment, and others, including the Downtown and Golden Triangle bid, to make sure that we really hone in on what the user experience is as they pass through and utilize businesses or services downtown. So two elements that I think you should be on the lookout for, and hopefully your office will engage with us on, is the Downtown Action Plan, and then also OP's public realm study.
Okay, thanks. I absolutely look forward to working with you on those. And I think when I think about the committee that I'm chairing, I'd love to find ways that we're really working hard to make sure that the ways in which we can leverage, as we go through a downtown revitalization plan, we're also thinking about how do we make that building not just a energy efficient, but how are we really thinking about the fundamentals of what that recovery and revitalization plan are that include the ability of our transit needs, of our environmental energy needs, and make sure we don't make a decision where we're kind of like having to claw back on to something, and we build these into the fundamentals of the plans here. Relatedly, I was going to ask if you can try to think, since I don't have a whole lot of time left in this round, so maybe just one more question that'll take a couple of minutes. One of our strategies for downtown is how do we rethink what are traditionally office buildings to rethink those as residential or mixed use spaces. And that obviously takes a lot of work to retrofit a building that doesn't have the same level of light and air that a residential building would have to have. But we have done this actually in the district. When you think about Buzzard Point, we've converted 2 office buildings now into residential buildings, and they had to make different cuts into the buildings to be able to make that conversion so you get the type of light and air for a residential building. But I wanted to ask if there were any lessons learned that you've looked at from the conversions that we've done on Buzzard Point that you're kind of thinking about how do we help apply that into our downtown framework?
Well, one of the things that we're trying to understand right now is, in addition to what we've learned from places like Buzzard Point, where we have seen a true conversion, and there's 2 sides of this. There's a true conversion, which you saw at Buzzard Point, where they kind of kept the bones of the building, but then changed the use or a change in use. So the 2 examples we use are the L, which is that 20th and L. That's actually going to be a conversion in downtown where they're using the bones of the building. And then there's 1313 L Street, where they actually brought the building from a 6-story building, tore it down to the parking garage, and now we're building up 9 stories of residential. And in those 2 examples, there are 2 different approaches. But what we've learned thus far in our engagement on one of the programs that this Mayor Bowser worked with this council to approve was the housing in downtown tax abatement. And what we've heard in our early feedback is that it is going to be a valuable tool in terms of trying to get more housing downtown and capture some of it for affordable. But it might be a little bit more expensive than allows it to be utilized. So we're actually talking with partners now to understand how we could actually make that a tool that people can utilize and turn properties from commercial to residential. So we have engagements going on now. We've listed it on our website. So if you look at DMPED's website for housing in downtown on the obviously dc.com website, you could actually give us some feedback on the program itself and some of the learnings from the financial models that property owners have and how we could actually help capture some of that for affordable housing and advanced residential in downtown.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks. I mean, obviously, also our economy is in a different place today than it was when some of those buildings started their transformation. But one of the things that I think would be a hallmark that could carry through is the district obviously made very substantial public space investments. If you think about the Frederick Douglass Bridge and other very significant public investments that we made that I think helped contribute to seeing those retrofits as real opportunities there on the public ledger to be able to help make big investments that can make those projects successful. So anyway, I look forward to working with you on this. I know I'm out of time on this round, so I appreciate that, Deputy Mayor, and look forward to following up with you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember Allen. Deputy Mayor, I want to go back to the line of questioning about the housing targets and ask a question about that. I looked at your key performance indicators for the current fiscal year and noticed that the FY23 target for affordable units is 1,029 units. It dropped significantly from both the FY22 target of 2,324 units as well as the FY22 actual of 1,869 units. And so I want to just get a sense from you why the target has been reduced for the current fiscal year. And the second part of that question is, what's the process for setting those goals that you've laid out over the last several years? Just how do you get there?
Absolutely. And this is one of the things that I think we really need to hone in on. Although the pipeline of housing and the pipeline of affordable housing has been strong because of investments that we've made, the current capital markets and construction costs really are headwinds for us to continue to be as successful as we have been in the last few years. So it actually goes back to what Councilmember Allen had talked about, kind of learnings from, or for downtown. We actually think that converting this office space downtown to residential is going to be more costly than people realize. And what we don't want is for buildings to sit dormant while people wait for office recovery, which may be years in the future. So our real honest assessment on this is that when we're talking about the production of housing, the production of affordable housing, and housing in downtown, that we really need to sort of be resource rich and a little bit more lenient on our sort of every policy shingle that we'll put onto each program, because we know that the interest rate environment, the construction costs, those are big uncertainties, and that could slow down our production. So while we're still bullish on the production of more housing and affordable housing, we've got to be clear that the market dynamics are something that are beyond our control, but we've got to be prepared for them and a little bit more flexible as we think about the years to come.
I appreciate that response. We had testimony from Richard Lake earlier where he mentioned that, he talked about, and this is his testimony, a few ways that we can ensure the capital markets view DC as a positive place to invest to help achieve the city's commendable goals. What kinds of things are you all doing within the agency to strike a balance between, what's driving the market and the policy goals that you all have developed, which I imagine are informed by feedback that you're getting from residents? We heard concerns raised by residents earlier. And again, I'll go back to the example of Southwest. Councilmember Allen just mentioned some of the things that are happening down there. And really depending on who you ask, you might get a different response about how they view the transformation of downtown Southwest. How important is it to communicate outwardly the way that you all are arriving at developing your goals and balancing that against at least what I'm hearing from the committee, a strong desire to see more affordable housing, more opportunities for minority business owners, more capital flowing to entrepreneurs who'd like to start or grow businesses, people of color in particular. I don't want to get too philosophical, and I don't want you to take too much time in your response because I'm sure you could take up a lot of time with it. But I do want to spend some time giving you an opportunity to answer that question because we were obviously hit by the pandemic, and you know, you look at all the research, it says most businesses, I mean, a larger percentage of Black-owned businesses closed than any other type of business. But then you look at downtown and you see vacant office buildings. You see the federal government that has, you know, at least at this point, not clearly articulated a policy that's going to bring back workers to the downtown. And we miss those hundreds of thousands of residents during the day who spend their money in our city. So how are you grappling with all these things? And I know it's a sort of a layered question, but I'd love to get your response.
Well, be careful because you have a law degree, but I'm minored in philosophy. So we could go for a while on this one. But I think really the DC comeback plan, two things. One, Mayor Bowser wanted to make it clear that economic development is about two things. It's about improving outcomes for our residents, and it's about making sure that we have the resources to invest in our residents. So those are the two things that economic development is all about for the Bowser administration. And so we need to demonstrate a balance because in order to achieve those 6 goals, sometimes they'll be a little bit sort of crosswise. It may seem to some that they may be a little bit crosswise in terms of every different program that we have and every different policy that we have. So I think what Richard Lake was referring to is that we really need to find the right approach to incentivizing housing in downtown that may ask us to sort of sacrifice other policy goals that we have.
Okay.
And so I think that's where, you know, as we've kind of engaged and we said to folks, listen, we can't have these empty office buildings. You got to do something with them. How can we, you know, be partners with you on it? I think that's the feedback that we've gotten early on.
Okay. And with the time that I have left, a couple of things. I don't know if you have time to answer them, but I'll maybe do it on a follow-up round. Councilmember Allen brought up something that I plan to get to later in my questions, but I'll toss it out now about federal funds. We have a lot of infrastructure dollars coming to the city, and I wanted to know how you all plan to look at those federal dollars and maybe ensure that it aligns with your goal of growing Black business owners. I know that that's one of the things that falls within the DC comeback plan, but have you all thought specifically about the types of things you might be able to do to achieve that goal using some of those federal funds?
Yeah, so I think for us, it's making sure that the opportunities continue to roll out and that we capture those opportunities for local businesses owned by people of color. So, you know, the mayor does this each and every year where she rolls out the Green Book, which shows those opportunities. And one of the things I think about federal funding, while there will be some opportunities, you know, the big kind of tranche of federal funding that we got is within our budget. So this is one thing I was actually talking to a group on Monday night, I think it was, at the Rise Center. And it was local business owners who want to contract with one another and also contract with district government. And we told them about the Green Book, but also about the budget as a document which shows kind of the direction that we're going. And then Mayor Bowser has been very clear that we need to hit our CVE goals in order for us to really show success. So it's not just about completing a project, but it's also about hitting the goals as they're set.
I'd love to get a little bit more meat on the bones in terms of like what ways specifically DMPED might, you know, work with some of the other agencies. And I know you mentioned there are other agencies that are going to overlap with spending those federal funds, but I'd love to hear more about that at a future date. I'm going to turn to back to Councilmember Parker for a round, but before I do that, just to give you a sense of where I'm going with my next round, I'm going to get back to affordable housing because I'm interested in hearing how if the bond cap actually is impacting the ability to develop more affordable housing. It's one of those things that was in line with the other question that I asked about policy priorities and how it's sort of, there's a tension sometimes with some of the laws and policies that we already have on the books with the broader goals that are shared between the work that you are doing and your team and with the mayor is driving you to do in terms of creating more affordable housing. So I want to hear if there's any impact that the bond cap has on the ability to develop affordable units when I come back from my next round. But right now, I'm going to turn to another round for Councilmember Parker.
And Chairman, I appreciate that forecasting and like to forecast to Sarosh that he may be tapped to help with that response as well.
Thanks. Councilmember Parker.
Thank you. I want to dig into some of the responses in the pre-hearing questions. Question 80 asked about the issuance of tax increment financing or TIFs for development projects and how we use that as a leverage to bring on affordable housing. And I wanted to make sure I was understanding the response here. So is your response here saying, yes, the district, for every development project that we issue a TIF, has to bring on at least 30% affordable housing?
So it has to meet the 10801 requirements. For the most part, that is 30%. There are circumstances where it could be 20%.
What are those circumstances where it could be 20%?
Yes, hello. The circumstances are based on transit. So there are certain areas, I don't know I don't remember exactly, but basically, if it's not serviced by a certain type of bus and by the metro, then it's not 30%, it's 20%. That's in 10801.
Okay. There's a project in particular I'm thinking about that has received a TIF, but is not planning to bring on 30% of affordable housing. The transit issue may be something for us to follow up on, but just to make sure I'm clear, any development project that receives a TIF should be bringing on 30% affordable housing, with few exceptions if there is a need for transit options, and therefore the requirement then drops to 20%. Is that right?
Yeah, to be more clear, we have an internal policy that requires any project that is receiving TIF after the internal policy was put into place to follow 10801. So I will need to follow up on the exact language in 10801, but it does have this allowance related to transit.
So I have 10801 pulled up, and as you can imagine, there's a lot of jargon in here. And so I'm just trying to get clear for residents that may be watching. If a development project receives a TIF in the District of Columbia, what is the expectation for affordable housing?
If a development receives a TIF in the District of Columbia, it needs to follow the requirements of 10-801.
Okay, so this is what I'm going to ask respectfully. I'll come back. If you can review 10801, I have it pulled up. Can you then pull out of here what those requirements are? My understanding of the code is it's 30%, but now it seems to be that there are some exceptions. So I just want clarity around what the expectation is.
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you. Question 79 talked about a strategic use of housing. And so following up on what Councilmember Allen was getting at with the plans for downtown, are there any plans in the action plan that you spoke of, Deputy Mayor, where you're thinking of targeted housing, specifically for LGBTQ youth or seniors or the like?
Yeah, so the downtown action plan is actually one that we're just embarking upon that now. So that's something that we're going to do with the downtown DC bid and the Golden Triangle bid. So we'll have a lot of stakeholder engagement around that. And so that could definitely be one of the work streams as we plan out that work and that engagement.
Awesome. I would love to work with you on that. And it has been already said, as we are working to build back the downtown area, I think it's a huge opportunity for the district to advance equity and housing for a lot of specific subgroups in our city. A few other questions here. Let's switch gears to talk about food access.
One of the things too, I just wanted to highlight, we're actually going to embark upon, and this is actually DMPED, OP, and DHCD. One of the work streams for this year for us is also a comprehensive housing needs assessment. And that will actually take into account what you're referring to as well. So I wouldn't just focus that on downtown, but I would make that part of the comprehensive housing needs assessment as well.
Gotcha.
That's a citywide study that we'll do.
Yes, my push there would be that we as a city are looking to invest a lot in our downtown corridor. And I think it would be a missed opportunity if those investments don't reflect equity. As Chairman McDuffie mentioned, and we heard last night, there are a lot of calls for racial equity. And I think this is an opportunity that we should explore as we're looking to invest a lot downtown. But in both of those areas, I look forward to working with you. Access question 74, you talked about your Nourish DC grant program and that's going in particular towards 5, 7, and 8. Obviously, there's progress being made in Ward 7. Can you speak to the status of the recipient of Ward 8? If I'm not mistaken, there was some communication that maybe the store closed or is offline.
Yeah, Good Food. Are you referring to Good Food Market on South Capitol?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Got it. So Good Food Market on South Capitol Street. Well, actually, let me just Good Food Markets overall. So they used to operate 3 stores in total. 2 were in the district. 1 was in Prince George's County. The store was actually in Ward 5. The other store in DC, and then the other in Prince George's County. Those actually closed prior to the one in Ward 8. So we've been trying to work with Good Food Market and other partners to figure out how we in Ward 8 replace that grocery option. So Capital Area Food Bank has stepped up and we are working with them to see how long they can keep their presence and how we can help support that to ensure that residents in the immediate neighborhood have an option for fresh food.
So it's folks because of a company-wide issue.
Councilmember Parker, we're getting some feedback. I'm not sure what it's attributable to, but we were having trouble hearing your last question. If you want to toss out that last question, your time has expired, but if you want to toss out that last question, you had a little bit of time left when you were trying to answer.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you.
My apologies. I just want to make sure it was fair to characterize the closure of that store was a company issue, even for stores outside of the district and not something related to our support.
We had feedback. I'm not sure if Deputy Mayor was able to decipher it. I'm gonna take a stab at answering it.
Yeah, I think definitely understand. Yeah, so I think the kind of the business model might have been a little bit fragile, and the pandemic disrupted how they operated. So I wouldn't want to speak, fully for them. It's a private business that we've been trying to support. But I would, point to that the fact that the Ward 8 store was the last one to stay online, and that we're continuing to work with them to figure out how we move forward. Because the most important thing right now is to make sure that we have that food access point in Ward 8 on South Capitol Street.
Thank you, Councilmember Parker. We're going to turn for another round from Ward 6, Councilmember Charles Allen, who is actually in the hearing room in person as well. I'm just, in case you're at home wondering why I keep emphasizing that, I think this is one of the first hearings where we've got the executive in person for one of the committee hearings. And so we're pleased to be joined in person by Ward 6 colleague and member of the committee, Charles Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was around the corner. I was like, oh, everybody's in the same room. So I came on over. So thank you. It's good to see you all in person too. A couple of quick questions, hopefully. Slightly parochial topic, but when I think about our Boathouse Row, which is our historic boathouses along the Anacostia River, wanted to ask from DMPED's perspective, have there been any actions that you've taken over the last year to help negotiate or secure a longer term lease. I know that I think the jurisdiction's gone back and forth a bit with DGS at one point, but now I believe it's DMPED. But any updates you can provide?
Yeah, thank you, council member. Actually, I last that we were working on it, it was still with DGS, although I'd like to follow up with them just to confirm, and then we'll follow up with you.
Okay. I appreciate that. I think the larger point I think is it does feel like we're a bit stagnated in trying to think through what is our long-term vision and lease on with our historic boathouses. I'll say from my standpoint, I think they are vitally important in historic spaces that help access to our river. I think we have an inherent interest in making sure that we look at that long-term sustainability of our boathouses there. So whether it's DGS or DMPED, my hunch is, since we don't know, that probably means there's not much action in this last year. And we'd like to over this next year, really work to try to help them figure out what their future is.
Absolutely. And we share that interest, and we share that we would like to ensure that they remain there and that they're a historic asset for the community.
Yeah, thank you. Let me turn back if I can. I wanted to just, if I can, try to tease out a little bit more specificity when we think about some of our downtown and the opportunity with our investments on our energy and environmental goals. So one project that kind of comes to mind. So DC Green Bank helped finance a project where they built a solar shingle roof. They didn't build a roof that was capable of adding in solar at some point. They literally built a building where the roof itself were solar panels. And what I mean by that is they made a very intentional choice to try to work towards their zero emission and environmental goals built into the project. And as we think about our downtown work and efforts, part of what I'm trying to is pull out a little bit more specificity around how is it we are going to think about what are our emission goals? How are we baking that into some of our downtown strategy? Because it's as urgent as it is, it's also a huge opportunity. And if we don't think about it on the front end to have these things get baked in, I'm concerned that we kind of come into it as like, well, we can make it solar ready to add in later, or we can make it things. And I think there's a real opportunity here, and we have some federal resources to put into play. So could you add a little more specificity around how we bake this in and what your strategy is from the outset?
Yeah, well, the good thing about, we definitely have folks' attention, property owners' attention, because at this point, they need every bit of help that they can get. So there is a project that is soon to close. Suresh and I were trying to figure out if they closed just yet. And they actually have participation from the Green Bank. It's actually in Ward 6 in Mount Vernon Triangle, which is a neighborhood dear to my heart. But that is a project that actually, because of the participation with the Green Bank, actually makes the project happen. Now, I'm not very clear on what the specific improvement is to the project. We could get you some more information on that. It's a private project, but they came to us to say, hey, what tools did this district have? And we point them towards the Green Bank, and lo and behold, they were able to figure something out. And I think that project, like I said, is supposed to close pretty soon and then commence construction. So what I would say is that the opportunity for us is to kind of let folks know what those tools are, the capacity of the Green Bank is, and to see if they could utilize that within their projects. And I think that's part of, that's not technically within what we call downtown in terms of our maps and our lines, but it's adjacent. And so it gives you an example of it could be a good part of the financing structure of a project as well.
Yeah, I think I'm excited to hear about that example. Would love to hear more about it. And that's exactly what I think we want our Green Bank to be able to do, is to leverage those resources to help achieve what those larger goals are. I guess what I'm trying to push for, though, is that we aren't just in a position where if that property owner wants to achieve these goals, we can say, hey, we've got this great resource. Green Bank's a great one. And here's a great example of a project we can show you. But how can we make it so it's more of, this is what we're requiring? We know that our buildings are going to be one of our biggest places of emissions. I think we're all in a shared strategy of trying to achieve our climate goals. And emissions from buildings are one of the largest contributors that we have. How do we move it forward so it's not just a, hey, we see some interest, let's help connect the dots, which is good, but how do we make it so it's actually more required? That as we think about these conversions, we build it into our baseline assumptions.
Yeah, I think and this is a really important conversation, because I think what we have to
which I'm sure we'll solve in 2 minutes.
Yeah, exactly. Oh yeah, 149. There we go. But I think what we really have to have a honest conversation about, and especially I think in this budget cycle, it's really important that we do. So like we were talking with the chairman about, we don't have empty boxes in downtown. Is we really have to, for every policy goal that we want to achieve, I think we have to figure out a way that we actually support it too. So like with the housing in downtown tax abatement, some financial models that we've seen early on, it really doesn't pencil out and it won't attract the capital investment in order to get the project to move forward. So if we wanted to also advance sustainability as a requirement, I think we just have to be able to say, all right, well, that's worth the district investing in. So how do we make the abatement show that as part of the kind of how do you extend or, utilize that abatement to actually advance that policy goal?
Totally
So
with
that
you.
would have
that
to, yeah.
We need to think about what do we want to bring to the table to then help achieve those goals. What I have not yet heard, and I understand you're saying several other agencies are still working on it. What I have not yet heard is that this is a goal. We are going to make this priority. And then of course we have to be challenged and work together to think through what those tools are that we bring to help leverage those resources. But I'm trying to get to that first checkpoint, which is how do we make sure that it is a policy priority and goal from the outset?
Right.
Does that make sense what I'm trying to get at?
Yeah. And I think kind of, the other way to get to this, and I understand you're saying the actual building itself, but one of the things that we are doing by trying to create more housing downtown is bring people closer to the job center to also cut down on commutes and things like that. If we can create more housing in downtown, we're creating more housing in a high opportunity neighborhood that has great access to transit, amenities, and is a job center. So I think, I wouldn't want to say to you, yes, I agree with you that there should be a requirement when we haven't yet defined what that requirement is. So to your point about trying to solve this in 1 minute and 49 seconds, that's probably hard. But I think what we have to do is if we want to make that a requirement, we have to figure out how do we make it financially viable for the project to move forward with that also being required.
Yeah, well, I know my time is up. I 100% agree with you. Getting people closer where they work is going to help on that transportation goals. But I think we've got to work together to think through how do we state these up front as our goals, put the resources behind it. But if we don't do that, then all this urgency and good work that we're going to be doing around our downtown revitalization, we have the potential to miss the boat on how we meet our energy and environmental goals. And it's going to be really hard to come back to after the fact. So I want to work with you about how we set that out from the outset. Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilmember Allen. I'm going to forecast another question because I'm interested in Councilmember Allen's line of questioning more broadly. But I'd also asked about federal funds earlier. And I'm curious as whether or not the federal funds that we're getting, infrastructure funds or otherwise, could be used to offset some of the green and environmental requirements that we have under the law that in some cases, not all, but in some cases may add costs to construction to help reduce those costs, perhaps for some of the downtown conversions that I know are a priority for the mayor. So I'm tossing that out there and feel free to answer that first or go back to the question I asked about the bond cap.
I think because it kind of piggybacks on what Councilmember Allen was talking about. And I think that, I guess to be a little bit more blunt, I think it will add cost. So then the question for us to work out and, for the mayor to propose in the budget and the council to deliberate on is, how do we actually show that there's a way to address that cost and still deliver on the goal of delivering housing in downtown and capturing some of it as affordable housing. So I think that is kind of what we would say on that, and happy to jump into bond cap.
Please do.
Great. So for those who are watching at home, the bond cap is a way that we actually help finance our affordable housing production. And so we use that bond cap to each and every year we get an allocation from the US Treasury. It's about $350 million a year. And because the mayor has invested so much in the Housing Production Trust Fund and the council has supported that investment, the rate of production in the district has actually started to exceed what the bond cap will actually allow us to finance. So I'll turn to Sarosh to talk a little bit about the kind of the path that we have set forth in order to maximize the use of the bond cap that we do have as that becomes more scarce.
Absolutely. So the path that we've set forth, as the deputy mayor mentioned, due to the large pipeline of projects that we have that are expected to apply for bond cap, we have forecast that we would be running up against a limitation over the next few years. And so I think your original question was, are we going to receive fewer affordable homes due to that bond cap? Is that fair?
Something along that's fair enough.
Yeah, so what I would say is that we're not, the bond cap, for instance, let's just use rough math. Let's say it costs, $10 to $10 per unit, and we have $350 in bond cap, we would get 35 units. And so that hasn't changed because of the bond cap, that kind of calculation. What has changed that the deputy mayor referred to earlier is that interest rates have gone up and construction costs have gone up. So I think that there are external macro factors that might reduce the number of units. But in terms of the gross number of units that $350 million can provide because of the bond cap, that hasn't gone down. But to put it another way, maybe to be a little clearer, the district could build, or the district has in its pipeline, over $350 million worth of affordable housing, or over $350 million of projects that require bond cap. And so there is a limitation on the amount of affordable we can produce because of the bond cap.
Okay. I'm going to try to stay along the housing conversation, and maybe it sort of dovetails on this conversation about bond cap and how many units you can get, and whether there are any pressures there, which you said, not necessarily pressures, probably not the right way to characterize it, but in your pre-hearing responses, you mentioned that DMPED is working to implement the recommendations of the Black Homeownership Strike Force with cluster agencies. Talk about, I know it's still fairly early on, but if you could talk, maybe expand on the answer you provided pre-hearing to talk more specifically about what DMPED is doing with agencies it's doing it with to implement those recommendations from the Black Homeownership Strike Force.
Absolutely. So actually today, this morning, the mayor was actually at the Department of Housing and Community Development to bring attention, and I know we would have both loved to be there, but to bring attention to the home ownership programs that the district has. So everybody knows the home purchase assistance program and how the mayor and the council work together to actually raise the maximum award for that program up to $202,000. That's important because it gives our residents more buying power. One is homes continue to appreciate in the district, but also as they and we all face the interest rate environment, which is seems to be a bit unsure. And so that's one program. Another announcement that we made today was actually working to find a partner to implement the heirs legal services program. And what that allows us to do is to ensure that we actually bring an opportunity for families when they're doing their estate planning to actually make sure that the home stays within the family after after someone passes. And so that's important work that we haven't done before. It's $1 million investment that the mayor and the council have made together. So that's another program that we're going to roll out. And then I think ahead of us is utilization of the Black Homeownership Fund, which is a $10 million fund to promote the production of more homeownership opportunities and to also help Black residents purchase homes. So those are programs that we're developing right now, and then working through the recommendations of the strike force to see the legislative changes that we'll need to put those forth this spring and to help us to get on the pathway to achieve that goal of 20,000 net new Black homeowners by 2030.
Is the idea to have those recommendations or something firm when the mayor sends down the budget? Should we expect to see something in their budget?
So I never want to get ahead of the mayor and what's in her budget. But I do know that this is an area of emphasis as we do the budget formulation.
Okay. And when you talk about the heirs property, have you all, and I know, again, some of this is stuff is still fluid, but conversations with the Office of the Chief Financial Officer as it relates to the tax sale list and residential homes that are being sold on the tax sales, and whether there's any overlap with the initiative that you all are doing on heirs property. Just a thought. And I don't know if you have a quick response.
It was actually, we recently met with the Tax Revision Commission, and this was actually an area that we hope to work together with that body and with the Office of Tax and Revenue and the CFO's office. So it is an area that we think provides an opportunity.
Sure. So I want to make sure we aren't in the district losing Black residents in the district, Black homeowners in the district aren't losing their homes to tax sale if in fact they're in a position to maintain it and would like to maintain it. You mentioned HPAP earlier, and I know in your pre-hearing materials that you provided to the committee is a 2-year study with Howard University of the district's housing and homeownership program, specifically HPAP, the Home Purchase Assistance Program, the Employer Assisted Housing Program, EHAP, and the Inclusionary Zoning Program is scheduled to conclude by June 30th. You also indicated that the research team provided a progress report and preliminary findings. Can you share some of those preliminary findings with us here today? And is that report available for the committee, if not for the public?
Thank you for the question, council member. So the team did receive a preliminary report from Howard and their partners, which identified some early findings, I think some of which we already know. One of which is that HPAP buyers are competing against others in the market, which creates a lot of challenges. We also know that they are generally purchasing homes in Ward 7 and 8. Which we know from program data, and that most buyers are in the 51 to 80% of median family income range. On the inclusionary zoning front, I think there are some potential process improvements that could be considered to help give folks on the list a better sense of when they may have an opportunity to get access to a unit. So we expect to get that final report in June and very much look forward to digging deeper into the findings then.
And you all are, and I may have a question. I know I'm over my time, but it's so important and it overlaps with your response. There was an article in the city paper earlier this month that talked about racial disparities in DC homeownership. And it was talking about a study from the Urban Institute that shows a decline in Black homeownership in Wards 7 and 8, which is home to nearly half of the district's Black residents. I mentioned that because of what you said about HPAP and where those HPAP, the folks who are utilizing HPAP are seeking to purchase homes, and it is in Ward 7 and 8. I think it's interesting that you mentioned that and why that program is so extraordinarily important, and why what the mayor did and obviously the council supports the increase in how much a resident could get to purchase under HPAP, which I think is slightly over $202,000 now, depending on your income. So I wanted to mention that before I shift now to Councilmember Parker for another round. And I just also should note, because it's important, Councilmember Parker has now joined us inside of the hearing room in 123 in the John A. Wilson building for his next round. So we had Councilmember Parker as well as Councilmember Allen both join us in person for this hearing. Thanks.
Yes, and my apologies for distorted audio earlier. I wanted to just quickly pick up where we left off in terms of the Nourish DC grants. There's been a lot of discussion in the district around senior hunger. And can you speak to how you're strategically using those investments, if at all, to target senior hunger, and or how you might be able to in the future
support seniors? And when I say senior hunger, I mean senior citizens. Yes.
Yeah, I think it could be a growth area. I don't know that I would have a specific kind of readout to it. We have focused on, and I think you're asking specifically about addressing senior hunger.
Yes.
So what we focused on our end is kind of more the business intake side. So which businesses and the idea behind Nourish DC was that maybe not everybody's ready to set up a brick and mortar business, but they're a food provider. They are able to, they already have a business underway. They maybe do it out of their home, and that they actually can turn this into a business that employs more of their neighbors. And so the idea behind it is that we can actually provide grants, loans, and technical assistance so they could actually grow that business. Now, who they're serving, I think, is an interesting question. And I'd like to come back to you about if we have any that are maybe more senior focused, and that could be good. One thing I know is that one of the participants was actually working with and grew their business to actually do work with, I'm not sure if it was DACL or with DHS, but they were able to provide meal services for those agencies. And they actually have participated in some of our food access programs, and we were able to grow their business to the point that they could actually contract with the district government. And so that's a good example of how it could have a benefit, but I'd like to get back to you with a little bit more specificity on how we can help serve seniors with that investment.
Awesome. Thank you. And for those watching in Ward 5, which has the second largest amount of seniors in the district, and we know that senior hunger remains a challenge. I anecdotally know a lot of our seniors in Ward 5, especially in housing facilities, are relying on entities like the food bank for food access. And so I would love to work with you all on that. I wanted to switch gears, going back to the racial equity conversation, and I perhaps missed this earlier through transition, but this topic of a racial equity tool kept coming up. Can you just speak to where we are with actually developing a concrete tool to inform development in the district?
So we've actually started to create a neighborhood access tool, which actually will rate kind of what neighborhoods have access to certain amenities. So when you look at the comeback plan, we had a specific focus, obviously, on downtown and bringing residents downtown. And we actually showed where there were supermarket gaps, library gaps, green space gaps. So what we want to do is actually implement that across the district. And so that's something that we're working on with our partner agencies. And then the other thing is that we are part of the Mayor's Office of Racial Equity has a cohort right now of agencies that are meeting with them in order to implement the mayor's racial equity agenda. And so that's something that we're proud to be a part of as well. And so, this idea of a tool is something that we've actually talked to that office about. And so it's something that we're interested in how we could actually develop it.
Awesome. I would say one of the benefits of having a tool is it will be a transparent way for the public to know how DMPED is coming to certain decisions, but also an accountability effort. I also just want to acknowledge that the administration, as to my experience, been making more efforts to address racial equity. And so that shouldn't go unnoticed as well. Connected to that, this Black Home Ownership Fund, can you just inform me where we are with that? So last year, the mayor put, I believe it was $10 million towards the fund. Where are we today with that?
Yeah, so there were two, the Black Home Ownership Strike Force had recommendations, and it was sort of in two major parts. One was producing more housing that Black families could then purchase, but then also supporting Black families in that ability to purchase, whether it's new homes or homes that are already built. And so we are trying to formulate those programs now to see what would have the most impact with the funding that we have available. We've also been challenged by the mayor to see if there could be philanthropic support to leverage the funding that we have. That $10 million was always seen as seed funding in order for us to advance whatever the goal was that was established, which, as you know, is
So for neighbors who would say $10 million isn't nearly enough.
correct.
It's seed funding.
It's seed funding, and then also the district government to invest more in it, but then also us to go out to philanthropic or potential philanthropic partners to talk about their interest in it as well.
And is it safe to assume that money will start going out the door this calendar year?
Oh, so it'll definitely, yeah, we will utilize it within this FY. We're going to start utilizing it for either of those work streams or both.
And then one last thing that I'm concerned about, I applaud the mayor's goal of, I believe it's what, 20,000 more Black residents, homeowners
Net new
by 2030.
30, correct.
How do we ensure that we're not replacing higher income Black residents with lower income Black homeowners, if that makes sense? And
Yeah.
so if you could just quickly speak to the efforts to keep people in their homes while also trying to add more Black homeowners to the mix.
Yeah, so there's some work to do on that front. Heirs Legal Services to make sure it stays within the family, I think is an important step. This is a program that we're excited to have launched, at least to find our partner as of today. Then there's programs like that have been on the books for a while, like single family rehab, which could allow more people to stay in their homes longer because they can afford to repair the home and keep it in good standing. And so there's a couple of ways that we can help advance that.
Sorry, what was that program about the home repair?
Single family rehab.
Yep.
So that's another one. And then I think the important thing is that when Mayor Bowser set the goal in January 2019 of creating 36,000 new homes, we then worked among our housing agency partners and partners in government to actually put together a report in October of 2019, which actually showed kind of how we would get there. And that's where we set the targets by planning area, by neighborhood, making DC the first jurisdiction in the country to have affordable housing targets by neighborhood. And so for us, the work that we're doing internally is figuring out, okay, now that the goal has been set by the strike force and the mayor's accepted the goal of 20,000 net new, how do we actually put together that kind of analogous report to show how we'll get there and the tools that we'll need. I'll also say that if you look at the it's called the Housing Equity Report that was released in October 2019, there are even more programs now than there were then in order for us to create more affordable housing. And so when we put out these reports, it's not necessarily that we have every idea in mind, but it does show us how we'll measure against the larger goal that's set and the efforts that we have underway.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Parker.
And just one thing too, and Sharon just reminded me of this. This is actually something we're really excited about, is actually in addition to advertising to draw residents who may have left DC to come back. We also have advertising on home ownership opportunities for district residents. So one of the things that we're going to embark upon in the weeks ahead is actually working to go out and engage stakeholders about what it would take, what are the hurdles that they see to becoming a homeowner, and then doing a marketing effort to advertise to folks the resources that we have. The most powerful one being the Home Purchase Assistance Program, but there are other tools that we have in the toolkit, and we want to be able to communicate those to make sure people utilize them as well.
Thank you, Councilmember Parker. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. You all just talked about the tool to measure performance, and this came up earlier with public witnesses, and it might have even come up earlier in my questions with the Deputy Mayor. But I do want to emphasize and ask specifically: does the executive have a tool that enables them to measure performance, outcomes, success of strategic initiatives? And I ask that in the context of the REACH Act, the Racial Equity Achieved Results Act, which by law requires that a tool exists. In fact, I'm looking at the code now, and I'll read it. It says by March 1st, 2021, in coordination with the Office of the City Administrator, the Office of Racial Equity established by Section 3 of the REACH Act passed, I'll skip all that jargon, but shall design and implement a racial equity tool to enable district agencies to incorporate racial equity into their operations, performance-based budgets, programs, policies, rules, and regulations, and ensure alignment between district, departmental, and district-wide programs and initiatives. So does that tool exist? If not, why not? And when should we expect to see it?
And that's why I say with the Mayor's Office of Racial Equity, we're in the first cohort of agencies to actually understand how we could actually design it for something that would impact our agency or the programs and that we carry out on behalf of the mayor.
Are you all working with any outside entities, contractors, or otherwise to help you develop that tool?
Not at this time.
Okay. All right. And is there a plan to do that though? And I want to emphasize it, Deputy Mayor, because, you know, for better or for worse, I think for better actually, but the council, you know, has created similarly a council office on racial equity. And they use a metrics. They have a tool in place that they use to produce the racial equity impact assessments. And I want to be able to hone in on this, and maybe I'll talk to my colleagues who have oversight, but to try to figure out when this is going to be produced, because you all are doing a number of things, and you just, with questions I've asked, questions Councilman Parker's asked, and others I know have an interest in, and a number of witnesses testified about, if there was a tool and the ability to produce those performance metrics where people can see, and frankly, it would align with what you're already doing with the city administrator that lays out the performance metrics and has those performance reports that I know we look at and use them to ask some of the questions that we're asking today. A date or some more concrete sense of when that's going to happen, given that it should have happened almost 2 years ago, is important.
So I think what you're referring to is an enterprise-wide tool across the government. And I definitely understand you stressing that, and it's something that we'll follow up with. I know the Office of the City Administrator has their hearing going on right now, but we'll be sure to flag your interest and concern about that. But I will say that we also have worked to make sure that our work is through a lens of racial equity. If you look at the comeback plan, we have 2 goals that literally state a racial equity lens. One being that we grow the number of businesses owned by people of color, and also that we raise the income level of Black households in the District of Columbia. And we've set those also in a way that we can measure them. So just like I was saying to Councilmember Parker, when we set goals, we want to be able to measure them and update folks. So one of the things I left out about the 2019 exercise and the housing goal that the mayor set, and then the housing equity report, we measure ourselves against that goal each and every month. So it'll take us a little bit of time to get that in place for the DC comeback plan, but that is our intention, to be able to measure ourselves against the goals that we set. And so I would highlight, while you're talking about an enterprise-wide in terms of the work that DMPED is doing, setting goals that have racial equity as a lens or being the goal itself. That's something that we haven't shied away from. In fact, the mayor's encouraged us to lean into.
I'm glad to hear that. You know, my thought has always been, you know, as long as it took for us to get to the point we are today with these huge disparities that exist in the district and cities across the country, and I think most people agree, you know, the policies were put in place long before we were even thought about, right? We're still living it. But then the consequences of those policies in terms of, you know, residential real estate segregation here in the city, being the city with one of the largest racial wealth gaps. So the goals that you all have laid out are important, and I think they're bold in that respect. But just as the people who were federal and local legislators who put those racist policies in place did so to a great deal of success and have created an environment that has far and long outlived them, we should be working hard to combat that, close those disparities, eliminate those disparities in a way that we can measure so that our policies and our laws will continue to do good long beyond our shelf life. So I appreciate that. Staying sort of on this line though, let's talk about the disparity study. We had Al Swells who testified earlier today. Councilmember Parker and I discussed this on the dais, off the dais. I know that you all have been working on this for some time now. So if you could, Deputy Mayor, update us on how that's going. It's been a priority for this committee for a while now, which is why we legislated and funded initially for this to happen. And we appreciate the mayor augmenting the initial funding and engaging the contractor to perform the study. But where are we with the study and what should the public expect to see it?
So typically for disparity studies, they take about a year or two to execute. So we're just getting to the point. I think it was awarded in late spring of 2021. So we're getting to the point where we're kind of on the later edge of the average. And so we're working to finalize the study. I know that it's been of interest to this committee and to your work, Chairman, on this committee and beyond. And so we're confident, though, that we're wrapping up the work on the study in order to make that available to you and to the committee. One of the things that we want to make sure that we do is to be ready to figure out the what happens next as well. But I think that's going to be something that we work out together. One of the reasons that it does take that much time, I'm not sure if Councilmember Parker's a lawyer too, but the lawyer, he's not. Okay, it's okay. But one of the things is that it is important that it's legally defensible because it will potentially be the basis for a new program or bringing back a program. And so we want to make sure that we have all eyes on the study in order to make sure that from the administrator's perspective, that as we finalize the report and that study, that it actually does pass that high standard. So that's something that we've been working on. We take it very seriously, and we're coming to the end of our work, and we'll soon be able to make that study public.
I appreciate that, especially the last point you made about it being legally defensible. It is sort of an irony that we used to have a MBE program at the District of Columbia that was overturned by the courts back in 1991 in that O'Donnell construction case. And so we appreciate seeing that soon. And I know there are a lot of stakeholders, members of Al Swells' organization and others that similarly would love to see the results of that. So let's turn to Councilmember Parker for another round.
I want to pick up there. I'm glad to hear about the progress being made with the disparity study. Can you speak to, Deputy Mayor, what steps, if any, DMPED is taking internally for when the study is released? Then what are the next steps?
This is actually where we need to do some agency coordination to ensure. I think when the study comes out, there'll be a lot more questions, and I think even we have answers. So part of the work that we've been taking the time to undertake is making sure that our agency partners are ready to answer those questions. And I think from this committee and this council, there's really kind of a legislative path to address what the study will find. And so I think it's important that we advance it in a very deliberate way, give folks time to absorb it, and then think about what is the prudent pathway forward from there. But just as I said to the chairman, you have a commitment that we will complete the work of the study, and then we'll be with you along the way as we think about what comes next and how that is implemented. But we do know that we'll need our partner agencies to really almost be at the forefront of that work because it impacts kind of their day-to-day.
And not to get too far ahead of the report, but is it likely to contain recommendations for this committee and or the council? Or will it
stop short of recommendations and simply detail the findings?
Yeah, so trying to say this delicately, because all of this too has to be legally defensible. And so kind of what we say is a matter of record.
Okay.
And so I think what was helpful is it kind of gives a little bit of a recommendation direction to district government. But I think it's kind of, it's open to the council to figure out kind of how they utilize the study for what action they want to see and what outcome they want to see.
The reason why I was at,
yeah.
yes, and I do get the legal ramifications of it all. I do think it would be powerful if an agency of the executive seemed to be signaling in alignment with the council's actions, because I would imagine there would be pushback, and it would be very strong if both branches in the district were saying this is important.
Oh, I mean, absolutely. I mean, and this is, this is something that the mayor's worked on. We talked about earlier. The mayor wants to make sure that DC businesses and, businesses owned by people of color, by women, and residents, that they have a shot at the work that we put out. And that is why the mayor established the Green Book. It's why we update it each and every year. That's a collaboration between the Department of Small Local Business Development, OCP, and other agencies, and actually all agencies. So we want to make sure that we're going to be partners in this work. But I do think it's important. The next step is that we finalize the report, we get that to the council, and we stay engaged about the work ahead.
Okay. Thank you for that. Very important. I want to just stay quickly on this equity vein. I really appreciated hearing about the 4 equity RFPs, as you're calling them. Is there any requirement for those recipients to actually be district residents or for the equity RFPs?
So actually, with the equity RFP, the primary priority is that the entity be either owned by or majority controlled by people of color. In terms of district residency, we cover that with things like the Certified Business Enterprise program. But certainly, even if it's not listed in the RFP, we do have a interest and a focus on ensuring that district residents are very well represented on our projects.
Maybe not now, but I would be interested out of these 4 to just have a breakdown of how district residents are benefiting from those equity RFPs. Awesome. I'm going to.
The interesting thing there is there were 4 RFPs, but there's actually 5 awards. So just Hill East actually was 2 separate bundles of parcels that we awarded.
Gotcha. I'm going to switch gears to the Bridge Fund 3.0, which seems as though applications are still pending. Well, you have applications and you're reviewing them. Just generally, as the district is preparing to come out of the pandemic, kind of like the federal government, what types of things would this fund be supporting businesses in doing in these last stages of the pandemic? Because my understanding, it was created to support business in weathering the pandemic. But if we're saying things are done and it's a new day, can you just speak to what this should be targeting?
Let me just start. I think one thing I would say is one of the key indicators that we look at, I look at it as often as the CFO puts out their economic trends report, is that we haven't gotten back to full recovery yet in terms of jobs. And the areas that we see, the industries, I should say, that we see an impact is in retail, hospitality, food service, accommodation. So I'll turn to Spongler to talk about Bridge Fund 3.0, but I do want folks to know that we were about 800,000 jobs before the pandemic. We fell down to about 712,000. We're back up to 774,000 jobs. But the industry that's been kind of the most impacted are retail, hospitality, food, service, and accommodations. So Subangale can talk about then the targeting of Bridge Fund 3.0.
Yeah, so good afternoon, Councilmember Parker. So the bridge funds it is a grant program, but this is very specific and targeted to relief. So the dollars are allowable for operation purposes, maintaining your staff, any other liabilities that you have as an employee, as an employer. It does prioritize exactly what the council, what the deputy mayor has mentioned. Bridge Fund 3.0 also included an opportunity for us to fund professional services as well.
And in my last 5 seconds, because I'm going to get cut off,
Yeah.
but you may not, can you just characterize what you saw in the applications? Like the types of businesses that were applying for what types of needs?
Well, they have a suite of allowable uses that are operational. And
Okay.
so we received, I think like over 250 applications so far. They're still under review. It just closed on the 13th of January. So as you can imagine, it takes time to review those. So there's no significant assessment exactly on what we're seeing there. But as we determine that there is some sort of challenge or hindrance to their operations, they are allowed, you know, a particular award. And that's just based on formulation. So we'll be able to have more assessment on what that looks like once the review has been done and we're at the stage where we're doing conditional awards.
And Chairman McDuffie, if I could take 20 more seconds.
Yeah.
What's the spirit behind that question is I know we're coming up on the budget. And if there are certain trends we're still seeing in businesses applying for this Bridge Fund 3.0 as we're emerging from the pandemic, quote unquote, how do we then provide long-term solutions through our budget? It's more so what I was getting at.
Well, we're not out of it.
I know,
Yeah,
I know,
and
but
so
in
there's-
terms of the declaration is what I meant. But it seems like you all are still very much under review, which I
yeah.
appreciate.
And we did work with the council in the last budget session too, because the sectors are named in the law in terms of what we were allowed to. So we knew that, you know, retail, restaurant, entertainment services, we knew that those areas were ones that were furthest from recovery. And the mayor has also talked about our support of businesses being in terms of relief, recovery and growth. That's why Spongler emphasized that the Bridge Fund has always been about that relief. So.
Thank you, Councilmember Parker. Going into an earlier question that was asked about the equity RFP, which, as you all know, is near and dear to the committee, but in particular to me, as in conceiving of that when we did back in 2019 and working with you all to roll it out to, I think, some degree of success. I'm glad to hear that there've been the awards that have been made and we've been following those awards. I do want to ask though, just maybe a follow-up to Councilmember Parker's question, because the way that it's been implemented doesn't necessarily require development teams that are awarded to be CBEs, nor does it necessarily require that they be equity impact enterprises, which is a newer designation that we created that aligns with the work that you all are doing with the equity RFPs. And so I am curious as to how many of the awards that have been made, how many of those teams would qualify for the equity impact enterprise designation, even if they technically have not checked that box on their CBE status. Because some folks may not have availed themselves of the ability to be an equity impact enterprise because they've already been a CBE, but they nevertheless would qualify as an equity impact enterprise, which I think is important.
Yes, absolutely. I think we can go back and look at the teams and see which ones would have qualified had they applied for the certification.
Okay, I appreciate that. Are you all seeing any challenges with the program at all?
Well, one, I think, and it kind of goes to Councilmember Parker's question about, we want to make sure the pool of responses or where we get responses from is, you know, wide enough. So that's one thing that we've been, you know, sort of just rolling this out. So we want to see how responses we get. But I will say as well, that this is also how we will roll out RFPs from now on.
It's great.
So that is something that want to make sure that we emphasize. And then we've also seen some of our partner agencies utilize it as well. So Housing Finance Agency, while they don't have a lot of land for their headquarters, they actually did use this model. And then DHCD has used it, I think, on their pad or started to.
I do think so. In addition to DHCD and others, other agencies have reached out to us just to understand the general format of it. And even if they don't use it exactly, they're using sort of the concept, and particularly part of the concept is the owned or majority controlled by businesses of color. And then there's some other nuances depending on the product of that agency.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. And you anticipated my follow, which was whether you're working with or any other agencies are utilizing a program. I wanted to find where I had that part of the code, because I think it is important in the context of what you're doing at DMPED and being a leader and implementing this and working directly with the committee to roll it out. But I think its impact, no pun intended, can be seen if other agencies also utilize it. For example, I know one of the things that I encountered early on in my tenure when I chaired a different committee that held oversight of DGS was some of the construction projects would come out as really large projects. You might have a package of several rec centers that's released in one RFP, and some of the smaller CBEs, potential equity impact enterprises, couldn't compete because they couldn't bond up to a certain amount. And so I'm just throwing it out there, but I think there are other, I'm glad to hear that there are other agencies in the administration that are looking to perhaps replicate the work that you all are doing with the equity RFP. And for those who are wondering, an equity impact enterprise means a business enterprise that is a resident-owned business and a small business enterprise that can demonstrate that it is at least 51% owned by an individual who is, or a majority number of individuals who are economically disadvantaged individuals or individuals who have been subjected to racial or ethnic prejudice or cultural bias because of their identity as a member of a group without regard to their individual qualities. So I'll leave that there, but I appreciate the responses and that you provided today. Let me go to my next question. There's another program that I know you all have really made a priority to work with, which is the DC Community Anchor Partnership, which helps local anchor institutions like hospitals, utilities, universities, include DC-based minority businesses as vendors. And I know there's a list of folks who have participated with that program. Just want to get your thoughts on how that project is going and whether you're seeing some successes there.
Thank you, Council Member. It's been really exciting to witness what CNHED has been able to accomplish. To date, now there are 11 anchor partners, UDC, Georgetown, Adventist Healthcare, Bridgepoint, Children's, GW Hospital, Sibley, Whitman Walker, DC Water, Pepco, and St. Elizabeth's Hospital. There are 2 that are pending right now, so that'll add to the 11 that I know they're really excited to submit the MOUs for those. What we witnessed since 2017 is that DCAP has recorded upward of $186 million in spending to LBEs. And that is up from $5.7 million in 2017. And so that's pretty significant. We're really excited about the work thus far. I think looking forward to what their plans are and the vision as we move forward in 23 and 24. And so we're currently having those conversations as we deploy their existing funding for them. But we are seeing some success.
Glad to hear it. Really quickly, this committee similarly, when the pandemic hit, we amongst the programs that we established and have worked with the executive to implement and is the Equity Impact Fund. We created that a few years ago, I think 2020 maybe for the 2021 budget. I know a couple of rounds have been completed, but if you could really quickly tell us where we are with that fund and whether there's an interest that is ongoing with that program. And I'll leave it there so we can get to some other members, but.
And you're referring to the Inclusive Innovation Equity Impact Fund, correct?
What we called it when we created it was not that. It is now called that. So yes, that is the fund. Yeah.
Just want to make sure we're talking about.
No,
the
we're
same.
talking about the same thing. I'm just giving you a hard
Okay.
time.
Fantastic. So the most recent round just closed at the end of January 31st. So I know that they have received a significant number of applications. I think they received about 200 apps so far. I know that Melissa and team through 1863 Ventures is still under review. Is it just closed? The last round of recipients, there were 16 awards that were dispersed across different industry sectors. If you recall, we had a fantastic opening at Manifest, one of a brick and mortar retailer. There were also tech companies that were part of that award. So it's been exciting to see what has transpired thus far. And so we're looking forward to what the next round of recipients look like as she is in the process of review right now.
Excellent. Thank you for that.
Mhm.
I want to note before we turn to Councilmember Parker for another round, I want to note that we've been joined by Ward 4 Councilmember Janice Lewis George. And so just for planning purposes, Councilmember, I imagine you two are maybe trying to juggle multiple things. We're going to go to Councilmember Parker for a 7-minute round and we'll turn to you after that. Councilmember Parker.
Yes, so let's turn to the Commercial Property Acquisition Fund. And recently I joined you, Deputy Mayor, at the new home of the Spice Suite in Ward 5. And just would like to applaud the work that the agency has done around the fund, and I'm more interested in knowing what have been the lessons learned from this first round and what is going into the next round of grant applications.
Thank you, Councilmember Parker. There have been a lot
Sending
of
all the
lessons
questions
learned.
to you.
There have been a lot of lessons learned, obviously, from the first round. We just didn't know we didn't know, but had all the best intentions. And so really learning from the recipients themselves. There were 12 of them, if I can recall. Yep, there were 12 of them. And as you mentioned, Spice Suite was one of those as well. And so as we moved through that experience that first year, we learned that there are some things that we needed to explore in terms of education, information, what's necessary when you think about a micro business who is a tenant now becoming a building owner. And what does that mean? And what does it mean to acquire a building? And then what's next? There's development, there's construction. What does that look like? And so how do we educate those who are excited about CPAP and want to acquire their own building, but also understand the ramifications? It's almost just like homeownership 101, but we created a CPAP 101, which I think the Deputy Mayor mentioned in his earlier comments when we opened. And so we devised that was launched in the beginning of this fiscal year. So anyone that is interested in applying has to go through that CPAP 101 so that they are familiar and are aware of all the things that they should understand in trying to take advantage of the program. And so we look forward to continuing to enhance what that looks like and learn from recipients as we think about what they need on that end, but then also how can we be better in coordinating agencies to support those recipients on our end as well.
One of the things that stood out to me when we were at that ribbon cutting is that Angel, the owner, said even despite having revenues in the 7 figures, she was finding it hard to secure commercial property in the district. And without this program, she wouldn't have been able to do it. And I think about the many other businesses that only dream of having 7 figures. So I guess my question is, even before that CPAP 101, how do we create a longer pipeline to tee businesses up to take advantage of this fund?
I think that's an excellent question. And how I think when you say that, when you ask that question, I'm thinking about the suite of funding that we have out right now in terms of grants and incentives that are available for startups, for early stage businesses, and how we can probably create a pathway,
yes,
an opportunity connecting the dots across funding mechanisms and where there might be gaps. And so while I don't have an answer for that, but I do think that we are in a place where we can begin building that out when we look at the suite of opportunities that are available and how we can really be think more strategically about messaging and a path when you think about the programs that are available, not just through DMPED, but also through our agency partners like DSLBD and DHCD as well.
I'm sure Councilmember McDuffie, Louis George, others can attest. We get questions all the time about what opportunities are available to business owners. And I think an interactive tool, a map of sorts that can say, if I'm interested in these programs, here are all the pathways that might lead me to that could be really helpful. I'm thinking about the business owners that might not quite be where Angel was when she applied for the program.
But I think one thing is Octo, Department of Buildings and Department of Licensing and Consumer Protection just launched yesterday the DC business licensing portal. We actually have obviously dc.com, which is kind of like more like a catalog of programs that we have available and resources that we have. But maybe we have to engage with Octo about kind of creating that more as sort of that portal that because with the DC business licensing portal, you know, it starts with questions of like, you know, what do you want to do? Are you a business? Do you have a business? Do you want to start a business? So I think maybe we can work with Octo, our partners there, to see how we could actually create a similar sort of portal for businesses.
That would be great.
Kind of walk them through it too.
That would be great. And then I will preface this that a hope, a vision of mine is that we can have more neighborhood or community focused development, equitable development. And if as a city, we could come up with what are the things that we want every community neighborhood to have, whether that's a grocery store, a coffee shop, sit down restaurants, a park, et cetera. And I want to come to the Urban Institute's economic mobility plan. I know it's not completely apples to apples, but I think this perhaps provides an entry point for the district to start thinking in that way. And I'm sure you all are thinking about development across the city and what offerings we're providing. So can you speak to the economic mobility plan, but specifically how we might be able to use that to say, here are the 5 things we want every neighborhood in the district to have, how far they are from that, and then work and create a plan for us to get there.
Thank you for the question. So we were really grateful to work with the Urban Institute to develop the Upward Mobility Action Plan released in June. This was a multi-agency effort led by DMPED and the Office of Planning, cut across every cluster, but with a big focus on housing programs and workforce. One of the big takeaways is that there are a lot of programs, but it's hard to find them all. And there are programs focused on supporting stability, but also upward mobility and ultimately prosperity. So programs that can help support wealth building. But we need a better system for helping people navigate through those. So the big action item coming out of that is the development of something like the portal that we started talking about in the business context that will help residents navigate those programs with much less friction. I really see most of those as a people-focused programs portal. On the place-based front, one new tool that we are working to develop is what we call the Neighborhood Asset Index. This is partly something that came out of the comeback plan we released last month, but it speaks to exactly this issue you're talking about. Every single neighborhood needs to offer its residents all of those ingredients: affordable housing, access to transportation, access to food, libraries, recreation. And so what we're starting to do through this index is have a single place where we can see what assets already exist, but also what's in the pipeline. We know that the district has made some investments that will take a little bit of time to deliver. So we can centralize that data, and then we can also overlay it with outcomes.
What is the timeline of that index?
So we just brought on some new team members to help with that. We're also working through that in the context of our racial equity action cohort. So we hope to finish it in the next, I would say, 6 months. But that is a tool that can can help to inform future place-based investments. So some of our grant programs like the Neighborhood Prosperity Funds, which take applications for, a particular place, we can then say, how does this proposal compare to what this particular area needs,
Yeah.
so that we can build out that suite of ingredients at the place-based level.
I'm over time. I would just end by this. I would love to work with you on that. I do think that sounds like a perfect foundational element to an equity tool, because if we can index what communities need and using that to provide development, I think that's really smart. So thank you for that.
Welcome the collaboration. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Parker. I'm going to turn next to Ward 4 Councilmember Janice Lewis George.
Thank you, Chairman McDuffie, and good evening to all our witnesses. I want to start with Kennedy Street. As you know, there was a Kennedy Street Economic Development and Small Business Revitalization Advisory Committee. And in addition to that, there was the Kennedy Street Revitalization Plan. I wanted to know, Director, if all of the recommendations of the Kennedy Street Revitalization Plan have all been implemented.
Hi, Councilmember George. So I know it's sunset on December 31st of 2020. And we were required to submit after every meeting kind of an update of outcomes. I would need to pull all of those together to summarize what was complete and what wasn't. And if there are some outstanding things, but I know as a result of that year-long or two-year-long program, that committee, that there were some successes that were complete and some that were ongoing and being influenced by and ongoing, and the community will continue to work with the Main Street and other stakeholders on Kennedy Street.
Okay. If you could, I know they're meeting minutes, but if there was a final report and recommendations, I would like to be able to see a copy of that work to see where we are in things that were not implemented or things that were ongoing, to see if we can make some grounds there.
Sure, we can put together a summary report for you.
Now, is my understanding that Kennedy Street is still considered an opportunity zone? Is that correct?
You are correct, yes.
Okay, and what is sort of, what are we seeing as far as the opportunity zones we have, particularly in Kennedy Street, as far as meeting sort of, the opportunity outcomes that we are trying to deliver within those zones?
I'll have to take a look and get back and follow up with you to see what that is.
Okay.
That information with me.
Okay, because I know we're supposed to deliver, the whole idea of the outcomes of the opportunity zone is that they deliver certain things for the community. As I look at it, like delivering new neighborhood service amenities and retails and fresh food grocers, and providing investment capital and growth opportunities, and creating pathways for jobs. And so I just want to make sure where we have opportunity zone, particularly those in the one we have on Kennedy Street, that we're actually getting the priorities that we have for investment are actually coming out of those investments, or what the sort of what the evaluation, what is the evaluation process for our opportunity zones?
I can speak to that question, council member. So opportunity zones, as I'm sure you know, was created as a provision in the federal tax code to encourage investments in particular places. The district was able to designate 25 census tracts as opportunity zones. This federal tax code provision is something that happens totally separate from the district government. What we decided to do to have more visibility into that process was to essentially require that a taxpayer that may want to realize those tax benefits is investing into qualified opportunity funds that are investing in projects that have been supported by the community or that have been through a public process. So we really have visibility into only those that choose to pursue the district level tax benefit. What we've seen at a citywide level is that 33 qualified opportunity funds have been approved, so to speak, by DMPED. And so folks that have a district tax liability have invested into those funds. Collectively, they have supported 1,100 jobs across the district and helped 1,700 residents access job training opportunities or will when they deliver. And they are associated with 800 or so affordable housing units. At a geographic level, I would say that the vast majority of what we have seen, and keep in mind that we don't have all of the information, only the IRS has that. We have seen most investment in wards 5 and ward 8. And some of that is probably due to the fact that there are more tracks in ward 8. But that's where we have seen most of the investment going for those that we have visibility into.
Okay. Do you know if you have any visibility into Ward 4?
So we have visibility into the projects that apply to us. I don't recall offhand if we have, I believe our responses may have had a word by word breakdown. But we can certainly follow up with anything that we have received for the Kennedy Street census tract.
Okay. I would appreciate that. I know the neighborhood, the community would like to have some visibility into how this is benefiting us, or and we've had a number of sort of issues with even sort of ongoing projects that don't get complete, incomplete construction, and sort of and so we, I think most people know and sort of some of the issues on Kennedy Street. So for it to be an opportunity zone, we had some fresh food on that block. I think it was taken away, so we don't have fresh food opportunities. So I just want to make sure because it is an opportunity zone, that there's actually opportunities coming to Kennedy Street. If not, the ways in which we can do more work or follow up, and DMPED can support us in that on the Kennedy Street corridor in that regard.
Absolutely.
I want to move, I'm sure, I don't know if my colleagues asked, he probably did. One of the big things that I discussed last year and the year before with community members and business owners was the disparity study. And I know, there is still sort of an ongoing process for the disparity study. I want to see if we can get an update. And for those who don't know, it was the District of Columbia implements the Certified Business Enterprise Program, which helps businesses better position themselves to compete in district government contracting opportunities. And so this was commissioned to conduct this disparity study to assess whether women and minority-owned businesses face any barriers as a part of the district's contracting process. And information in the study is supposed to help us determine whether disparity exists and assess sort of our efforts to encourage women and minority-owned businesses to bid on district contracts and really help us inform what, if any, improvements are needed to sort of optimize the district's contracting process. So we do have a very genuine interest in making sure this study is complete. What is the update on the disparity study at this moment?
Yes, so we did speak about this a little bit earlier, and it typically takes about a year or two to do a study. We awarded this work in the late spring of 2021. So we're actually coming to the kind of outer limit of that sort of typical return. And so we're actually working to finalize this. I know we talked to the chairman and Councilmember Parker earlier about this very issue. And we know that from our perspective, in terms of the disparity study and the work that DMPED has to do on it, that it is coming to a conclusion. So we know that we'll be able to release that report soon. And we anticipate that it'll probably launch a large body of work that we and the council have to do together. And one of the things that I've talked to the chairman a little bit about earlier too is I don't want to get too far ahead of the study before it's released, because one of the real foundations of why we do the study is to make sure it's legally defensible. And so we're coming to a close on the work on the study. I know I come back before this body again during the budget process. I won't allow us to come before you again without the study having been released. But in all seriousness, I think it will take, like you explained in, excuse me, your question itself, the disparity study is the first part of the work. And then whatever its findings are, it really forces us to kind of see where we are and think about the steps that we want to take together. And part of our work in finalizing the disparity study is ensuring that district agencies, which will be partners in that work ahead, have visibility into it and are ready, because I know that once it's released, it'll lead to a lot of questions about the path forward. So you've got our commitment that we're coming to a close on the disparity study, and we'll get that out to this committee and to this council and to the public in short order.
Okay. I have one more question, Chairman, because I have to leave and go to the DPW hearing. So if I could.
Honestly, we're 2.5 minutes over, and
Okay.
and you can't see this, but Councilman Christina Henderson actually walked in about.
Oh, I can't see. Okay. All right.
And so I wanted to give her a round. I hate to cut you off, but I'm happy to do another round if you need it. I just want to make sure that
I gotta go do a round. I gotta do a round for DPW. So.
Okay, well, we'll be here for a while. So
Okay.
If you're able to come back, we're happy to have you. But
thank you.
I'm going to turn now to Councilmember Christina Henderson, who, as I mentioned, has joined us in person in room 123 in the John A. Wilson building. Councilmember Henderson, thanks for joining us.
Thank you. I was upstairs and I was like, oh wait, they're in person. Let me come on down. Good afternoon, Deputy Mayor, and to your team. So at-large member in capacity, and so I'm going to ask you some ward questions. So we're going to start in Northwest, and then we're going to come down to Southeast. My inbox has been inundated with residents in Chevy Chase who are very upset with you about the proposed surplusing process in terms of the community center and library there. So I want to give you an opportunity. I'm going to ask some very pointed questions because I only have a little bit of time, so we can clear up some of the myths and misnomers in terms of what is going on there. So first, was the surplus hearing properly noticed?
Yes.
Okay, I'm asking this because there seems to be a lot of people who claim that they didn't know about it. And then add to that, I think the meeting was scheduled for December 15th, was right before Hanukkah and Christmas holidays. And so I'm curious in terms of the decision of your office for that timing. Were you concerned that you weren't going to get enough feedback by choosing that day?
So the original meeting was scheduled basically in 10-801. It says that you have to provide a notice period, and then the meeting is typically scheduled, right when that notice period ends, and that was the date. And then the community did ask for us to reschedule it, and we did.
Okay. So what is the timeline going forward?
So the timeline at present going forward is that we are basically continuing to discuss it with the ANC and with the council member. And then the next step would be for us to issue the RFP. And then we don't typically define that the RFP outstanding period at this stage, but it would probably be at least 60 to 90 days. And then it would follow sort of the normal course of our RFPs, which is, takes about usually 3 to 6 months, depending on the number of respondents to, go through the selection process, maybe more like 4 to 6 or 5 to 6 months. And then negotiation period of, again, let's say 6 months ideally, but 6 to 9 months, and then submit to council.
Okay, so we are not contemplating a proposal that gets rid of the community center and the library altogether, correct? So this is just
No.
for a parcel of the property?
Yeah, the air rights. And well, basically the air rights. I mean, this is something we had extensive meetings with the ANC, just as the ANC. Then we had a community meeting with the ANC and the community, and I've had conversations with Councilmember Fruman. This is really an issue with, a clarification on the term surplus, right? The term surplus to everybody outside of the Wilson building means something you don't need.
Right.
And the term surplus happens to be a term in 10-801 that means something different. And so in 10-801, you have to go through a surplus process in order to go to the disposition process. And so what we've told the community, and we've gone on the record, we put it in writing, is that under no uncertain terms and under no circumstances will there not be the community center and the library returning to the site.
Okay.
DCPL and DPR are both involved in the process, and they're communicating with the community and also going to be taking feedback from the community. We actually have a survey outstanding right now to get feedback from the community on the uses for the community center.
Okay. All right. So everybody heard it here too. I just, obviously there are a number of folks who are concerned about what's going to happen with that property. To be frank, when I first got the emails, I was like, there's no plan to get rid of that library.
Yeah,
I'm not
it-
entirely sure here.
It really does come down to just the term surplus.
Okay.
It's not common. It's not unusual. This is a conversation we have in a lot of communities, and we should maybe seek to clarify that.
Okay,
in the process.
great. So let's talk about good foods market. So we're gonna start in Northwest. Let's go to Southeast. Is there any plan for your office to do an after action sort of diagnosis of what went wrong with that project?
So we've been engaged on the project and engaged with them. So just kind of stepping back a little bit. So Good Foods Market had 3 markets in the region. There was one in Ward 5, there was one in Prince George's County, and then the one in Ward 8. Unfortunately, due to kind of market conditions and their operating model, they closed stores kind of consecutively in Prince George's County and Ward 5, and in Ward 5. And we actually lent some additional support to try to keep that model and that store open in Ward 8 at South Capitol Street. Ultimately, it wasn't viable. And so what we are doing now is engaging with other partners to try to bring them to the table to support a food access point there. So as you probably saw in some of the coverage, we actually have a Capital Area Food Bank who's worked with us to make sure that their mobile food access point was there, a sort of bus or van that goes and provides food. So what we saw is just simply that the business model was a little bit fractured and maybe wasn't resilient enough to survive kind of the market forces. And I say that too with somebody who was a partner or is a partner with us on providing food access. So it's not necessarily set as a judgment. It's just sort of the reality of what they faced weathering the pandemic.
Right. Okay. I mean, I think there were a lot of people who were excited about that. I think anytime that we were putting lots of federal taxpayer dollars all together, right? Whatever the source is,
right.
We want to make sure that it's a successful venture. And it begs the questions around to what extent we, district government, is doing our vetting part when we decide to partner with new companies. That's not to say that we shouldn't, support new businesses who are coming in, new entrepreneurs who want to open restaurants, food access points, et cetera. But we just want to make sure that we're getting the most bang for our buck. With that, because my clock is ticking down. So we allocated funds for the food access fund in FY22 and FY23. How much of that money has been spent? Obligated, encumbered. I'm just trying to figure out how much is left.
So to date, we've made approximately $15 million in grant awards. We also have an RFA currently out. We're under evaluation for a 4th round of business grants that will cap out at 10 million of additional new awards.
Per awardee or just in general?
Total.
In total.
And we have also made some investments using the Food Access Fund to support the Capital Gateway, the Grocery Art Capital Gateway. To date, I think 21 million. And we do anticipate needing to invest a bit more in that project to fully deliver.
Just on Capital Gateway.
Correct.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Henderson. Deputy Mayor, what's your office's FY23 CBE spend goal? And just if you could, let me know what your FY22 and 21 goals were, just so I can have a basis for comparison.
My pleasure to go through that. So our current fiscal year 22 adjusted goal is about 8 million. That is not yet finalized. We're still working with DSLBD to finish that work, but we are very confident that we will meet it. Our fiscal year 21 goal was about $4.9 million. And our final spend was about $11.4 million. So we exceeded it quite a bit. Fiscal year, did you ask for fiscal year 20 as well?
I asked for 23, 22, and 21. And I had, let me find it on my notes, 21, where's my question? Okay, you said 8 million for 22,
which is pending finalization.
okay. And then you said it was 4.9,
4.489 was our fiscal year 21 goal.
okay, and then 23, your goal is?
So as of this morning, our fiscal year 23 goal was about 10 million. But that is also still in flux, as we work with DSLBD, to determine eligible expenditures. And historically, we've always hit our spend for the last decade.
Okay, what would, let me ask this, do you all, I guess it wouldn't necessarily be a waiver. It is what is, well, I don't want to testify for you. In terms of determining what your expendable budget is for this purpose, what are some of the things that you all look at to arrive at that goal? What are some of the things perhaps you are hashing out with DSLBD at this point in the fiscal year, given where we are in the fiscal year for 2023?
Curtis, do you want to address this? Sure. So I'm going to turn to our agency fiscal officer.
Good afternoon, Councilmember Curtis Lewis, Agency Fiscal Officer. So some of the expenditures that become ineligible are the personal services expenditures. These are salaries, payroll. Some of them are also grant expenditures that don't that where CBA eligibility isn't a requirement. Some of it has to do with there are some sole source, funding where sole source is required, where there's no evaluation of CBA
Okay.
requirement.
When do y'all, what point of the fiscal year do you typically establish that firm goal?
It's very early in the year when they establish. Once you have the approved budget, we go into September, roughly that's that time period where DSLBD starts to, say, here's what your approved budget is, as it's finalized by the council.
Okay.
And then the agencies start to do their exclusions. And so they go through a process with DSLBD in order to, exclude.
So that
funds.
initial goal is just based on what the budget is rather than what programs are eligible or ineligible?
The initial goal is based on, they will take, they will remove the salaries and the payroll, right? Then they will take, the size of that budget and essentially cut it in half, right? Then they will say, okay, well, how much are you excluding from this balance? Are there grants? Are there, sole source contracts? Are there things like in DMPED?
And that all happens earlier in the fiscal year.
It happens very early in the beginning of the fiscal
So
year.
what at this point, 5 months into the fiscal year, are the types of things that, do you have the goal for 2023?
I don't personally have it, in front of me, but it is a, deliberative process.
So
don't wanna
there
say
should
that.
have already been a goal for 2023 though. established.
I don't want to speak for DSLBD,
Okay.
because I know that they were in the process of discussing and finalizing, some of
Okay.
those pieces.
Well, I had oversight with them last week. And maybe that's a question we can ask as a follow-up, just to have them provide us information on all the agency goals for FY 2023. Okay, all right. And do you all have information or insights into when, I don't know if this would be the case for you, waivers that you all ever have the occasion to request waivers?
Yeah, let me thank you so much.
So typically, before we do any sort of procurement, we first look to the CBE list, to supply schedule, and also the broader database of CBEs to see what's out there. And in the event that we've done a fair amount of market research and feel that there's not a CBE that can do the work that's being pursued, the process would be to issue a determination and findings waiver. We, of course, never do that unless there is a full and robust effort to identify the CBEs that are available to do the work.
For follow-up, can you all provide us with how many waivers you requested in FY 23 to date, FY 22 and 21?
Of course.
And as well with that request, can you provide us with how many of those waiver requests were granted?
Yes, we'll take that as a follow-up.
Thank you. DC's comeback plan. We've talked about a lot, and you talked about it in your opening. The department's new 5-year economic development strategy attempts to balance growth and equity in its framework. The 3 themes each have a growth goal and an equity goal. How will you oversee this strategy so that it delivers on equitable growth rather than stagnation or greater inequality?
So, so there are, like you said, 3 focus areas: thriving people, successful businesses, and opportunity-rich neighborhoods. And in those, we have goals that could be categorized as simply pro-growth or equity goals. And I actually think that our equity goals actually are growth goals as well. So when you look at advancing the goal of creating or raising income for Black households, that is a growth area. One of the things that we tried to do with this goal setting was to ensure that they were goals that we could actually count against. So some have asked why we didn't have a goal about net worth as opposed to income. And one of the things that we worked on in our lead up to the plan and our formulation of the plan was how could we measure this on a somewhat regular basis. So when it comes to the household income goal, it's something that we do more regularly than we would with the net worth goal. So just like I talked with Councilmember Parker about the mayor setting a bold goal in 2019 of 36,000 new homes and 12,000 affordable. Some months later, in October 2019, we came out with a report which would tell folks how we would measure against the goals. So part of our work now is not just to launch the comeback plan, but to have several work streams about how we implement the plan. And we've talked about some of those earlier today, like the downtown action plan, which is something that we want to work with the Golden Triangle and the downtown business improvement districts to ensure that we see it through on some of these goals. But how we measure against them is something that we're working on, and that work is underway now.
Okay, I'm going to turn to Ward 4 Councilmember Janice Lewis-George, who has rejoined the hearing for a 7-minute round. Councilmember. Councilmember Lewis-George, I'm going to pitch it to you for a round if you're available.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman. I want to go to the Black home ownership strike force for a second. Based on the website, it says that the strike force report was due in at the end of October of 2022. I don't know what the status of the strike force, the Black home ownership strike force is at the moment. But what I did want to bring up is something that I'm hearing, I guess, across DC natives and generations. One thing that's happening with home ownership is that many individuals are getting outbid by sort of developers, equity companies, because they have cash offers and they have like full cash. They can give full cash offers on these homes. And so DC natives, DC residents, and just every other, working people trying to get have a home and have home ownership in the district are running into these issues where they just can't compete with cash offers from sort of, equity companies or developers that come together. Is this something that came up in the task force, and sort of where are we on sort of the results of the report?
Absolutely. So the report was delivered at the end of September. So we'll make sure we get that to your office as a follow-up. And part of it is, and just like with the comeback plan, part of it is sort of the work ahead is to make sure that we look at the recommendations that the strike force provided to the mayor. Overall, the mayor accepted their goal of 20,000 net new Black homeowners by 2030. So our work is all focused on what are the different work streams that we need to put in place in order for us to be successful. Now, to the particular issue that you raised, one of the things that the strike force talked about was the programs that we have. How do we actually make them move at the speed of business, right? So in this sense, the home purchase assistance program has to move more quickly. Now, there's important work to do on the front end. Just like Sabangale talked about with the Commercial Property Acquisition Fund, with our individual residential home buyers and our business owners who are going to buy a property, we want to make sure everybody's prepared to know what that means to take that on, right? And so HPAP has a pretty well-established program of getting residents ready to buy their home. So that's important. But I think where we can see some opportunity for growth and some more efficiency is actually on how we implement home purchase assistance program from the time that folks get that certificate that they're ready to go and when they enter into the marketplace. So we have all heard the stories of individuals who have an HPAP
correct
award, but then when they go to try to close on it. So what we have found is that different providers, and we have 2 providers, perform at different levels. So one of the things that we're doing some soul searching on is how do we ensure that both providers can be as efficient as the best one or the better one. And right now, that's really an important conversation that we have to have. So as an example, both providers are given $10 million of allocation to work with. One is already through, even this early in the FY, is already through their funding.
Right.
So
Okay.
what we want to do is make sure that one isn't, lagging behind in that sense, because to your point, the market moves, even though it's slowed down a bit, it's still moving very fast.
Right. Yeah, it's moving really quickly. And so I just wanted to see if there's any remedy. So I hear you saying that we have to move more quickly on when people are going to closing so they actually can close. And because I know some people also, what we hear, some people sort of don't trust that we're going to move fast enough. And so we'll select someone else for the home. And then is there anything that can be done regarding sort of people being outbid by companies versus individuals versus actual DC residents and families who are trying to bid for homes?
Yeah, so there's some work to do on the legislative front to kind of understand that. I think we haven't seen it as much as other markets in DC proper, but there is some legislative work that we have underway. One thing too, and I'm sorry to use your time for this, but just the mayor this morning was talking about home purchase assistance program and other tools that we have. We're going to start doing a series of workshops starting on Saturday to get folks ready to take advantage of those programs.
Okay, I appreciate that. And that's something I'm very interested in exploring. And as your legislative team is working on that, I would be interested in the work that's being done around that. I don't want to sort of relitigate sort of, the developments that came at the end of last year with the Elizabeth East parcel development, et cetera. What I do want to ask, though, is in the future, how are we going to improve relationships with ward council members so that we get to a place where, at least I'm asking for myself as a ward council member, so that we don't have any confusion once it gets to the council as to what was expected as far as the amount of affordable housing units and then the type of units as we move forward.
No, and I think Soroush talked about this a little bit earlier as well, in that, we do try on the front end to be as clear as possible about what we're asking for as we put the solicitation out. So we put out an RFP that's an open and public process. And then when we get the proposals from the private sector, we actually go back to the community again to work with the ANCs so that everybody understands what's being proposed. So one of the things, I think, to your point, we just have to be clear about at what points there are opportunities for people to weigh in. So if there's some clarity that we can give on that, happy to work through that with you. But I think there are a number of opportunities for people to weigh in on it. and hopefully we don't get to, a situation again where it's, kind of at the end of the closing of the process that we really say what we want, I guess. And I
Okay.
don't say that to kind of put it on either side, but just, I
Yeah.
think it's a worthwhile conversation to have.
Yeah. Okay. I have to hop to another hearing. I would like to say in the future for, at least for Ward 4, I would like to be in a part of and make sure my ANC commissioners and our community are a part of, but I also would like to be a part of conversations as it relates to development in our space.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Thank you, Councilmember Lewis George. Deputy Mayor, I want to just, you touched on in your opening, and it's come up a little bit, and we talked to some other witnesses, public witnesses earlier about downtown. I'm taking you back to the comeback plan, and want to ask you to talk a little bit about what you're seeing in terms of commercial vacancy rates, and whether you see them improving before they get any worse than what they are today. What's on the horizon for what's happening downtown in terms of commercial vacancy rates?
So as well, just as it relates to downtown, we kind of talked about it as we've got to change the space, build the space, and bring the people. I think this bucket you're talking about is kind of filling the space. So we have had some early successes with the Vitality Fund, one of which we've talked about. You were with us when we launched the comeback plan with Mayor Bowser and announced that Virtue was our first recipient. What we see though in the kind of overall market is that the vacancy rate is one that is climbing, and likely I would say, although I'm always optimistic, that we haven't come to the end of the lease cycle where people are making their decisions about what their office footprint will be. So we do have a lot of headwinds in that sense. And so it's been cited as 17% as or 20%, somewhere in that range, depending on how you count it. But I think we have a lot of work to do because there will be a lot of vacant space. When you think about downtown in particular, there's 100,000 square feet of office space or commercial space. And with a 17% vacancy rate, that means there's 17 million square feet. The opportunities for us are with the Vitality Fund to try to fill that space. And in changing the space, of course, in order to do conversion or change in use, you need an empty building. So in the comeback plan, we've kind of mapped out those areas where we see the highest vacancy and areas where we think we can have opportunity for change in use. But in terms of the actual vacancy rate, we're still facing some headwinds that we need to be ready to address.
Any positive developments, any updates with respect to any conversations that you or the mayor or others are having with respect to federal government in a return to work?
So I think
Let me be clear, a return to in-person work.
yeah,
I
the
want any
return to
federal
in-person work. So the thing I would say, and I
government-
brought out my little prop here too, I don't know if that's allowed at council hearings, but what we've done is we've tried to reach out to everybody who's coming downtown. One of the things we had was a free cup of Joe, which was just on Monday mornings. We actually gave out free coffee as a way to kind of incentivize those who were in the office to have a chance to kind of go with their colleagues to grab a free cup of Joe. And that is just sort of like a very slight touch. We do have some funding in the budget to create sort of activations in downtown. This is something that we'll work on with the Office of Cable Television, Film, Music, and Entertainment in order to execute that program and kind of create that vibrancy. One of the things that I think is hard in this conversation, there's a lot of things that are hard in this conversation with the federal government, but one of the things is that we have to create an environment that people want to come back to, right? So with whether it's simple things like giving folks free coffee and having a chance to gather with their colleagues, that's important. If it's activations that get people engaged in some way, that's also important. But really what we've been advocating for on that front is an enterprise-wide return to work directive from the administration. And we've fallen short on having that be responded to. And I think that is probably the biggest missing, or is really the linchpin of it all.
In case I haven't already noted for people who are home watching, we're here today in the John A. Wilson building in
Yeah.
person.
Yes.
Right. I'm here on the dais. You're here with your team. Just for the record. So you also mentioned in the comeback plan, or the mayor mentions in the comeback plan, a goal of adding 15,000 new residents in downtown. So staying on this theme of downtown, that would be a 60% increase and require 7 million square feet of new residential real estate. So again, we had some folks who testified earlier about this. You mentioned it in your opening, but I want to just hone in on this in particular to hear your thoughts about the types of conversations that you're having. I think it came up with, might have been Councilmember Parker or maybe Allen, where you talked about, I think it was Allen, because you talked about Buzzard Point, which I'm very familiar with. It's a mixed use project, but it has residential. It has a great restaurant, The Point. It also has DC Central Kitchen that's down there. What's the status of some of your conversations that you're having about those conversions? And it's a pretty significant goal. And so I wanted to give you an opportunity to expound on that.
Absolutely. So, I mentioned that there, could be upwards of 17 million square feet of vacant space. It doesn't mean that complete buildings are vacant. Those would be the opportunities for change in use from commercial to residential. So there's some work to do for us to work with property owners to understand what's in the market. So we've embarked upon that journey. We have regular conversations with property owners and other stakeholders to kind of understand what is in the market. So let me just kind of break down what we know just on its face, that people have bought a lot of these properties or have bought commercial properties for that purpose. So they paid a premium thinking that they were going to operate a commercial property for as long as they held it. So for them to actually step back and think about residential, which has a lesser return than commercial office has had traditionally, then they need to really see how they absorb that potential reduction in value. Then there's actually the changing in use. So it takes money to design a building, to demolish it. It might even take some money if you have almost vacant building to move the last remaining tenants to another building. And so then you have to actually complete the construction. And you have to also make it attractive that you could find a financial partner who's willing to fund what you're trying to do at that site. So I say that to say that while we talk about this in terms of the policy goals that we want to ensure are part of that process and part of the outcome, which is that we yield more housing and that we capture some of it for affordable. I think for every sort of policy goal that we put on it, we have to think about how do we actually fund that as well. Because right now on its face, office to residential conversion really doesn't pencil out, to use the term that they use in the industry. So if we want to add policy goals, we just have to be willing to then pay for those to be advanced.
Right.
And I don't say that to at all diminish the very important policy goals that we want to advance and that we want to make sure are part of this exercise. But this is a time where we have to be transformative and bold in order for us to really make a difference. You mentioned the federal government. With all that I mentioned that we will do to try to bring them back and make sure that the experience that people have when they come back to the office is different and worthwhile. We also know that we're facing a lot of headwinds there. So I don't kind of think that we have really hit the mark just yet on what we want to do with a program like the housing and downtown tax abatement. It's really important to have it on the books because it is a starting point for the conversation. But I think it has to evolve a bit in order for us to ensure that property owners avail themselves to it and that we're successful on this goal.
And along those lines, you mentioned a reduction in revenue, what it means to be someone who owns an office building, intending to own commercial building downtown, and the potential for reduction in revenues to owners, and it's reduction in revenues for the district too, if it converts from commercial to residential. And so I'm curious to hear your perspective on how critical is the preservation of the tax base in downtown specifically to supporting the rest of the comeback plan. I mean, I don't know if you heard the question, but just
Yeah, no,
you heard it. Okay.
there was one data point I wanted to make sure I had right.
Okay.
Which is that I think you're talking about commercial property taxes in particular as something that, the mayor has said that in many ways downtown as a whole is kind of the goose that laid the golden egg to make sure that we can invest in world-class facilities across all 8 wards, that we can have programs that are envy of other jurisdictions and even have reserve funds and pension funds that are funded in a way that other jurisdictions are envious of, and that is city, counties, and states around the country. And that's important. So when you think about property taxes, commercial property taxes make up about 60% of that bucket of taxes. And that bucket of taxes, property taxes, is about 30% of our overall local dollars. And so when we see just in this time of the pandemic that commercial assessments have and their values of commercial properties have been written down 9% already, there's reason for concern. And so one of the things that is important is creating housing downtown is important for the purpose of attracting more residents. It's important because it'll actually take some of that vacancy offline. But really, we need to create a vibrant downtown because it is what has enabled us to see our revenues grow from year to year over probably the last 20 years or so. And so really critically important that we work together to figure out what is the right way for us to attract it. And you've heard me talk about this before. Downtown is unique in that 92% of the use downtown is commercial. Only 8% is residential. When you think about what employers are looking for, they are looking for a place where their employees want to go. So when they go to sign a lease, they look for a place that has either a view or a vibe. And so there's a lot of work for us to do. I know your question is about how we ensure that downtown continues to be part of investing in people and enhancing outcomes for our residents. The only way to do that is to be bold right now at a time where the market is a bit deflated and it'll impact our revenue as well.
Now, I appreciate the response. Part of what I wanted to tease out from that question, because sometimes I hear people say, well, we're always talking about downtown. Well, what about all the rest of town? And while obviously there are 8 wards, 4 quadrants in the District of Columbia, there is something to be said about what downtown looks like and how it is tied to our future economic prosperity in the District of Columbia. So I do appreciate that response. I'm coming to the end of my questions, but I wanted to, before we close, have you provide the committee with some updates on the status of some development projects, including, and you can make these as brief as appropriate. I know some of this has come up from questions from other council members today, but the Reeve Center, McMillan, Walter Reed, St. Elizabeth, some of the larger parcels, I'd love to hear really brief updates of where things are, and they obviously are different stages at this point, but we can start with Reeves. Definitely want to hear about McMillan, Walter Reed, St. Elizabeth's. I maybe have a couple others if you don't touch on them.
Okay, absolutely, my pleasure. So Reeves, as you might have heard, we actually reissued the RFP, I think in January, but certainly a couple months ago. We received 2 proposals and they're currently under review. We are working very closely with the ANC and we're actually doing our review in parallel with the ANC so that once we get the ANC's feedback, we should be able to award it. We released it under an expedited schedule so that we wouldn't lose any time and we'd be able to catch up with the basically emptying of the Reeves Center and the movement of the Octo and DDOT infrastructure and allowing us to then complete the building on time. So in terms of the next one you asked about is, I believe, McMillan. So that one is going really well, actually. The infrastructure work is moving along. DGS is working on the community center. This is, as the deputy mayor mentioned earlier, approximately 20,000 square foot community center with a full-sized pool, and it will also include a 6.2 acre park. There's also going to be historic assets such as the regulator houses and portions of the cells and sand bins that we're going to be maintaining and restoring. And the developers are, as I said, working on the infrastructure side, and then the town center should be completed by 2024, and then that would align with the first townhomes home ownership coming to the site at 2024 as well.
Just to make sure, you said the town center should be complete by 2024. What about the community?
I'm sorry, I meant the community center.
Okay, 2024.
Yeah.
Okay, all right, but is that a part of the first phase of the development?
Absolutely,
Okay.
absolutely. So in fact, this is now maybe 8 years ago, we rearranged the schedule of the project to ensure that the community center would be one of the first delivering assets.
Okay, I know some kids in the neighborhood are gonna be excited to hear that.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Okay, next.
So then the next one I think you mentioned was St. Elizabeth's. That one, there's actually a lot going on, starting with, let's say, parcel 13, which was approved by the council in December. So that one, we are finalizing the LDA. We moved to execute the LDA, and then we'll be closing on that ideally by the end of the year. I'm sorry, by the beginning of next year. The next one is parcel 15. That one, the interim retail, we will be opening that in April. And I don't know if you've gotten a chance to go out there and see the facility. It's amazing, actually. The design and the local shops and retailers that are going to be there. Parcel 17, which is the office building, that one we will be also cutting the ribbon on here shortly. And then finally, we recently awarded what's known as parcels 7, 8, and 9. That's going to include a office building for DBH, Department of Behavioral Health. It's going to include some residential units, and it's going to include 2 community assets in the historic structures on parcels 8 and 9. And then I think, what was another project you mentioned?
I'm not sure what else I mentioned earlier, but what is the status of the Hill East parcels that we, the council approved last year?
Right, so the Hill East parcels, the current status is that they were approved last year, and we are finalizing the LDA, and we'd like to execute those LDAs in the spring. And then at that point, the development teams are going to have to do quite a bit of pre-development. So they probably will be taking possession of the land in 24 or 25. However, you will be seeing a lot of activity on the site because DMPED, along with DGS for DMPED, will be doing infrastructure, including replacing a very large 12 to 14 foot water pipe, and also putting in extensive road network.
And I had planned to get an update on Chevy Chase, but Councilmember Henderson asked a number of questions about that. So I appreciate those responses, and it should provide some clarity to some of the residents and ANZ commissioners and civic leadership who had reached out to our office and others, I'm sure as well, inquiring about that project. U Street, I think it's 16th and U, where the Metropolitan Police Department is, that came up with one of the public witnesses. I don't know, just what's the status of that?
Oh, 1617 U Street. Yeah. So the status of that is that, as I think was discussed, we're going through map amendment process with the Office of Planning. And then we've been doing, basically, it's fairly extensive due diligence to prepare to put the RFP out. Because we have to work with the police department to redevelop the site and include their facilities. And then we also have to return the fire station to the site. So we've been working through that process, but we would like to ideally put the RFP out this term.
And, you know, the last one I asked about today, Minnesota and Benning.
Minnesota and Benning in terms of the, you
Just
mean,
where things are with
Northeast
that.
Heights?
Yeah, Northeast Heights is what.
Okay,
it's
so
called.
yeah, so Northeast Heights, basically the summary, the quick summary is that the part of the property was sold last year. And we have engaged the new ownership, and they are still interested in doing a larger scale sort of redevelopment that have been contemplated by Cedar Realty. But they are still in sort of preliminary plans. They've sent us a little bit more information. They would still like to use a TIF model. And so we're basically in the underwriting stage and the analysis stage for that.
Okay, so there is a plan to pursue a TIF for that project.
Yes.
All right, I don't have any additional questions at the time. I think there's a lot of follow-up that we discussed over the course of the hearing. I appreciate you all being here in person today. Is there anything else that you'd like to add to the record, Deputy Mayor, before we transition to our next agency?
Sure. Just one thing is every year we have a event in March Madness, where we talk about upcoming solicitations. So we're planning to do that on March 16th at 10 a.m. At the National Building Museum. And we'll talk about some real estate solicitations, some of our grant programs, and also work with some of our agency partners to make some announcements about opportunities there as well. So we hope you'll be with us and invite those who are watching to join us.
Look forward to it. Hopefully I can join, and thank you again.
Thank you.
Okay, the time is 2:42. We're going to take a brief recess. We will return. It's actually now 2:43. So we'll return at 3 p.m. to reconvene for Events DC.
Hello? 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 Can anybody hear me out there?
Hi, Ms. Carter. Ms. Carter.
Yes, hello, hi.
Yes, we can hear you. Can you hold,
Oh,
please?
sorry. Sorry.
Thank you.
Of course, I'm very sorry. Okay.
No, that's fine. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I am Councilmember Kenya McDuffie, Chair of the Council Committee on Business and Economic Development. Today is Wednesday, February 15, 2023, and we are reconvening this hearing virtually via Zoom. The time is 3:03 p.m. And I am going to begin where we left off with the hearing with Events DC. Events DC is the official convention and sports authority for Washington, D.C. In addition to managing and operating the Walter E. Washington Convention Center and the historic Carnegie Library at Mount Vernon Square, Events DC creates and promotes the district's premier cultural events and activities with the goal of driving revenue and generating economic and community benefits for the District of Columbia. Events DC also fuels the district's hospitality and tourism industries by attracting thousands of attendees to the city by virtue of events like the district's Cherry Blossom Festival. Events DC main sources of revenue are conventions, sporting events, and dedicated hotel taxes. With that, and with my apologies for the technical difficulties, we're going to call our panel of public witnesses. And just as a reminder, all witnesses should mute themselves when they're not talking, and every witness is going to have 3 minutes to provide oral testimony. If you'd like to provide additional testimony in writing, we highly encourage that. Our first witnesses are going to be Rosie Faulkner, Jackie Carter, Debbie Hanrahan, John O'Donnell, and Sonny Sumter. We appreciate your patience, and we're going to begin with Rosie Faulkner. Good afternoon to you. You can begin your testimony. You're going to have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, Chairperson McDuffie, members and staff of the Committee on Business and Economic Development. Thank you for the opportunity to provide this testimony. My name is Rosie Faulkner, and I'm an experienced and award-winning producer, host, and founder of Rosie Faulkner LLC, a video production company based out of Washington, D.C. I'm a DC native, and I created a show called In Pursuit of Fashion, Food, and Fun, DC Edition, which highlights DC as a premier destination for travelers and locals that showcases exciting reasons to shop, eat, and experience our entertainment. This show was shot in DC utilizing local talent, producers, and editors. I was a recipient of Mayor Muriel Bowser Encore Program, which engages and supports DC creative community by funding creative events in all 4 quadrants of the District of Columbia. I was awarded $10,000 and paired with the Wharf to premiere my show. My event was a huge success and was very well received and praised by the community, DC government officials in attendance, as well as the local business owners featured. I am looking for additional agencies to collaborate with to tell the DC story and feature our local businesses and attractions, and to continue to promote DC as a world-class destination. For 2023, how does Events DC plan to collaborate and invest in our local entrepreneurs, creatives, content makers, and district businesses that help sustain the creative economy in Washington, D.C. and contribute to the vibrancy of our great city? Thank you so much.
Thank you for your testimony. Our next witness is Jackie Carter. Good afternoon to you. You can begin your
Good
testimony.
afternoon. Yes, good afternoon. Thank you for having me. I'm Jackie Carter, Executive Director of Children's Legacy Theater located in Ward 8. We at Children's Legacy Theater train teens 14 to 17 in all the theater arts disciplines. And then we allow these young people to manage 2 full productions a year, plus a 10-minute play festival in the summer. Events DC made our 10-minute play festival this summer a huge success with the funding that they afforded us. We were able to purchase keyboards, musical keyboards. We were able to purchase light and sound equipment that we desperately needed. State-of-the-art light and sound equipment for our camp. And also the team at Events DC were just incredibly professional, user-friendly and made the process just easy for us. In addition to that, after they funded us, they took the personal time to come down and interview our young people to make sure that they understood us and that they were with us 100%. I'd like to share with you just a few letters from our youth who participated in our 10-minute play festival this summer, and they will tell you how helpful Events DC was to Children's Legacy Theater. This first letter is from Gabriel Jamison, 15-year-old Ward 8 student. Dear Children's Legacy Theater, I just want to say these have been the best weeks of my life. I have always wanted to work in theater and learn to play the piano. There's those keyboards that the funding from Events DC we were able to purchase those keyboards. It was a fun experience working with Mr. Bussey, Miss Jackie, and Miss Moore, and every other staff that I have worked with. I learned to play the piano, something I never thought I could do. It was frustrating when I first started, but my music teacher, Mr. Bussey, helped me throughout. So we would not have been able to give that young man those music lessons if it not been for the funding from Events DC. The second letter is from Donovan Levy, 17-year-old student who participated in the 10-minute play festival. And he writes, my time here at Children's Legacy Theater has definitely been the best part of my summer. When I first arrived here, this wasn't the place I originally wanted to be. I originally signed up for filmmaking and wound up here in theater. At first, I was going to transfer, but I decided to stay. And this job, stay in the experience that this job offered me. Since I was cast as an actor when I was filmmaking, I wanted to try something different. This time, I was with sound and lights. I learned so many things using the sound and light equipment. That is the work of Events DC is doing for our community, allowing us to buy sound and light equipment so our young people can get that technical theater experience. And the last letter is from 14-year-old Jayla Green. Dear Children's Legacy Theater, coming in as a playwright and becoming a stage manager has taught me so many things, such as how to become a good artist publisher, which Miss Jackson helped me to do. Then I saw that I had stage management team. The stage management team needed a little bit of help. I'm going to stop right there because had it not been for Events DC, the funding that they gave us, we would not have been able to purchase those extra computers that allowed our young people who wanted to write a 10-minute play to write a 10-minute play. Hats off to Events DC. We thank you so much for your support and your love. And I thank the council for allowing me to testify today.
And thank you for providing your testimony to the committee this afternoon. Our next witness is Debbie Hanrahan. Good afternoon to you. You can turn on your video, unmute yourself, and begin your testimony. Debbie Hanrahan, are you available to testify? We'll give you a moment, assuming that you are still with us. And while you work out those kinks, I'll make a call for.
That's a mute.
We can hear you.
Oh.
Okay. Oh, great. Oh, wonderful.
I don't know if you want us to see you, but we cannot see you. We can hear you.
Oh, okay. That doesn't matter.
Well, we'll switch into that.
Okay. I'm inspired by the previous two people. My name is Debbie Hanrahan. I've been in the district for 50 years. I want to talk about Events DC in this respect. I noticed that Events DC has a convention center, and conservatively speaking, it covers 6 blocks. And a solar expert told me that that roof could, if it did not take care of heating, could cool and do everything else for over 350 houses in Shaw. That rooftop alone could produce that much energy. So I am suggesting that Events DC seriously consider carrying through an RFP, which I learned about 3 years ago, to actually move them forward in solarizing their roof. But an examination this morning by the computer program that Petco has says that they have not really progressed at all with solar. Now, we talk a lot about monetizing land you know, this land is too valuable to just be a police station or a fire station. It's got all this land on air on top of it. But what are we doing about monetizing these giant roofs? If Events DC hired a solar company, it would be a wash. It would not cost them anything because they would produce enough electricity to pay for that. So their own bill with Pepco would be nullified, and the money that they save could pay for the solar system installation. There is a 4-year return now on solar panels installation. In 4 years, they would own their own system and they would have no electric costs. I have solar on my roof. I love it when I get a bill from Pepco that says zero. When I think about the programs that you just had presented or described by these wonderful women who run these programs for children, Events DC could have a lot of extra money if they didn't have big electricity bills, and they can do away with those big electricity bills very quickly with all the big roofs they have. And that is my, that is my 50 cents. I do want to stress with the chairman, we talk about making our valuable resources work for us, Macmillan being one. And others. Oh, it's just too, it's got to work for us. It's got to help us pay the bills. We need it for our budget. Okay, what about all our roofs around town? Why aren't we monetizing them with the same kind of vigor that we're selling off our land? Come on, this is an recognized source of income that can help us mitigate the huge bills that we have to pay for our utilities. So I don't know what the problem is. Perhaps you're afraid of Pepco. I don't know. Pepco wields a lot of power, but that is my 50 cents. And thank you for the time. I appreciate it.
And thank you for taking the time to provide your testimony. We do appreciate it. I'm not sure if you provided it in writing, but we welcome written testimony as well. It's a great question. We'll ask CEO Angie Gates when she comes up to testify shortly. I'm going to make a call for John O'Donnell. I do not see him on the Zoom.
Do you want to be pictured now?
So we're going to turn to Sunny Sumter with the DC Jazz Festival.
Hello.
And good afternoon to you. You're going to have 3 moments to testify, 3 minutes.
Fantastic. Well, good afternoon, Chairman McDuffie and the council. On behalf of the DC Jazz Festival, thank you for this opportunity to speak on support of Events DC. My name is Sunny Sumter, and I proudly serve as President and CEO of the DC Jazz Festival. Founded in 2004, we are a nonprofit service organization dedicated to providing engaging programs that introduce people from all walks of life to jazz. Our great city, DC, is one of the major jazz hubs in the world, and our annual DC Jazz Fest is the largest jazz festival now in the Mid-Atlantic region and a premier destination on DC's cultural calendar. An invaluable asset to the district, DC Jazz Fest offers live experiences with broad appeal, stimulates local business, attracts tourists, and enhances DC's image as a world-renowned cultural destination. In addition, our organization nourishes the DC community with free year-round education programs, and they're mostly underserved communities. Also, Events DC has supported the DC Jazz Fest since 2010 and has increased its investment as the festival's attendance and economic impact have grown dramatically. According to an economic impact analysis conducted by George Washington University, the 2022 DC Jazz Fest welcomed 68,100 unique attendees over 5 days in 12 neighborhoods across the district. And according to that analysis, 19.5% of the attendees were from 50 plus miles away. Combined with actual spending data collected from attendees who traveled 50 plus miles, so the direct economic impact from visitors to the DC Jazz Fest on the local area in 2022 was $24,034,406. And that was during the pandemic period. Prior to the pandemic, the 2019 DC Jazz Fest attracted a record-breaking 148,000 attendees, a 310% increase over 2018 in 25 neighborhoods across the city. In 2023, DC Jazz Fest will partner with Anacostia Bit again to present Anacostia Jazz Hop at the Big Chair, with the District Wharf and the Anthem to present DC Jazz Fest at the Wharf, with Arena Stage to present DC Jazz Fest at Arena, and Westminster, Howard Theater, Tacoma Park, events, Eaton DC and All Souls Church, the Phillips Collection, and other presenters as part of our Jazz in the Hoods. It promises to be a jazz takeover of the district. Continued funding from Events DC has been critical to our success. Simply put, the DC Jazz Fest would not take place without Events DC support, and we are grateful. Thank you. I would be happy to answer any questions you may have.
And thank you for your testimony. I appreciate each of the public witnesses providing testimony this afternoon. Is there anything in your estimation, I'm going to ask this of Sonny Sumter, that Events DC could do differently or better to enhance what sounds like great opportunities for residents and visitors alike in the District of Columbia to participate in the DC Jazz Festival? Anything else you think?
Oh, you asked me such a great question. Thank you very much, Councilmember McDuffie. So, you know, jazz is a world, it's a global brand around the world. It's an economic driver in every major city around the world. And I know because I'm a part of the International Jazz Festivals organization. It's a group of European and Asian and North American jazz presenters, and we talk about this all the time. Events DC, I'm sorry, my dog. Events DC is really critical because they understand it. They understand how much of an economic driver. I think they need even more funds to be able to offer us more money to be able to do this great work and provide employment opportunities for DC artists, to really provide really activation spaces around the city. I do think that we are incredibly poised to even grow substantially in the next couple of years. And we will do it because Events DC will be holding our hands as a major sponsor. So I really hope that this council really is in support of not only this great jazz festival, but in support of Events DC that has our back.
I appreciate that. What about just opportunities for DC residents? You know,
and that's what I absolutely, the fact
jobs, vendors, otherwise.
Yes, the fact that we're in neighborhoods, we're able to provide jobs in restaurants. We're actually looking at a year-round concert programming season that we want to do, and to be able to provide employment opportunities to all of our wonderful DC artists. We know how many of our clubs and restaurants have closed, our performance spaces. We want to be a catalyst for our musicians. A lot of them come out of schools right here in DC proper. They get music degrees. We want to employ them. We want them to be able to make a living as a professional musician. We think we can do that with support from Events DC. We also believe that we are activators in some of the greatest spaces that really need live activations to be able to sustain themselves, so they can keep their employees there, so they can have the wait staff that's there. We think that we do play a vital role with that. And again, I want to just give it up to Events DC because they get it. So yes, I think we do. We see all the vendors that we use that come, we know that there are a lot of entrepreneurs in this town that make their money from vending. And we'd like to be able to be a platform for that as well.
Thank you again, and thank to all the witnesses who provided testimony here this afternoon on Events DC. I really do appreciate it. I am going to turn next to our witness for Events DC. That is President and CEO Angie Gates. For her testimony, I understand that we're going to see a video before you dive into your written testimony. Good afternoon to you. It's good to see you, and you can begin.
Good to see you, Chairman. And yes, we have a wonderful video that I would love to share with you prior to my testimony, highlighting our performance for FY 2022. So we would like to run the video now. Thank you.
Events the official convention, sports, entertainment, and cultural events authority for the District of Columbia owns, operates, or manages 11 venues across the city and 1 virtual venue. In the past year alone, our venues earned prestigious awards and industry-leading certifications. The Walter E. Washington Convention Center became the first convention center in the world to achieve the Well Health Safety Rating for advanced health and wellness protocols. Through our partnerships, we feature heart-pounding sporting events, can't-miss galas, and electrifying concerts, while our live event programming brings international festivals and cuisine that tells a story. We have even produced an Emmy Award-winning short film about it. We craft experiences that define what it means to experience DC. And we do it all with the purpose to create economic and social impact for our city. Our team attracts events that bring people from all walks of life and around the world to Washington, D.C. We put heads in beds at hotels, guests in seats at restaurants, and visitors on the streets to shop our stores, peruse our museums, and patronize our vendors. We engage with the community to forge relationships, foster conversations, and meet our neighbors where they are. We provide millions of dollars in grant funding across various industries across the city, all to make DC a better place to live, work, and play. Through it all, we make DC happen. We make DC happen.
Thank you, Ms. Gates. And now if you have any written testimony you'd like to provide, you can do so.
Thank you. Thank you. And I hope you enjoyed the video.
You did.
Good afternoon, Chairman McDuffie and members and staff of the Committee on Business and Economic Development. I am Angie Gates, President, Chief Executive Officer of the Washington Convention and Sports Authority, also known as Events DC. Thank you for inviting me to testify today on the authority's performance during fiscal year 2022 and fiscal year 2023 to date. Our board, led by Chairman Max Brown, has played an active role in ensuring the authority is meeting its mission every day. Today, I would like to share my vision for the authority, key accomplishments over the past 12 months, and address the authority's obstacles and opportunities. My vision for the authority focuses on 3 priorities. First, we must sustain and grow our core convention and meeting business to continue to generate substantial economic impact for the district. Second, we must develop new, recurring, and transformational entertainment, sports, and cultural events that make Events DC a household name locally, nationally, and internationally. And third, we must be intentional in utilizing Events DC's platform to connect with DC residents, creating new job opportunities to support local businesses and to highlight our culture and traditions. Chairman, our industry came to a standstill during the height of the COVID-19 pandemic. I want to thank you, this committee, and the mayor for your steadfast support of the hospitality industry. After 2 years of limited activity, in FY22, the authority hosted 448 total events. While we have not yet achieved pre-pandemic levels, we are well on our way to a comeback. We remain confident in our ability to fully recover. Collectively, our operations resulted in a net economic impact of over $265 million for the District of Columbia in FY22. The revenue generated from our activities helps fuel our hotels, restaurants, workers, for-hire vehicles, local businesses, and so much more. In FY22, the authority continued to support the district in administering critical grant programs, including distributing $40 million for the Hotel Recovery Grant Program and distributing $41 million for excluded workers through DC CARES initiative. In FY23, we will continue with the fourth phase of the DC CARES program with a planned distribution of $20 million by the close of FY 2023. Now, I would like to take a moment to acknowledge the obstacles that we faced after a September 29th, 2022 cyber attack on our information systems. While the attack itself occurred prior to my appointment, we engaged a team of cybersecurity experts and immediately began implementing a series of corrective actions consistent with the industry standards for enterprise systems. Additionally, a search for a chief information and technology officer is also underway. As noted in the February 2nd, 2023 ACFR hearing, the cyber attack also impacted the FY22 financial audit. The attack limited our ability to provide certain requested data to the district auditors, McConnell Jones. While we provided them with our 1 year in financials, the auditors were not comfortable that they could rely on the data to conduct a full audit. This inability to complete the audit for Events DC led to a material weakness for the component units of the district, which includes the authority. To address this financial impact of the cyber attack, we have secured a forensic accounting team and will be working with them and the OCFO to reconstruct the materials required to complete the audit. After consultation with bond counsel, the CFO, and disclosure counsel, we do not anticipate any material impact to our bonds or bond rating, nor do we believe there is any risk of default by the authority or the district. Finally, the authority has provided all necessary disclosures to our bondholders within the required timeframes. Needless to say, it has been a busy first 90 days on the job, but let me conclude by saying how excited I am to be in this role. I have an opportunity to expand the reach and impact of Events DC. I am deeply committed to supporting the residents and businesses of DC while driving revenue to our hospitality and tourism industry. I am grateful to the mayor and the council for their strong leadership, and I am thankful for the support and guidance of the Committee on Business and Economic Development and you as chairman. This concludes my testimony. I am happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you for your testimony. Gates, we do have some questions that I'd like to ask of you. And I'm going to start off, as I do with the agencies and entities that appear before the committee and talking about racial equity. In the context of your mission and your team's mission at Events DC, what are some of the areas, if you could name a few, specific programs or initiatives where you see the greatest opportunity to address racial equity?
So a couple of areas where I see the greatest opportunity is particularly, let's just start at the home base. Let's start here at Events DC with our staff. Although our staff is identified as 70% African-American, I think that it is important and we have a due diligence to maintain consistency and do comprehensive strategic efforts to retain and train the staff here and grow the staff here at Events DC, particularly with DC residents. Another opportunity would be our community grants. We distribute $500,000 in community grants with nonprofits across all 8 wards. And that is another key area where I believe that we can grow. I want to tie back into Rosie, one of the first witnesses that spoke. Another opportunity with racial equity would be working with content producers and content makers in doing live entertainment that really taps into our culture and traditions here in Washington, D.C.
No, I appreciated hearing Ms. Faulkner's testimony as well as Ms. Carter's. With respect to the community grants that you just referenced, how do you all go about publicizing the availability of those grants? How do folks across all 8 wards know of the opportunity to compete for funds through Events DC?
So there are a couple of resources we use, everything from social media. We also put the information in our newsletters. We work with ANCs regarding the community grants. We actually have a community division here at Events DC headed up by Teresa. And so we deal directly with the community in getting the word out. We also have utilized listservs in the past as well. Just to note, there were 66 community grants that were distributed in FY22. And apparently the word is getting out because we had 106 applicants for FY23, and that was the largest cycle of applicants to date and the largest time that we had first-time applicants. So we will continue to do more and continue to do, and word of mouth travels as well. But those are the primary areas and marketing opportunities that we use to get the word out.
Okay, I appreciate that response. One of the things that I saw in pre-hearing responses is the Strive internship program. Talk about what that program is for the benefit of folks who might be listening and may have an interest or may know some folks who have an interest.
The Strive internship is a wonderful opportunity here at Events DC. And it's actually also an opportunity for us to have someone training and learning as an intern that has opened up with a job for several people. But it's an internship. We normally do a winter and summer session here at Events DC, and they can apply by contacting us directly.
You know about how many interns typically?
I can have Misty give that exact number. Okay. I have a couple of executive team members joining me today. So Misty's team oversees that program. So Misty, can you provide please the exact number of interns that's been going?
I'm happy to have you just follow up too.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, actually
It's fine. I think there might be a delay. If you have the answer ready at the ready, then I'm happy to hear it.
Yes, we generally take 12 candidates each summer.
Wow. Okay. That's great. I wasn't expecting to hear 12, so I'm glad to hear that. Let me talk about just a couple in reviewing some of the pre-hearing responses. I noted that the authority has 2 types of capital projects, maintenance projects as well as strategic initiative projects. And consistent with the financial plan approved by your board of directors, the maintenance projects are prioritized before strategic initiative projects. So how are technology capital projects prioritized within the maintenance category? And how do those projects differ from technology initiatives under the strategic initiatives category?
Oh, thank you for that question. So there is a technology education for both maintenance and strategic initiatives. For example, for the maintenance side of the business, it's about $1.6 million for FY23 that's being allocated for technology. And what that primarily focuses on is existing systems that we have in place. So the existing systems we have in place, those funds would be used to upgrade those systems. It may be some additional equipment needed to enhance those technology systems. And yes, we do start with the maintenance capital projects first. The strategic initiatives typically involve new projects, projects that are not already enhanced and part of our operations. So for example, we will have some office space near the entertainment and sports arena. And because there'll be new technology involved in that space, that budget for technology would come from strategic initiatives. So 1.6 million is allocated for the maintenance side, and roughly $390,000 is allocated in the strategic initiative side. But strategic initiative is strictly for new. We also have a ERP that we're doing as well, and that would come out of strategic initiatives.
Got it. Thank you for that. Your testimony referenced the cyber attack, which has been the subject of some news lately. It came up in my conversations with the Inspector General, the Chief Financial Officer, and the auditors. Obviously, the council, through the Committee of the Whole, held a hearing on the annual comprehensive financial report. But I want to spend a little bit more time on this aspect of your testimony. You did start to talk about the types of things that you all have put in place as a result of that cyber attack. You also noted that it happened prior to you assuming this position, which I appreciate. But what are some of the safeguards specifically that you all have put in place to protect against a potential future attack? And then I'm going to shift my question into some of the things that you're doing right now to respond to the material weakness that you also referenced in your testimony. But talk about some of the things you're doing specifically to protect against potential future attacks.
Thank you for that question. To give you a little bit of background, when the attack occurred, it was September 29th, approximately 1:30 in the morning, and we immediately went into action. I'll share the overview with you from 4 different perspectives. The first thing was to shut down the system and make sure that it did not leave room for any additional attack. The second aspect of that was making sure that we immediately informed key people, such as the Inspector General that you mentioned, the FBI, the CFO, of course, our board chair, the executives, along with the legislative branch and the executive branch, along with our employees and clients. In addition to that, we have some hardcore infrastructure things that we put in place. But what we did before that was the third thing. We brought in cybersecurity experts. We brought in PCS from the recovery standpoint. We also brought in Strauss Friedberg from a forensic standpoint. We also worked with Coveware, who deals directly with threat actors. Once that was all said and done, we have totally elevated and stepped up what was necessary to protect our infrastructure. We rebuilt, which is the fourth thing. We rebuilt the physical and virtual servers. We implemented a 2-step sign-in user verification process for all of our employees. We instituted new protocols to protect the IT infrastructure and made sure that we had endpoint software protection. One of the key things that's essential, we put redundancies, things in place and strengthen our redundancy, as well as have our backup protocols in place, backup offsite as well. Our employees are essential to our operation. We made sure that we provided not only the employees, but the beneficiaries and the dependents with 18-month service for identity theft monitoring, as well as credit monitoring. In addition to that, we are constantly doing mandatory training with the staff. We have 24/7 eyes on glass, which is an expression used with our SOC system, monitoring our system around the clock. And we have instant action that would take place if we remotely anticipated there was any threat. We are scanning the dark webs And what I mentioned in my testimony, we are in the process of identifying a chief information technology officer. So these are all essential things that have been put in place, and we are in a very strong and good place.
And thank you for that comprehensive response. Obviously, I, as well as others, are deeply concerned about the cyber attack, but it sounds like you all are taking the necessary steps to protect against a future attack.
Absolutely, that's essential. We're being proactive, not reactive, and so we definitely have the key essential things in place.
Okay. The next part of my question had to do with the audit by McConnell Jones and what steps you're taking to be responsive to the follow-ups. I know you mentioned in your testimony that you do not anticipate any material impact on your bonds or your bond rating or any risk of default. But talk about where you are in terms of timelines. I know March 31st was a significant date that stood out to me in terms of the disclosures. You referenced that in your testimony, but want to just give you an opportunity to expound on where things are with the follow-up to the audit.
Thank you for that question. We are in constant communications with the auditors and the CFO team, which is key. But one of the things that I want to point out that's essential is we have secured a forensic accounting firm, CLA, which is Clifton, Larson and Allen. Is one of the best forensic accounting firms, and they specialize in conventions specifically. So with this forensic accounting firm, this is going to give us the opportunity to reconstruct the information that's needed for McConnell Jones in order to complete the audit and fulfill what is necessary. Yes, in the testimony, I did reference our bond rating, or not being concerned of any default. And the reason why I'm standing behind that statement is because we have contacted our bond counsel. We've had conversations with the CFO. We have contacted our disclosure counsel, and in sync, everyone has stated there is no concern regarding the bond rating or any concern regarding the default. And as we continue to move forward through this process, the CFO, of course, because it is financially related, will be taking a significant lead with CLA, but we're going to be right there lock and step with them to make sure that everything is done and handled in order to complete this audit.
Do you all have a sense, my background suggests that there could be a lot of questions, a lot of information sharing and gathering on the part of a forensic auditor. But I also know that given that this was characterized as a material weakness, I, along with my colleagues, want to make sure that things are moving at a steady pace to resolve any outstanding issues, including to turn in any information to the audit team. Do you all have a sense of timing in terms of when you plan to submit any additional materials required of the auditor?
Yes, sure.
Sure.
And one of the things I want to go back and address, you mentioned March 31st as a date. The date that you are referencing was particularly the date that we have to inform our bondholders. It's the disclosure date. And I do, for the record, want to state that we have already provided that information to our bondholders. We did that a few days ago, February 13th. And what is the opportunity to provide is whether it's audited or unaudited financial statements. And so I wanted to make sure that that was the, I wanted to go back to that March 31st reference. And so that's been handled. Now, the process in and of itself, Clifton, Larson, and Allen, they're on site as we speak. Here at the convention center, they've started assessing, but in fair anticipation, it would take at least 90 days to go through this process. That would be a fair assessment. Now, as we get information and prepare information, of course, we're in communications with the auditors and we will provide it. But I would say 90 days.
Okay. Well, I'm sure we will follow up with you just to make sure that we're monitoring and tracking how things are progressing. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
You all provided some information to the committee that stated that in October of 2021, Events DC was asked by the mayor to provide data and information in connection with the district study of contracts and procurements in reference to, I think, the sort of disparity study, which I brought up with the deputy mayor for planning and economic development earlier. And so, you all were asked about those contracts and procurements awarded by agencies during fiscal year 2020. You also shared that in February 2022, it was requested that you all were requested to participate in a triennial procurement risk assessment review session conducted by the Office of the Inspector General through its contractor, KPMG. The review session was conducted in furtherance of a procurement survey performed in October 2021. So how does the February 2022 review session differ from the one in October 2021 with the mayor? In both instances, was the authority able to provide the requested data and information?
Yes, so we did participate in both requests. We provided the disparity, and I was watching as you were chatting with the deputy mayor as well. We did participate in that, in any and all questions that was answered regarding that survey, we did provide, and it tied back into our contract and procurement aspect. The same thing regarding the triennial request that we received, we did provide that information, and that was all contract and procurement related.
Got it. We asked here at the committee whether Events DC has found that the total number of events in its purview is back to pre-pandemic levels, sort of an important measure that we're looking at in terms of revenues and agency performance and how the state of our economy is progressing. So if you could provide an overview of your response for the public and discuss any strategy Events DC is taking to achieve pre-pandemic levels.
Sure. So I can share some key numbers. I mean, if you go back to FY19, for example, it was 606 events that were conducted. Fast forward to 440, it was 448 for fiscal year 22. Right now, we have already completed 100 events for fiscal year 23. So we are heading in a key direction. Now, where we get most of our business with the largest impact is when we do citywides, for example. So in FY22, we had 15 citywides. For first quarter of 23, we have had 5 citywides, but we anticipate having 19 citywides for 23. So we've already stepped up even further as we're getting into 2023. To share just a little bit regarding the economic impact in 22, our overall economic impact with the 448 events was 227,566,000. And so that was substantial compared looking at the years prior with the pandemic. So we are well on our way to getting to where we need to be. And as far as the funding aspect of it, we are marketing and not only trying to continue, and I shouldn't even say trying, we are maintaining our convention and meeting planners, the standard business that we have, but we're also diversifying our portfolio and making sure that we are working with small and medium-sized conferences. I work closely with Elliot at Destination DC. So how we will continue to get that word out is through the marketing aspect. There's a lot of DDC marketing that's taking place. I know there's the tourism recovery aspect that's just been added. So we will market nationally, and then we will engage our local community as well, just to continue to be a supplemental enhancement. I recently booked a comedy festival that is slated to take place in October here in Washington, D.C., which is some new signature destination-driven business.
I love hearing about new signature destination-driven business and look forward to hearing more about the comedy festival. Do you all have any concerns about FY23 in terms of your budget? Any spending pressures that the committee should be aware of?
Not at this time. Looking at our budget for FY23 from a operating revenue perspective, that's estimated at 28 million. From a non-operating perspective, that's estimated at about 148 million. So collectively, we anticipate bringing in revenue of 176 million. When you look at our operating expenses, it's been built in for 93.5 million. Non-operating is 50.6 million. And we talked a little bit about capital cost earlier, but that's estimated at 43 million. So overall, our total expenses is estimated at 187 million. We're showing right now about 11 million in a deficit for 2023, but our key cost will be met.
Okay, I appreciate you sharing that now, and I obviously it's something that we'll be tracking and making sure that we follow up with you all from the committee. We had requested information of Events DC prior to this hearing about your small business enterprise and certified business enterprise spend goals. So for the benefit of the public, if you could share how much you all spent with SBEs in FY 2022, and maybe even talk about what percentage of the authority's expendable budget was spent with SBEs. I don't know if you have the 2021 numbers, but certainly would love to hear the 2022 numbers.
You're in luck. I have 2021 numbers too.
Okay, great.
So the expendable budget for 2021 was 10,600,000, and I'll kind of estimate 10,620,000. And the goal was 5,310,000, and we hit that goal at 100%. Looking at 2022, the expendable budget was 5,239,000, and the SBE goal was 2,619,000. We actually went beyond the anticipated goal. We came in at 7,298,000, so 278% above the goal. So looking at 2023, and we'll look at that number a little bit further, the expendable budget is 2,791,000. The goal is 1,395,000 for 2023. And so we thus far have spent 2,149,000. So clearly we've exceeded that goal thus far. I know you're interested in the CBE specific numbers.
I am.
And no, the CBE specific numbers for 2021, it was about 18.60% of the goal. For 2022, it was about 11% of the goal. And 2023 was thus far is 1.95%.
Thank you for that. And if maybe you caught this part of the hearing with Deputy Mayor Pacheco, I also asked about waivers. And so I'm curious about whether you all requested any waivers this year in FY 2023 to date. And is there anything you could share with respect to insights into why waivers have been requested?
Yes, so as relates to the waivers, kind of giving you the full scope, there were 2 waivers requested in 2021, 4 waivers in 2022, and 5 waivers in 2023. The waivers that have been requested primarily, and just so happen, I know pretty much off the top of my head, Siemens is related, but that's because it's specific to certain equipment. and maintenance that's needed on like our escalators and our elevators and our HVACs. Well, Fuji Tech is for like the elevators and escalators, but Siemens ties into like our HVAC, particular lighting systems. And so there were 2 waivers specifically for Siemens and 1 for Fuji Tech. Typically, what happens if a waiver is going to be submitted, we do work closely with DSLBD. I know they put a notice out that's about 10 days. And this has been something that is near and dear to my heart, just like you when it comes to CBEs. I think that for us, submitting a waiver, that's only when it's absolutely necessary, but we will continue to look at all aspects of our business to see if we can dial that number down a little bit when it comes to the waivers. Nicole, our general counsel, may have some additional information that she can add to this specific question as well.
Sure.
Hi, good afternoon. The other item that we did get a waiver for was in relation to our event management system, which is called Ungerbach. It's a specific software system that we're paying for. So those types of things, software, are things that we have gotten waivers for as well.
Got it. Thank you for that. Let me turn to something you mentioned briefly in your testimony, and that's the DC Cares program. For the benefit of those who are less familiar, this program provides financial assistance to workers who were excluded from pandemic public relief programs. Talk about where things are with the 2023 DC Cares funds from the FY 2022 supplemental and FY 2023 budget. Have they been dispersed yet to the administering nonprofits? If not, give us a sense of the timeline to get those dollars out.
Sure. So it's approximately $20 million that needs to be dispersed for 2023. And that will be the 4th round of the disbursement. It will not only go to undocumented workers, it includes gig and cash economy workers, as well as returning citizens. And once again, it's about 15,000. That 4th phase is going to be roughly about $1,200 that will be provided to each person. So we're working closely with the Community Foundation and several nonprofits. As a matter of fact, Events DC stepped in and provided an additional $150,000 to cover administrative costs. To answer your question specifically about distribution timeframe, we anticipate at this time that the funds will be distributed starting in the spring and will continue throughout the summer. One of the things that was important, especially with the nonprofits, is just making sure that they were fully staffed up and in a position to start the distribution process. And there were a few additional equipment needs and technical needs with the nonprofits that we're working with them on as well. But we anticipate the distributions to start in May.
So you anticipate, that was the operative part for me. You anticipate the distributions to start in May.
Yes.
And you all are working closely with the administering organizations so that the folks who sorely need these funds understand what that timeline looks like?
Absolutely. And because this is in phase 4, one of the nonprofits in particularly has the database that has everyone's contact information. And what I think is so amazing about this program is in the various communities that's easily accessible for the individuals that will be obtaining these funds. And so, yes, we are working closely with them and we are messaging out regarding the timeline of the funds.
Thank you for that. Just one clarifying question for me. In terms of the information that the core agencies are, whatever challenges that they're dealing with right now, has the database that they have lost historical information on the program? Is that something that they're confronting?
I don't think it's a database issue at all. Nicole, I'll give you an opportunity to speak that, but no, I don't believe it's database related at all. But Nicole, please feel free to chime in.
Yeah, well, we haven't lost any data. All of the data is in the database. They were having some challenges with the vendor that helped build and construct the database. And there was some upgrades and updates that needed to happen to that. And so they were having some challenges with that, but we are working through that. They have, I think, gotten some of the coding and stuff that they needed to get done, and so that we can expedite getting this funding going as soon as possible.
One of the things I'd ask that you all provide and by way of follow-up after the hearing is, so there's a May timeline to start to make sure the funds get distributed. I'd love to know, and if you already know, you can let me know, but just how long it should take. How long should folks expect once we get to May, assuming that things remain on track, for all the funds to be distributed?
I can speak to that, Angie, if you'd like. There's about 15,000 people that we're trying to get the funding to. So it'll take a few months to get all of those 15,000 people to reach out to them, find them, get them to come and pick up their debit cards. So that will take a few months. Hopefully it will be sooner than that. Last year, we did move much quicker than we anticipated because there was so much demand. Everybody called in at once. And so we were able to get the funds out much quicker. But just given the resources, we are anticipating it will take several months to distribute that funding in its entirety.
Thank you. Thank you for that. I actually don't have, I have another question I want to ask, and I'm coming to the end of my questions for Events DC, but regarding the Cultural Institutions Grant Program, decided to have a more inclusive and equitable distribution of the cultural grants funding rather than making a limited number of potentially significantly large awards as originally intended. Specifically, Events DC divided all the eligible applicants into 3 tiers, taking into consideration the evaluation factors, with all applicants in each tier receiving the same amount. What has been the impact of this decision, and do you envision Events DC using the same funding strategy in near future years?
So thank you for that question. It was approximately $10 million that was distributed. And this was in 2020. And originally it was like 40 applicants that submitted information, and 30 applicants received distribution. And so we did do a 3 group process, and that ranged anywhere from 150,000 and up. During that particular time, it's, people are recovering, and a lot of people were suffering from COVID. And so what is a little bit different with the next round, which will be another $10 million. And by the way, it's 48 applications that we've received for the 10 million for this year coming up. We are in the process of reviewing those applications. There's not a set guarantee that we'll be able to break it up in 3 tiers like in the past. And the circumstances is different now with COVID. But once we're able to review the applications, we'll be able to make a better assessment at that time.
Thank you for that. Actually, one thing I do want to touch on, and you, given your prior role as director of the Office of Cable Television, when I guess it was FY21, maybe, I'm thinking about when the committee, we put $3 million in a budget, which was, and we worked with the chairman to identify those funds. It was split between 3 entities: Office of Cable Television, Events DC, and the DC Public Libraries. As a result, there were a number of go-go artists and frankly, people who work within the go-go economy who benefited from those funds. The following year, the mayor included additional funds in the budget to support the go-go economy in the District of Columbia at the Office of Cable Television. I'd love to know just if you have any thoughts about how things are going. What is the state of our go-go economy in terms of the District of Columbia governments or any quasi-government entities like Events DC in supporting those efforts. I would love to see, I've said this before, and given your background, I'm sure you'll appreciate, I'd love to see GoGo really for people who visit to understand GoGo and how woven into the fabric it is of DC. It's our own original genre of music. I like to see it more like jazz is New Orleans and country music is to Nashville. What are your thoughts on that?
Let's be clear. You and I are in sync when it comes to GoGo. GoGo is the heartbeat of our city. And so, as you know, I have been a fan of GoGo since I arrived to Washington, D.C. I think it is important that we continue to engage, invest, and uplift the GoGo community. And I'm 2 steps ahead of you on this. As I mentioned earlier, we have citywides that come into the convention. We have tourists that's coming into the convention, tourists coming into the convention all the time. But where I think Events DC can deliver and elevate, there's nothing wrong hearing a little bit of GoGo when you enter in the doors of the convention center or the entertainment and sports arena. There's absolutely nothing wrong when we're engaged in our community activities and uplifting live events. People need to hear what our culture sounds like, and you can hear it through GoGo before you even see it. So I think that is so crucial, because that's a part of who we are. So yes, DC is the nation's capital, but we have so much to offer from our culture and our traditions musically, from a culinary perspective as well. So when I talk about that racial equity aspect that we discussed at the top of the hearing, that can quickly align through music with how we uplift the culture and the art of GoGo, which is the official music of Washington, D.C. So thank you for that. And you played a vital role in that decision.
Absolutely. No, I appreciate that. I do not have any additional questions at this time. There are some items that we would look forward to hearing from you all in terms of follow-up on. Is there anything else that you'd like to add to the record before we transition to our last entity?
Sure. I wanted to go back, if I could, and just say thank you to Debbie. You would think Debbie was in one of these conference rooms when we were talking about solar panels, but I just wanted to let Debbie know that solar panels, that actually is in our FY23 capital budget with capital projects. So I wanted to provide that reassurance that that is on our radar and that is included in our budget. So I wanted to add that. And I also just wanted to thank you once again, the entire committee, the mayor, thank the board, and a special thank you to the Events DC team. It's been a delight to be here, and I just want to thank them for their hard work, support, and dedication, not only to the organization, the authority, but to the district collectively as a whole.
Thank you for your testimony here today. Ms. Gates, I appreciate it. And also thank you for mentioning solar. I had made a note to do a question on that and had intended to ask you, but I forgot. So thank you for mentioning that. I appreciate it. Ms. Hanrahan's testimony about solar, certainly an opportunity for the city to capitalize on, everything that we're doing around clean energy, and alternative energy in the District of Columbia, and it's squarely in line with our clean energy goals. So thank you for that. And you enjoy the rest of your evening. I am going to move on to our next agency.
Thank you so much.
The final entity we're here from today is Destination DC. Destination DC is a private nonprofit corporation that serves as the lead organization to market Washington, DC locally and abroad as a premier global destination for conventions, tourism, and special events. A contracting arm of Events DC, the organization is funded by a percentage of DC's hotel occupancy tax, along with membership dues and cooperative marketing fees. By developing and executing centralized and cohesive sales and marketing strategies, Destination DC generates economic development for the city through tourism and meetings. With that, I'm going to call any public witnesses we have and hear from them before we transition to Elliot Ferguson. I'll make a call to see if the witnesses are available. I know my staff is transitioning. Rosie Faulkner, who testified a little earlier on the Events DC. I want to welcome you back and allow you 3 minutes to provide your testimony.
Okay, sorry. Good afternoon again. Thank you for the opportunity to provide this testimony. My name is Rosie Faulkner, and I'm an experienced and award-winning producer, host, and founder of Rosie Faulkner LLC, a video production company based out of Washington, D.C. As I mentioned before, I'm looking for additional agencies to collaborate with to tell the DC story and feature our local businesses and attractions and continue to promote DC as a world-class destination for 2023. How does Destination DC plan to collaborate and invest in our local creatives and content makers that help sustain the creative economy in Washington, DC and contribute to the vibrancy of our great city? Thank you so much.
And thank you again for your testimony this afternoon. We'll make sure that it is included in the record for this hearing. We have next Genevieve Ladino with Fogo de Chao. Good afternoon to you. Thanks for joining us. You can begin your testimony.
Good afternoon, Council Member McDuffie. Thank you for having me here to testify on behalf of the membership benefits of Destination DC. My name is Genevieve Ladino. I am the Senior Sales Manager for the Mid-Atlantic region at Fogo de Chao, the Brazilian steakhouse, but I work at the DC location located in Penn Quarter, and I sell this store as well. For Fogo de Chao, one of the primary benefits of Destination DC is really the work that they do to drive traffic to our city. It's very important for us to drive traffic to our restaurant, and we would not really be able to do that without the meetings, events, and conventions that come to our city. We drive the traffic that is driven to our city through Destination DC. It directly drives revenue for our restaurants, which in turn also drives employment and tax contributions back into the city. This year, our location drove over $14 million in revenue for 2022, and we have fully rebounded from the pandemic. And we also beat our 2019 numbers by nearly 25%. We do attribute a lot of this, nearly, I would say 50% of group dining is convention and events related business, as well as tourism here in the city. And so we do work religiously within this restaurant to really build relationships with Destination DC and to be able to get in front of the visitors that are coming to our city. Their work is integral to our operations every quarter. And we also have a lot of tools that we really value as well as part of a member. The convention calendar, it allows me personally to go in and prospect clients during the planning phases of their meetings. And it creates really an ease of use for me. It provides contact information, phone, email, all sorts of ways for me to get in front of these clients to bring them to our restaurant. It allows us to also better plan for increases in traffic to the city, again, which drives traffic to our restaurants. And this really makes us, or puts us in a better place to serve these tourists, right? To serve these visitors. When we're properly staffed and we have the proper amount of food prepped and ready to go, we can really give these clients that A+ experience that they're looking for. My time went so quickly. So I'm gonna jump ahead to my final sentence. So the return on investment for our Destination DC is hands down the best investment we can make in aiding the continued growth of our business in Penn Quarter and throughout the DMV. In 2022, we were able to fully rebound from the pandemic, beating our 2019 revenue by 25%. And this would not have been possible without meetings and conventions that drive the traffic to our city and the community partnerships of downtown DC. And with that, thank you very much.
And thank you very much for your testimony this afternoon. We appreciate it. Our final public witness for Destination DC is TL Green with Holistically Original.
I'm
And good
here.
afternoon to you. You can begin your testimony. I'm not sure if you would like us to see you, but if you want to turn on your video, otherwise we can hear you clearly and you can begin your testimony. Thanks for joining us.
Yes. Good afternoon, Chairman McDuffie and members of the Committee on Business and Economic Development. I'm T.O. Green, a professional transitional life coach and the founder of Holistically Original, a company dedicated to helping people live their best lives. I've been working with the Destination DC team for over 20 years throughout my career in the hotel sales industry prior to starting my own business. Like so many other DC hospitality workers, I was laid off during the pandemic and I had to make a hard decision about my next steps. I was directed to start a life coaching business, but I never stopped my strong relationship with the Destination DC team. That's how I found out about the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Fellowship last year, which provides a complimentary membership to small minority-owned businesses. Through the membership program, I've been able to meet so many other members and exchange ideas. Destination DC provides so many meaningful networking opportunities, and I've walked away from member events, meeting new people and finding out how we can mutually help each other. I would tell anyone that's working with Destination DC that what you put in is what you get out. When you make a point of knowing the employees, what they do, understanding the relationships, you can create your own oyster. Giving back to my community is also so important to me. I've been able to donate complimentary coaching sessions as part of raffles benefiting Destination DC's American Experience Foundation. This foundation is all about working with young local high school students to introduce them to the hospitality industry. It shows them all the options for a career in the industry while creating a much needed pipeline of future talent. Finally, I appreciate how hard Destination DC works to promote Washington, DC around the world. When you go on washington.org, it's so much more than what a potential visitor would expect to see. It's all about the food, arts, hidden gems, small businesses like myself, and the LGBTQ community and more. It's built to show that everyone is welcome here in the city. In closing, Destination DC has a huge membership of hundreds of businesses, so the DEI Fellowship speaks volumes about how they want to showcase all that is unique and amazing about our city. What a way to do it, guys. Thank you for all of your hard work. I'm so proud that my city is creating this welcoming message, and I'm proud to work with Destination DC and their team. I thank you for the opportunity to testify today.
And really appreciate your testimony this afternoon and appreciate your patience, all three of the public witnesses for Destination DC, for sticking with the committee throughout this afternoon. I want to ask really quickly, if I could, Genevieve Ladino, in terms of Forward a Child and how you all are doing, I appreciate you providing those insights. What we're seeing is that, and by we, information that I've gleaned from reports from the Office of the Chief Financial Officer and other entities in the restaurant industry suggest that revenues to date are starting to exceed pre-pandemic levels. And I think you mentioned something to that effect earlier. Are you seeing an increase in the amount of sales as a result of more people returning to the restaurant? Or I guess what I'm getting at is how much does inflation perhaps factor into what you're seeing in terms of revenues? I don't know if you all have looked at it, but I wanted to throw that out there for you. I'm not sure if you are able to respond or if you are talking, but we cannot hear you. It looks
Yes,
like
this
you're
is
muted.
Genevieve. I'm sorry. I was just
Yes.
pulled away for a moment. Would you mind repeating that for me?
Sure. No, I was just asking about your testimony and whether the revenues that you all are seeing are starting to return to pre-pandemic levels. And if so, to what do you attribute that? I know in some instances, it seems like inflation and rising costs are resulting in an increase in revenues for certain hospitality businesses, and wanted to know whether you are actually seeing an increase in people who are dining with Fogo de Chao, or is there something else that might be contributing to the revenues that you're seeing?
No, we've seen a steady increase in traffic year over year, with the exception of like 2020 and 2021 for 5 straight years. And so that would be like 2019 plus 2022 and now 2023. And so it is the traffic that's really driving the revenue. We do operate pretty strictly with regards to excellence. So that revenue directly impacts our flow through, which also directly impacts like the amount of other restaurants that we can open here locally as well. We are seeing more seats, more bodies in our seats on a regular basis. And like I said, we were able to pivot during the pandemic to really maximize the social market. So birthdays, anniversaries, weddings, things of that nature, events that were happening locally with our community. But it really wasn't until the city returned with major conventions and events that we were able to rebound on our corporate and association markets, which is really our bread and butter for group events.
Thank you for that. That's a really important information for us to know. So we appreciate your testimony, as well as the other public witnesses for Destination DC. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We want to hear, before we transition to Elliot Ferguson, or since we are doing this virtually, I'm happy to see all 3 of you at the same time, but I understand that the Destination DC Chair and Vice Chair plan to provide testimony this afternoon. And so we want to give you both the opportunity to do so. Do I understand that correctly, Elliot?
Yes, sir, that is correct. You have Ron Bracco, our board chair, and Mead Atkinson, the chairman of the board of the Hotel Association, and soon to be our vice chair.
Great. We're happy to hear from you both, and I'll let you decide who goes first. Each have 3 minutes.
Okay, I will start. Thank you, Chairman McDuffie and members of the Committee on Business and Economic Development. I am Ron Bracco, Destination DC Board Chair and Vice President of Events for Hargrove, a full-service trade show and events company dedicated to extraordinary client experience. Our company is over 80 years old and is proud to have set the stage for significant and historic events for our country and our city. We have done every presidential inaugural since Truman, the Democratic National Convention, victory parades for the Washington Nationals and the Washington Capitals, as well as the Washington Auto Show, and then recently a large-scale summit and summits for the White House and State Department, such as the U.S.-Africa Leaders Summit held in D.C. here in December. As a general contractor, my business has a direct major stake in the types of meetings and events that Destination DC brings to the nation's capital. I've been a proud board member with Destination DC for the past 8 years and involved in the organization for the last 20 years. I've seen Elliot lead the organization's tireless work to bring business and leisure visitors back to Washington, DC. And I will say that funding has been a major priority for me as a board chair. And on behalf of the board, we appreciate everything that you and the DC council members have done to pass the Tourism Recovery District legislation that benefits DDC's marketing and sales efforts. Temporarily increasing the hotel tax ensures Destination DC has the adequate funding to compete. We all stand to gain from more visitors in the city spending money at local businesses, creating tax revenue and jobs for our residents. Destination DC continues to innovate in its sales approach and its tailoring of Washington, D.C.'s assets to set it apart, including its commitment to diversity, equity, and inclusion, and focus on sustainability to attract all types of meetings and events. The bottom line is that tourism puts people to work. It remains crucial to support Destination DC's efforts in bringing all types of travelers from around the world back to Washington, DC. And with that, thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the opportunity to testify.
And thank you for your testimony. We're going to turn next to Mead Atkinson.
Thank you very much, Chairman McDuffie. Actually, I was going to begin this by saying good morning, but it's definitely not morning anymore. Good afternoon, Chairman McDuffie and members of the Committee on Business and Economic Development. My name is Mead Atkinson. I was immediate past chair of the Hotel Association of Washington, D.C., and now vice chair for Destination DC. And I've been a hotelier here in the DC area for basically my whole career. I wish I could take credit for bringing this opportunity to life, but I did have a front row seat in terms of the TRD. And I want to publicly thank both Elliot Ferguson and Solomon Keene with the Hotel Association, who worked tirelessly to get the idea in front of the right people, and I applaud them. Even more important today, though, I want to thank the City Council, in particular those of you on this call, for your support. The Council clearly sees the importance of investing in marketing our destination, and we thank you for recognizing the need for the Tourism Recovery District temporary hotel tax. Why is this tax so important? It's important for several reasons. The pandemic crushed hotel occupancy in DC basically for the last 2 years. And while business is certainly coming back to many hotels, we still lag a lot of our counterparts in the country. We've also lagged these same cities in terms of funding, which Ron mentioned, provided to Destination DC versus some of the other markets. In our case, their charter being to both heighten awareness of Washington, DC and bring meetings and leisure business to the city. DC is a harder sell than many realize. We can be expensive, and to many, we also have a reputation of being a government town with maybe little to do. Those of us on the call know otherwise. People often even think that the Smithsonian is a single museum, which cracks me up. But we find that once visitors come, and once they come and they experience Washington, they wish they were staying longer. A large part of these additional marketing dollars will be spent on the international market. These guests stay longer and they spend more than any other market segment. This market is slowly coming back, and these added resources will allow DC to be top of mind for future stays. I'm confident that the tax dollars will be put to good use. There will be appropriate oversight, and DDC has proven every year that I've been on board that their advertising and marketing efforts are effective and always ROI. They will generate more visitors to DC, spending money with the hotels, restaurants, and local businesses, and most importantly, adding jobs, stable jobs for DC residents. In closing, international travel will come back soon, and this tax will ensure that DC has the resources it needs to get our message out and compete with the other destinations vying for the same business. Thank you so much for recognizing that DDC has a proven track record that marketing and advertising works when done right. Your support will result in more visitor spending, higher tax revenues, and great jobs for DC residents. Thank you for allowing me to testify.
And thank you for your testimony. We're going to turn to next to Elliot Ferguson, President and CEO of Destination DC.
All right, good evening to everyone on the Zoom. Again, my name is Elliot Ferguson. I'm President and CEO of Destination DC. I'd like to start off by thanking you, Mr. Chairman, and to the members of the committee for the opportunity to talk about all things that are happening at Destination DC. As you all know, we're a private nonprofit organization that solely focuses on economic development through tourism and conventions. Our Ron Bracco, our board chair, Meet Atkinson, and other stakeholders in the industry that spoke, TL, Guinevere, and Rosie, really spoke specifically as to the successes tied to Destination DC. Our key goal is to focus on ways to meet the needs of our members, but also find ways to work with other entities in the city. They all really tell the story as to why tourism matters in Washington, DC. As we look at our budget, our board approved our fiscal year budget of $25.1 million earlier last year, which is up 23% from the year before. 76% or $19 million of our budget is tied to less than 1% of the current hotel tax that's paid by visitors coming to Washington. And the remainder of our funding comes from our membership dues, our partnership dues, and other ancillary opportunities that we have to raise money to promote our destination. Clearly, Mr. Chair, as was referenced by our board chair and others, we're extremely grateful for the passing of the Tourism Recovery District. Mayor Bowser and her team, your team, and other members of the City Council understand the importance of us marketing our destination, especially when everyone else is doing the exact same thing. The 1% additional assessment for the next 4 years will mean a big difference as we promote our destination. And the biggest question that we get all the time is that why do we need to promote DC and why is this important? And I'll give you some insight as to what's happening domestically and internationally. We're all trying to gain market share after or during this pandemic, which we're still in. And fortunately, we're in a better place. But as we're looking at how we promote our destination, I've reminded sitting members of the City Council and other stakeholders as to how much we're outspent by other destinations. An example, Orlando has a budget of over $74 million. And then Visit Florida, the organization that promotes the state, spends well over $108 million in promoting their destination. Each major city has a budget that surpasses ours, and in most cases, their assets. And Orlando, Disney, Universal, and the likes have significant budgets to promote themselves. So as we look at our assets and our budget, it's tied to Destination DC, and quite frankly, several of our members, including the Smithsonians, that don't have the financial wherewithal to promote themselves. It might seem as if tourism has recovered as we look at more people coming into the city, and we're in a far better place than we were before. In 2021, we were still down 22% compared to 2019, and we're still seeing positive returns economically as people are traveling again. Prior to the pandemic, one of the most important markets for us, the international market, is about 7% of visitation, but 27% of the spend. So why do we focus on that market? Simply because they stay longer and spend more. More money and more funding allows us to do more internationally, more domestically, and to focus on all of our stakeholders that are relying on us to help them during the pandemic that we're all dealing with. Our international offices in the UK, India, Australia, China play a huge role in giving us insight as to how we should focus on those markets. We work closely with the state of Maryland and the state of Virginia and the Airports Authority through the Capital Region USA to also promote our destination to the international market, as they have additional representation in the UK, Germany, China, and France. And of course, the Airports Authority. Our good friend Jack Potter and Crystal Westerland, who works on his team that's on our board. Working with them, going after emerging markets plays a huge role in gaining additional international market share into Washington, DC. And the Silver Line, which finally is open, is an extremely important aspect of the international travelers' experience in coming into our city. Now, we also, as we're focusing on DC as a destination, I have the pleasure of serving on several boards, including the board of Brand USA. What I do for Washington, domestically and internationally, Brand USA does for the United States internationally. I serve as the treasurer of their board. I'm helping them in terms of the additional $250 million that they have in their budget to promote the US as we're looking at spending and focusing on travel returning during this pandemic. My time as chairman of the board of the US Travel Association has been very positive for Washington, DC, and I have the pleasure of continuously serving on that board as they deal with all issues tied to advocacy, including the fact that several countries that require visas, it takes a long period of time for them to actually get an interview. Just returning from India 2 weeks ago, meeting with a lot of the stakeholders that promote travel to the US, they're basically saying they can't even get an interview to get a visa until 2025. So all of our efforts, especially in those countries that require a visa, it's going to be important as we look at China and India and key markets for us to get those additional dollars and for us to work with US Travel Association to make travel much easier into our destination. Now, always the question that's always asked is, why do we have to promote DC as a destination? Doesn't everybody want to come here? And me put it in perspective. We have an image issue that we continue to sell against on a regular basis. And we know for a fact that marketing our destination works, not simply because I say it, but because we work with external entities that give us insight as to what the return on investment is for promoting our destination. So to put it as easy as possible, for every dollar we spend, according to Destination Analysts, the external organization, there's a $3.08 return on investment associated with that spend that Washington has the pleasure of benefiting from. Members of my executive team, our Chief Financial Officer, John Kim, our Chief Marketing Officer, Robin McLean, and other members of our senior staff are on this call and play an active role in how we not only promote our destination, but also the data that focuses on our success. And we do the study in terms of our ROI, or Destination Analyst does it in tandem with the CFO's office here for Washington. So that's a big deal in terms of making sure that the variables that are used to determine a return on investment are tied to what the CFO's office is looking for. And as always, we focus on all the aspects of Washington. Yes, we sell monuments, memorials, and museums, and the federal experience, but we also look at ways of promoting other aspects of our destination. As Angie referenced, go-go is the official music of our city, and our advertising and all of the events we do, we always promote go-go as the official music of the city. But we also promote the Jazz Festival, the jazz, as Sunny Sumter referenced earlier, as I have the pleasure of being on her board. But we also look at dining, shopping, nightlife, sports, arts, historic attractions, theater, waterfronts, parks, and all those things that resonate for Washingtonians, but doesn't necessarily resonate from a global perspective when they think of Washington as a destination. Locally, we appreciate the fact that when Washingtons tell us that they use our website, washington.org, to plan trips for folks that are coming into Washington, D.C. And we call that DC on the Go-Go, a play on, of course, the official music of our city. Special events play a huge role, such as the Jazz Festival, the Cherry Blossom Festival, but there's some key things that are coming up that we're going to continue to focus on, like the National Arts Asian Art Museum's 100th anniversary, the 60th anniversary of the Dr. Martin Luther King I Have a Dream speech, the 150th anniversary of Eastern Market. I live 6 blocks from there, and I know that's going to be a big deal, as well as regular signature events like the Cherry Blossom Festival, 8th Street Festival, DC Jazz Festival, and of course, Restaurant Week. We promote major openings in the city, such as the latest phase of the Wharf, the new Rubel Museum, the new addition and expansion of the National Air and Space Museum, the National Museum of Women of the Arts, and the 51 Steps to Freedom that we'll be focusing on with other stakeholders in the city. And of course, the sports scene in Washington, D.C., which is unlike many destinations. With Events DC, we think we're the nation, we really are a city that really has amazing sports venues. So hosting the Major League Soccer All-Star Game is a big deal for DC in July, and we'll be promoting that.
Ms. Ferguson, if you don't mind just summarizing, I want to dive into some of these great things you mentioned in your testimony. So I wanted to give you an opportunity to summarize.
I'll be happy to do that. I know what it's like when I'm the last one. So clearly, as Events DC referenced, there are a lot of positive things happening with citywide conventions coming this year that I'll be happy to answer any specific questions on in terms of what's happening in the future and the way in which we're going after citywide business. And of course, the DEI efforts within our organization. TL referenced the DEI fellowship, the $45,000+ in which we've invested in small businesses, Black, brown-owned businesses in Washington, D.C. in ways in which they can benefit from business coming to the city. I'll close on talking about the American Experience Foundation, how we work closely with Chancellor Farabee and the school system to expose students in high schools especially in hospitality programs, to opportunities, giving them internships within our organization and with other organizations within the industry that are really important to us. And that's something that we do on a regular basis. So with that, I'll cut my testimony short, as I know you have copies, and I'll be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you for your testimony. I do have some questions, and I want to dive into those. I want to start, I know you have obviously appeared before the committee before, and this is our practice. We ask about the efforts of the various entities and agencies under our purview to talk about their work in racial equity, and I'd love to hear about some of the successes that you all have had in building a more racially equitable District of Columbia over the past year.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that, be it my term as chairman of Tourism Diversity Matters, chairman of U.S. Travel Association, you've heard me talk about this before. This has always been a big deal for me. As we look at the dynamics of our city, noted as Chocolate City, and looking at the diversity of Washington tied to the individuals that live in our city, as well as the 170 embassies that influence the diversity of our destination, it's always been a big deal. So be it our DEI district that you see on our website that really focuses on the diversity of our destination, a lot of emphasis on the Black community in Washington, D.C., as well as efforts in which we're going, that we're putting in place to focus on the needs of our members, those that may not have the financial wherewithal to become members of our organization, whereas we want to assist them in getting a piece of the pie as they're looking at coming into the city. A good example for us as we look at our marketing is protest tourism, something that as we looked at 2020 and the historic precedent that Washington set with Black Lives Matter Plaza and other things, that's a huge part of what we're selling. And as I referenced earlier, the 51 steps, which we're working with other stakeholders in the city, will also play a role in how we promote not only the core areas of Washington, but the neighborhoods in Washington, D.C. that tie to the diversity of our destination.
Talk about some of the top domestic visitor markets for DC. I think we had asked a question pre-hearing about total domestic visitation for the city and whether or not things are broken down by demographic. I don't think that's the case necessarily, but if you could talk about some of the information you do know about our top domestic visitor markets.
Absolutely. I mean, most of it, especially as we look at the last few years, was tied to who was willing to travel during a pandemic. New York always comes to top of mind of one of the top destinations. Most cities in the Northeast traveling to Washington, as well as cities whereas individuals can get on a flight or on a train with a nonstop flight to Washington, D.C. So we've been really focusing our efforts on the East Coast, the 4-hour drive from Washington, D.C., to Washington, D.C. from major destinations. And we've continued to expand that as we've received additional dollars and as the hotel tax has continued to rebound, which has given us additional dollars to focus on other markets. So the East Coast remains number one for us. As we look at the future and the additional dollars that we'll receive, we'll be able to do a lot more as we look at opportunities with the domestic market. The key thing with us with the domestic market, average domestic visitor spends less than $600. It doesn't mean that we don't want them to come. We do want them to come, but as we look at that number compared to the average Chinese visitor, that spend is $11,000. So a lot of our efforts are focusing on the international market, which represents 93% of visitation. But our key goal is to grow that to international market simply because of the economic opportunities tied to it.
No, it makes perfect sense. And you anticipated my follow-up, which was to talk about the overseas markets. I'm not sure that China, which obviously, listen to the numbers you just mentioned, I think it was $600 for domestic versus how much for a Chinese visitor?
$11,000.
Yeah, so that's significant to say the least. But I don't know that visitors from China made the list of top DC's overseas markets, at least as far as 2021 goes. Talk about why that might be the case and some of the other markets that are important in terms of our international visitation.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a very good question. I think that as we look at rebounding right now, China remains one of the primary markets that we're going after, but Chinese travelers couldn't leave China. And if they left China, they'd have to quarantine for 2 to 3 weeks. So that meant they didn't leave. So as we look at promoting our destination, there's so many other variables, like not only the economics of that destination, but the politics of the destination, how that destination, the politics are affecting the opportunity for Chinese to leave that country. So they've fallen from number one, which in 2019, China was our number one market, down to number 11, and quickly rebounded to number 9 as the borders have reopened. I think the other key component that we have to focus on, again, would be the issuance of visas. You can get a 10-year visa now, but that process has been compromised. So to specifically right now, we've been focusing on markets like the UK. So the trip that we took in early December with DMPED to promote Washington, D.C. to that market is extremely important, simply because they're our number one market right now in terms of overseas travel into Washington, D.C. And that does not include Canada and Mexico, because that's in some cases a drive-in market. So we have been focusing on where the opportunity exists, and now we're pivoting to key markets, whereas we envision opportunities in the next 24 months or so as they continue to rebound.
So I want to follow up in terms of, I had mentioned earlier that there's no real information in terms of breakdown of visitation based on race or demographics in that respect. You did provide us some information about how you're advertising to different demographic groups, or rather not advertising to different demographic groups, but advertising to psychographic groups. Talk about what that means and whether you have any insights to the percentage of advertising budget that is sort of going to markets that represent minorities, Black, Latinx, LGBTQ, for example.
Yes, that was all in the portion of the testimony that I actually did not get to, but as you referenced, those are all extremely—
I just saw you, I don't want to interrupt, but I know you don't look like you in the best of conditions, so I was debating whether to let you finish or try to get you, reserve a little bit of your time and ask the questions directly. So
no, I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Yeah,
okay.
Yeah. Allergies around this time of the year are horrible, so I apologize, but I'll get through it. I think the key thing for us as we look at going after markets is that, LGBTQIA market is extremely important to us. A part of what we did in India was actually a panel with the International Gay Travel, IGLTA, International Gay Lesbian Travel Association, promoting travel to the US and to Washington, D.C. And we did this with New York City simply because of the importance of that market and some of the changing laws tied to the LGBTQIA market in India, and the fact that most will travel to the US. So as we go after market share, we do look at psychographics. We look at the various diverse markets that are traveling. We get that information from external organizations, and some of our advertising, and quite a bit more, that will change as we get additional dollars, is tied to going after those markets. National Coalition of Black Media Professionals, key websites and influencers tied to different demographics that are diverse. We play a huge role in bringing those folks to Washington, D.C. and exposing them to things that they can see and do in Washington as a destination.
And what about the increase in Latin American countries listed on the top 10 comparison list that you provided? I noticed the sort of uptick in their representation on the list more recently.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's really tied to, when you really think about 2020 through 2022, it was all tied to who can we attract and who's willing to actually travel during a pandemic. Clearly in 2020, it was extremely difficult. 2021 was better for us. Last year was a defining moment as we saw more international markets from South America traveling to the US and therefore to Washington, D.C. So, we normally have representation in Brazil, which we were not able to have for the last few years, but we're looking at opportunities to get back into that market as the Brazilians are looking at traveling and coming to the US in larger numbers. So we're extremely happy that as you look at some of those international Latin-speaking countries, that we've been benefiting from their desire to travel to the US and therefore come to Washington.
Thank you for that. Pivoting a bit, you may have already covered it just a little bit, and maybe it's in part of the testimony that you didn't get to. But is it the case that based on hotel revenue returns from the last few months, Destination DC projects increased visitor growth for 2023? Talk a little bit more about that.
Absolutely. I think that all markets continue to rebound. The slowest markets will still remain the international markets, especially China. And again, all countries where a visa is required to travel to the US. But we're seeing a significant, in 2021 especially, it was all tied to the domestic traveler. So we saw more bodies on the street, which looked like we rebounded, but the reality was economically we were not rebounding. 2022, as we saw similar numbers in terms of citywide conventions and smaller meetings coming into Washington, the concern was who's coming in person, which of these meetings will be a hybrid versus in person. And we were pleasantly surprised by those numbers. And we have 17 citywides this year, which will represent a continuous growth in visitation to the city. So we're seeing positive results in terms of international inbound travel with domestic travel. Where we lag behind is still with business travel. As we know, as was referenced with DMPED's testimony earlier, the lag of people wanting to physically come back into the office, therefore travel in person, that's going to continue to hurt us as we're looking at recovering and other smaller meetings, which may or may not happen as some corporations have not allowed folks to travel again, which we anticipate that changing as well. So everything that we've received from those organizations that study travel suggests that 2023 is going to be a pivotal year in terms of the rebound of visitation, especially domestic and in certain markets to international. With those key markets, those that spend more and stay longer, probably not until 2025 or even beyond.
Which is why it's so important, and you talked about this as well as the executive board members who testified, the efforts that the council engaged in terms of the emergency tourism legislation that the committee worked closely with you and your team to craft and pass at the end of last year. And I'm going to get to that. But before we get to that, there was some additional revenue, I believe, and I'm working off memory here a little bit. Can't remember, was it $3 million or $5 million that was provided in your budget last fiscal year?
$3 million last fiscal year, yes.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Talk about that funding, how it was or is being used or was being used. Let me strike that. How was it used? And just the impact of those additional dollars to the extraordinarily important work that you all are doing.
Thanks for that question. I think that if it wasn't for the mayor and for you and city council recognizing the need for us to have additional dollars to promote our destination, all of our stakeholders, and we have about 900 plus members that don't have the wherewithal to promote themselves, we would have received fewer visitors that we were able to influence because of those dollars. It started in 2020 with Events DC giving us additional dollars to promote our destination. In 2021, $5 million from the city. And then last year, $3 million from the city. That really plays an active role in us to being able to promote our destination, because even though we've seen more visitation, we still have seen a lag in actual hotel receipts. Therefore, hotel taxes were not where they were in 2019. So those additional dollars allowed us to go after those key markets and talk about things to see and do in Washington that would attract visitors to the city, be it theater, new restaurants, now working with Sean Townsend and his team with Restaurant Association, of course, the entire Hospitality Alliance. They've all played an active role in understanding, giving us insight as to what's happening with their members who happen to be our members, and equally as much, what market should we pursue, which was mostly domestic because they were the only ones that were traveling. So we were able to use those dollars for domestic marketing in 2022, and 2023 we'll do a lot of the same, as we're going to realize some of the dollars from the Tourism Recovery District this year. But 2024 is going to be an amazing year for us in terms of how we're going to be able to promote Washington, D.C. domestically and internationally.
So let's talk about the Tourism Recovery Act that the emergency bill that the council passed last year, and that you talked about and that your executive board mentioned. Just really an opportunity, I think, to convey how important it is that that got done, but also what it portends for the industry as you all think about utilizing the dollars that should be generated as a result of that legislation.
The key thing that we are proud of is the return on investment study that we share with you and other members of City Council and other stakeholders in terms of which validates the importance of marketing our destination. The $800 million that we were generating in 2019 is where we're aspiring to get back to, and of course the number of jobs created in Washington through tourism. So by getting these additional dollars, which should basically double my budget, I'll be able to do more domestically in terms of marketing the city. Yes, I realize that the domestic traveler does not spend as much, but it's an extremely important market for us. We'll still be in that space. You will not see advertising in DC, but externally, the other key markets and other markets that we perhaps did not have the financial wherewithal to participate in, there'll be more dollars tied to how we are promoting our destination in those cities. The other key thing is the representation that we have internationally, and what we have not been able to do with those markets, even in 2019 before the pandemic. What these dollars will give us, it will allow us the opportunity to be more aggressive in those spaces, whereas travel is still being influenced by travel agents, by stories written about our destination, and by incentive travel. That is unusually not the case. They're usually not the case for domestic travel, whereas most of us are going on a website, trying to find the best deal on the airline and the best deal on a hotel room. So those dollars give us more opportunity to do more advertising, to do more events in those destinations, and to be more present, which means we should see a larger return on investment in those key markets that we really want to see more visitation. Again, a large portion of it is going to be domestic. As we look at the dollars in which we're receiving, the bulk of it is going to be advertising and marketing our destination. And then, of course, the convention market as well, and finding ways to go after domestic conventions and international conventions.
Thank you for that. You and I have talked before about DC's image, and I know, more broadly, I think you might have even testified about the sort of sleepy government town image that we have in the eyes of some people. And you obviously are talking about DC's efforts to overcome that image. Last year, a lot of the discussion that I heard about, our local economy, tourism, hospitality, et cetera, centered on some of the larger public perception of the district as a niche market for peaceful protests. I think you called it protest tourism.
Yes.
And obviously Black Lives Matter activity and convenings was a part of that. What do you think about, to borrow your phrase, protest tourism, and what exactly does that impact mean to DC's image?
So our image, it really means that Washington, D.C. continues to be defined as a destination that the global community and domestic community comes to really learn more about the American experience, you know, through our museums and through all the other amazing assets that we have here that are tied to the American experience and the international experience as well. For us, as we look at things like protest tourism, student-based tourism, where international families will travel to the US or domestic families and go on tours of different campuses of universities. And while they're there, they plan their vacation around that. Protest tourism is another opportunity for those individuals that are interested in learning more about America's democracy, how it was compromised in 2020, and how bold of a statement Washington made, our mayor made, our citizens made, in terms of positioning ourselves against a very intense time in America and things that happened in Washington, D.C. So people come to Washington, D.C. for that experience. Where can I find Black Lives Matter Plaza? Where can I see things that I saw on TV? Where is it memorialized? So we call it protest tourism because people are actually coming internationally and wanting to invest time and going to that new experience that perhaps did not exist in Washington, D.C. before. So we coined the phrase, but it's also tied to things that didn't exist before 2020 that now are part of the agenda for people that are looking at coming to Washington.
Let's talk about GoGo, which we've done before at this committee with Destination DC. And I asked a question of Angie Gates at Events DC about GoGo. Wanted to just get your sense of, its impact on our local culture and the ability to market it perhaps a little bit more. I do appreciate the things you all have done in the past. Just, is there anything in store? Can the folks who work in the GoGo economy in the District of Columbia expect anything from Destination DC this year with respect to GoGo?
Well, I will tell you that the key thing that we do as a marketing organization is focus on unique experiences that you can have in Washington, be it the food scene, the Chili Bowl and others, or music scene, GoGo and other components of music. So it'll always be a part of how we promote our destination. But as we look at the dynamics of why people travel, there are certain types of music. New Orleans, where Angie is from, has a music scene that is unique to New Orleans, and people go there for that, in addition to the Jazz Festival. People are exposed to GoGo, and or what we do is we educate them on the sound. A lot of people that are looking at coming to Washington, they're not saying I'm coming because of GoGo. However, if there's a GoGo festival that is ongoing in the city, we're going to promote it. People are going to come, and we promote the music scene on a regular basis, be it in our videos that are on washington.org, all of our events, and even when we're talking on an international, especially domestically, about the music scene in Washington, D.C., and I ask people, do they know about GoGo music? The answer normally is some have, a lot of them haven't, until I then start playing the music, and then of course it all resonates. So this is a long answer, but I'll make it as short as I can. On the Jazz Festival board, there's always this issue of pure jazz artists versus other artists that might be huge attractions that will bring in the revenue and the people to this destination, to Washington, D.C., which is what Jazz Festival wants. They want more revenue tied to people physically coming because it's a more profitable event. When we talk about GoGo music, it's the same thing. People are exposed to it while they're here. We expose them to it on our website. We talk about it on a regular basis. And then people make their own minds up as to whether or not it's something that is intriguing to them. The Jazz Festival, if you have two pure jazz artists perform before Nas performs or someone else that may not necessarily be a jazz artist, then that person might download that music that they heard before the person that they came to see. So incidentally and or on purpose, we are always promoting the GoGo music scene and those who are in that space, and opportunities for folks that are coming to Washington to learn more about it.
Great to hear. I want to go back to something you said a little earlier about the tourism recovery dollars and that residents who live in the District of Columbia probably won't see marketing as a result of that. But, when I look at some of the information you all provided, Washington, D.C. is its own third highest domestic visitor market. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so in terms of like capturing commuter travel, and what that looks like in terms of Destination DC's marketing efforts, do you all market specifically to DC residents who obviously spend dollars downtown as well? And on tourism, I should say, not just downtown, but they spend dollars on tourism here in our own city. Do you capture that? Both how much you all are spending, if anything, to market to DC residents? And if so, is there a way to know what that looks like in terms of travel and dollars spent?
Yeah, absolutely. And the easy answer is yes. The longer answer is, again, tied to economic impact. A good example, the auto show John O'Donnell was going to present earlier. The auto show is extremely important to the city. The pluses of the auto show is that people from the region come downtown, few of them check into a hotel, and they will normally eat a meal, usually at a fast food place. There is an economic impact, but it's not the same as someone who's physically coming into the district, staying in a hotel, eating 2 to 3 meals a day, utilizing dollars on transportation, going to sporting events and what have you. So I do want to make sure that those that are listening know that Washington.org, the DC on the go-go component, is tied to locals, tied to those who are having visitors in town. I'm the personal concierge for several people, what's going on in Washington, because we have people coming into the city, but it is tied to the local experience, people that want to come and experience Washington from the region. A large part of what we do as well is tied to those that are looking at a staycation, those that are looking at coming from Falls Church, Columbia, Maryland, checking into a hotel in Washington because hotels are offering a better deal now in the month of February, and want to take advantage of a sporting event, a music event that's happening in the city. And so therefore, there is a component of that that's tied to making sure that those that are coming into the city know how they can capitalize on their time in Washington. What new exhibit is taking place in a museum that may not be on their radar that they can take advantage of while they're here. So there is an economic impact tied to it, not as great as those that are physically coming from out of the region and staying in a hotel.
All right, and in terms of, I'm thinking about our own population growth, which data suggests we saw a slight uptick in our population last year as compared to, I think, approximately 20,000 people we lost in 2021. The folks who are coming to the District of Columbia, who came last year in 2022 and hopefully continue to migrate domestically to the District of Columbia, is there anything that you all tie back to their families, where they're coming from in terms of marketing dollars, or is that tied more generally to the domestic travel budget that you talked about earlier from the jurisdictions along the East Coast?
Honestly, most of it is going to be tied to those that are going to come into the area from outside of the area and invest 2 to 3 nights or more in Washington. Now, for those that are moving to the area, folks that have family members that are coming, we're always promoting things that are happening in the city, perhaps engaging people to stay in a hotel versus staying with family and friends, especially if their family and friends don't live in the district. And that is a component of the marketing. The question always is, what component of the marketing are those that are visiting in Washington, D.C. will render the largest economic impact? And I don't want to confuse the issue and think that it's only about economic impact, but it's mostly about economic impact, because that's where new jobs are created that all Washingtonians benefit from. And the economy benefits from the spend from those folks, be it, staying in a hotel, yesterday buying flowers while they're here for Valentine's Day, and the list goes on. And we want to make sure that all of our members have an opportunity to benefit from those that are either visiting family in the area, deciding to check into a hotel those folks that live in the city.
I've got just a couple more questions. You mentioned jobs, and that has always been a priority of the committee. Even though technically, in terms of the council's committee structure and this committee's purview, it more in line aligns with the committee chaired by one of my colleagues around labor and workforce development. But I also talked earlier with the deputy mayor about the need for both the executive and the council to talk less in silos about these important issues, because when you talk to residents, which committee has which issue or which agency has purview over jobs versus economic development versus housing versus public safety really doesn't matter, right? People want to be safe. People want to have quality affordable housing. They want to have opportunities for workforce development to get careers that pay a living wage so they can stay here. In that context, how important is the work that Destination DC is doing to drive this aspect of our economy, hospitality, tourism, restaurants, in order to create jobs for DC residents? We obviously want more people to come to the district because they see it as an opportunity city to work. But also we want to make sure we're looking out for people who live here, who need jobs and want to work in this industry.
Absolutely. The key thing, as we look at hospitality, up until 2019, it was one of the fastest growing sectors that created jobs at all levels in the city. And that's an important comment, simply because people tend to think that hospitality jobs are low wage paying jobs. Yes, they're there too, but there are also opportunities for returning citizens. There are opportunities for people that have fewer skills to get on the job training. The Hotel Association, Solomon and his team, Sean and his team play an active role in making sure that individuals have those skills tied to being able to get some of these key jobs in hospitality. It really starts with how successful are we in engaging people to come to Washington? Because unfortunately, in most of those jobs, if a hotel is not full, those individuals won't work. So to answer your question, what we're doing to increase visitation to Washington plays an extremely large role in the economy, extremely large role in the ability of people to physically live in Washington, which is always, I heard Deputy Mayor and his team earlier talking about that today, affordable housing, which is a big issue. But this industry will, if given the opportunity, and there are a lot of hurdles right now because we've lost a lot of market share as people left this industry. We were the first to feel the impact of COVID, and we felt it for the longest period of time, and it's the longest to rebound. If you were to ask Meade earlier, the past chairman of the Hotel Association, as he's opening his new hotel on Capitol Hill, or any hotel or restaurateur, the biggest issue they have is finding qualified workers. So the jobs are out there, but the problem we have as an industry is convincing folks to come back because there's a concern as to how vulnerable the industry is. So the good news is that we have the ability through our efforts to promote our destination to increase traffic to the city, therefore increasing the number of hours for those that are hourly workers in the convention center, in hotels, and in other different venues. And that is a huge reason as to why the Hotel Association, Restaurant Association, and other stakeholders are on my board. They want to know how we're doing. They want to know what the forecast says in terms of future visitation, because not only does that mean revenue for them, but that also means they can employ individuals that perhaps haven't worked in a long time.
My last question has to do with CBEs, SBEs, and just spending with local businesses. I want to give you an opportunity to talk about any priorities that you have at Destination DC on CB spending. If you have specific goals, let us know what those are and how you all are doing in achieving those goals.
Yeah, absolutely. It's always our goal to work with local organizations as best we can. A good example is the DEI Fellowship, whereas we're basically waiving the fee of being a member of Destination DC, which does count towards CBE goals for obvious reasons. Right now it's to the tune of $45,000, but there's going to be more opportunities as we receive more funding, because a huge part of what I want to accomplish is to make sure that small businesses know that we're actively working to make sure that they get a piece of the pie. In addition to that, we're clearly, and I know you know this, that we're not a government agency, but we work very closely with government agencies and the guidelines, especially with CVEs as well. So as we're looking at our current expenditures, we were at about 128% of our goal in terms of CVE spending in fiscal year 2022. That goal will have increased this year, and we're already realizing strong return on investments with those CVEs that we've done business with. And our challenge and our goal is to find ways in which we could do more with more CVEs in the city.
If there are ways that we can support the efforts, obviously this is a top priority for our work here at the committee, and we appreciate your continued partnership in that regard. I don't have any additional questions at this time. Is there anything else you'd like to add to the record before we adjourn?
No, I said no, but then I'm going to talk. I'll just say again, thank you for your support. I know it's been a long day for you. Economic development is an extremely important issue for the city. Looking at hospitality and looking at what we do as economic development is extremely important. And again, I cannot reemphasize the importance of the 4-year investment with the Tourism Recovery District. And we look forward to testifying again as to how successful we are in terms of promoting DC with these additional dollars.
I appreciate it, Ms. Ferguson, and I appreciate all the public witnesses who testified today for all 3 of the entities that came before the committee. If anybody did not get the full opportunity to testify because they had technical difficulties or couldn't get through the full of their testimony, then please provide that written testimony to the committee via email. We would appreciate it, and be sure to incorporate it as a part of the record. But this marks the end of today's performance oversight hearing. The committee will convene again at 9:30 a.m. on Wednesday, February 22nd, to discuss the performance of the Office of the Chief Financial Officer, the DC Lottery and Charitable Games, as well as the Real Property Tax Appeals Commission. Members of the public have until 5 p.m. next Monday to sign up with the committee to testify. And with that, time is now 5:20 p.m. And this hearing is adjourned.
Thank you.